Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the Voice of the People. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
A hustler is anybody that gets up every single day and figures out a way to make good for themselves in this society. Hustler is anybody who has the drive to make something happen for himself.
Are you ready? I was born ready.
Considered by many to be, pound for pound, the best fighter in the world today. 4-division, 5-time world champion.
Oh, look at this guy.
He is now boxing's first ever undisputed super middleweight champion of the world.
Damas y caballeros de Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico.
¡Viva México, cabrones! You know my level, and you will see, because I'm gonna fuck out everybody.
You know, I mean, I would love to fight Canelo. I would love to show the world that I'm the best.
I want to get Canelo out here to Houston.
Oh, Canelo, where your cojones at? Let's get it.
Payday, payday, you want payday. I know that. Man, you fight with nobody.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Listos, pelos, chingazos.
He smacked the shit out of Canelo in
Get
person.
the fuck out of here, man. Please. I'm gonna knock out this guy. Mira, en este momento puedo hacer lo que yo quiera, ¿no?
Saul Canelo Alvarez.
SDS Promotions.
That's funny? You think that's funny?
A little bit.
Canelo, are you ready?
I was born ready.
Considered by many.
Hey, Daddy.
You fight with nobody.
This a dollar beat. This a dollar beat.
BoxingVoice.com.
You won the belt with nobody.
Daddy.
BoxingVoice.com.
This a dollar beat.
You never gonna get the fight, man. You're a horrible fighter. Payday,
BoxingVoice.com.
payday. You want payday. I know that. Oh, look at this guy. There's a plan to go for the belt, and I'm coming, man. I'm coming, my friend. Get the fuck out of here, man. Please, get the fuck out of here, man.
BoxingVoice.com.
Because I'm gonna fuck you out right now, motherfucker.
BoxingVoice.com. What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another edition of the Boxing Voice Radio, where we're going to be discussing proof that Canelo never ducked David Benavidez, and Al Haymon is the one that, in fact, failed David by never adding him to the fight contracts. Not just contract, but contracts, right? Because there were multiple options for Canelo, courtesy of Dan Rayfield and his Substack. I hope you're one of the 13,000 people like myself that are subscribed to Dan the Man, who gets you that good old-fashioned information that a lot of you guys really seem to have difficulties comprehending. My Discord is in a frenzy as somehow we got some weirdos like Johnny Thunder, who's an alias from Twitter, still believing that Canelo has ducked, even when it's in black and white, even when one of the best reporters in the business is telling you that Al wanted a discount price. But look, we'll just get to the facts of the matter, and then we're going to open up these phone lines immediately because, yeah. All right, so we should be screen sharing now. And as you can see, it says, according to a source involved in the situation, Alvarez's agreement with PBC specified various possible opponents with a dollar figure assigned to each. You see the period there? Because a lot of you dropped out in grammar school. See the period? It's over. That sentence is over. Okay, so what we have to do is first comprehend the first sentence. So there's multiple opponents, but there's also different dollar amounts attached to each opponent. Another source with knowledge of the deal said that those guarantees were all for north of $35 million. Again, the lack of comprehension amongst you, people that didn't complete school or didn't apply yourself. North of $35 million means more than, not less than. More than 35, not less than 35 million. Okay, cool. Next paragraph. But when it came time to finalizing the May fight, if it was going to be against WBC middleweight titleist Jamal Charlo, Haymon wanted it. I guess he meant to put at. Everybody makes typos. At a discounted dollar figure specified for Alvarez in the contract. One source said Haymon, who also would have been okay with Munguia, felt Charlo in particular would be a hard sell on pay-per-view because of his inactivity and how pedestrian he looked in the decision win over Jose Benavidez Jr. in November in his return from a 29 month layoff, and how badly twin brother Jermell fared against Alvarez in September. A source said that Haymon would have given Alvarez the guarantee in the agreement to fight Charlo if he also agreed to a September fight with David. So Al wanted him to fight Charlo as the contract stated, but only discounted, and tried to squeeze Canelo by saying, well, I'll give you what I said I was going to give you if you fight this guy that I didn't put on your contract. Cool. We'll continue. We don't need to read that. The unbeaten WBC middleweight mandatory challenger, who many believe would be the toughest test in a huge fight commercially. Now, see how Dan the Man shuts down Benavidez promoter? Benavidez promoter Samson Lewickrich told Fight Freaks Unite last week that the offer made to Alvarez was for $55 million. Other sources said the same thing, but Alvarez manager trainer Eddie Reynoso has said publicly there was no such offer. Okay. Complicating the prospect of a September fight with Benavidez was that, according to one of the sources, he was surprisingly not one of the opponents specified in Alvarez's 3-fight PBC agreement. So I'm ducking someone that Al never put on a contract. How funny. But somehow you're going to digest this a different way, twist it up, chop it up, and say that it's Canelo's fault. Why is it Canelo's fault? Because in an already existing 3-fight deal, right, we've never seen this either. And I'm so happy that it happened to Al, because people love to criticize other promoters, right? So we've never seen this, let alone from Al, where, they make such a dumbass mistake of wanting you to fight someone but not putting it on the contract, and then trying to ask you mid-contract to fight someone. Never happened to Canelo. Never happened to Canelo. He's going back to the zone because of these failed negotiations, failed to live up to it. But Canelo's such an honorable man, that if you keep reading, somewhere in here he says that he is still willing to abide by his original contract, the one that Al wrote up for him, the one that guaranteed him $35 million for specific opponents. They just were never named David. That's Al Haymon's fault. See, right here, Alvarez, according to a source, was not interested in amending. Why would I amend the contract? That's what we did. Well, look, it says right here. Up. Right here. Where is it that it says June? That he signed in, signed in June. 3-fight agreement signed in June. So I signed something last year. You want me to go back this year and amend it because you fucked up. because you did bad business. So all you PBC gangbangers, the same ones that laughed at Oscar and said he fell asleep behind the wheel, you remember how you repeated the same exact shit Leonard said? Shut the fuck up then. Don't call in here saying nothing. Your man fell asleep behind the wheel. Al Haymon fucked up. He's human. Don't forget, his mom was ill. Don't forget, the rumors he's not even around. Someone else is controlling things because of his mom being ill. So he made a mistake. Don't blame Al, blame Canelo. That's what y'all love to do. But, King Amin, Essex, New Jersey, what it do?
Top of the morning, TBV. I think a lot of people need to, this is closure for some, I don't want to say a eulogy. I don't want to speak ill, but this is closure. This is recognition of business, and I don't want to blame Canelo. You can't blame Canelo, at this point. I think this has been an issue at PBC, and what do they have to offer and who's willing to fight who? Because here's the thing, and I'm not kicking nobody while they're down, but if Jamal, it's pretty big but if Jamal Charlo wasn't going through what he was going through, if he had been consistent in his fight game, if he, if all these things in the way the people, if he did in the way the people believed in him, this wouldn't be an issue because we'd be up for the fight. We say, yo, he wanted this shot. He was supposed to get this years ago when they was at 160. But because the man is in a bad way, #run punch, we don't even think he has a chance. So really, I can't necessarily blame Canelo. If I'm the same guy that's going to say, I don't mind the Berlanga fight, despite me not thinking Berlanga has a significant chance, I wouldn't hate on Jamal if he was in the right state of mind. It's not Canelo's fault. Is it Al's fault for pampering guys? I don't know. I don't want to start drawing conclusions and start saying, look at Broner with the sippy cup. Look at Earl with the sippy cup. Look at, I don't want to start saying that this is what happens when you're getting pampered over there at PBC. So maybe I should just back off,
Yeah, man, it's just sad that it's hard to comprehend, and even if you put it in layman terms, people are going to still ignore it. Like, for instance, yourself, you're an educator. If you had a contract with a school to, teach until 3 p.m. and now all of a sudden they like, yo, we need you to stay till 6. That's up to you if you want to amend, but it's also up to you to jump in your car and leave because your contract states you punch out at fucking 3. You understand? They want you to be a nice guy. They want Amin to be nice and say, yo, but it's kids. We need you for another 3 hours. They want you to amend, but you signed something already, but these fools won't see that. They want Canelo to, I don't know, have some sort of pride over money, morals, and say, no, my people want this fight. I'm going to take less because you made a mistake, because you put that alcoholic on a contract, because you put the guy that needs rehab and counseling on a contract. So are you as smart as all your fucking fanboys say? Let's just be real. Looks like the smart one is Canelo, sticking to his guns, sticking to his contract, taking that 35+ mil that he made in the Jermell Charlo fight and walking off on your ass. Next time, you're going to write those contracts correctly.
Yeah, and that's smart business. That's the way it should have been played. Anybody that don't understand that, not only are you confused about what, boxing is, you better check your bank account and your affairs because you're not thinking right. Listen, everything is measured in time. Time is money. People are guaranteed certain amount of dollars over a certain amount of years or a certain amount of dollars over a certain amount of hours. It's very little room for charity, especially when you talk about the hurt business, when these fighters are putting their lives on the line. We talk about marketing Matias off of a death. Charles Conwell, not really getting a lot of traction, maybe because of this is a scary business. So, that's why I'm not quick I don't like to talk, but I'm not telling nobody to cut their bottom line. And it was very savvy to be able to take that 35 mil and get away from that shit show over. I'm telling you, I said it yesterday, PBC, they getting whacked out on the wall in their own hood. You better drop your flag and move to Atlanta or something.
And again, for those people that are like, well, Al said he would pay him for the Charlo if he only agreed to fight in the Benavidez fight. That wasn't part of the contract. Someone said something very smart, which Maybe that was it yesterday. I mean, we won't know, but it's starting to make sense. We already got the tip that it was an American. We also know now, because of Dan's article, it was an American and it wasn't David. So as much as we wanted it to be that American, it wasn't David, which means it was Earl. Your boy Al not only fucked up, but also put all his eggs in the Earl basket, thinking Earl was going to beat Crawford, and that would be Charlo, Earl Spence. And because Earl got his ass kicked, there is no third person on the contract, so we scrambling. So if you read the article, it says he offered him Benavidez and Crawford, but Canelo stuck to his guns. Nah, them ain't the names. And anyway, the money states $35 million, north for $35 million. So yeah, you want me to fight David? Okay, well look, what? Well, how much is it? Because it ain't gonna be my minimum. That's what I'm getting for the Charlos, who everybody know I was gonna beat. They think I'm gonna beat. They think I'm gonna lose to David. So we need more money. Like again, Al failed David, man. Connecticut, CT, $2. In so many words, he doesn't want to fight David. Cool. If he didn't want to fight David, why wasn't David on the original contract? That's how we would have found out. But Al tried to get slick on y'all. That's what you don't get. See, y'all so blinded and mad at Canelo that y'all not realizing Al had 3 pay-per-views set up for y'all with guys he knew Canelo was going to win. He knew Canelo was going to beat Earl and the Charlos. But that's what he set up for you to pay for. Now you mad that you ain't get David because he didn't put it in the contract. Come on, man. The pull-out bandit, $5. So Al said he'll give Nello the $35 for the twin if he fights David in September, and Nello wouldn't accept. Yeah, because it wasn't part of the contract. You're not doing me a favor by saying, well, Canelo, remember the $35 million I said I'd give you for Charlo? Hey, guess what? I'll still give it to you even though it's on contract, but I'll give it to you if you just agree to fight David, which is not on contract. Man, it's kick rocks, man. Kick rocks,
my problem is real quick. Why? And maybe this is just the loyalty to, like, I'm using a reference, but damn, like people that blinded that they want to be, I don't know, they want to prop. Don't you realize that that's a terrible fight? Like, who is still asking, or who's going to say that Canelo is ducking Benavidez because he refused to fight a man that is not in a good state right now? Like, are you guys that deluded? Like, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Nobody deserves that fight. Charlo don't deserve that fight. You know what I'm saying? He deserves to get his mind. Matter of fact, all 3 of them guys, I say Spence, Broner, and Charlo might think about signing the Golden Boy. You know what I mean? And let Oscar put him up on a rehab situation. You know what I mean? Get all 3 of them healed up and fighting again. You know what I mean? Because PBC don't seem to be the place, man.
Yeah, not looking good for the home team, man. They really only have old fighters now. You know, Charlos are in their 30s. Julian Williams is, in his 30s. Erickson Lubin is on the back half. Like, they don't really have any young talent like that. He needs to start doing something because he's losing the grip for sure. Drew, what it do?
Morning, gentlemen. Ness, the proof is in the pudding, baby. I remember people were laughing at Oscar and DAZN when Canelo was able to get out that contract because they tried to force shit that wasn't in there, right? Remember that?
Yep.
And they were praising Canelo like, oh, he's such a shrewd businessman. He learned from Floyd. Where's that same energy at today? He did the same thing that he did to Oscar and DAZN that he's doing to Al. Why y'all mad? Blame Al. Al never makes no smart, never messes up in business like y'all say, man. Roll out, get down, and lay down. I'm just laughing because, fellas, we've all do our own work. We do whatever we do. We would do the same thing if we had leverage against whether our employer or our contracted work or whatever. It's business. If they wanted David in there, they would have put David in there. And what adds fuel to that fire is every time Team Benavidez does an interview, Samson, Jose, they all telling a different story every time. They can't get on the same fucking page. So I'm just supposed to believe in some magical world that Canelo's ducking David when Team Benavidez don't know what the hell's going on. They don't even know what's going on in the meetings. Jose don't know. He just takes Samson's word for it and Dakuba's word for it. He didn't know Gvozdyk was a Reynoso Canelo fighter. So the optics of looking at a man, he said you don't know the boxing business, and then 2 seconds later he admits he didn't know who Gvozdyk was represented by. Make that make sense?
It don't make sense. Just like, the fact that this quote from the article makes all the sense, but they're going to ignore it. Complicating the prospect of a September fight with Benavidez was that, according to one of the sources, he was surprisingly not one of the opponents specified for Alvarez's 3-fight PBC agreement. That just stings so much. It stings.
It's Rayfield too, Ness.
No, I know. I know. They wanted to be
serious.
someone else, but it's Rayfield, the one we trust.
And I mean, where are you at in all this? I mean, knowing that there's more details coming out, you're very moderate. You take the facts first.
Drew, I'm so funny you should ask, Drew, because I have to be very business minded. I, like yourself, man, I understand good business. And what people, again, we've been saying, I'm gonna beat the drum one more time, right? They never offered Benavidez as a fight. He was never offered. So we wanted it. Yeah, TBV wanted it. A lot of people out there screaming for this fight. Apparently Al never wanted it, guys. So y'all keep banging for Al, banging for Al. Let's bang for boxing.
Yes.
Like
we all want the fight. It's not like none of us don't want the fight. We all want the fight. I wanted it next. I didn't want Charlo next. I don't want Berlanga. I mean, I'll take Munguia because I know how big that is for Mexico. But we want Benavidez. But that's my call. You'll get my counters later. Statue shit, baby. Get down and lay down.
Yo,
CYP. Go ahead.
Real quick, why are people going to continue to align themselves with something that doesn't seem to be working, man? That's all I'm saying.
CYP counter.
Hey, people. There's a reason why I'm here. I always call out live. It's not happening that easy. I got an article from February 2022. PBC increases offer to Canelo Alvarez, adds David Benavidez to the fight. Do you know the person who was quoted in this article? Dan Raphael. He was the one in February to report that they added him to the contract, but he decided to take the Bivol Triple G matchroom deal instead. See, we gonna sit there and tell y'all that Al never, ever offered David Benavidez to Canelo. He never did. How could it be a duck? He never did. But the same dude you saying you using the quote is the same dude that I'm using the quote. So which one is it? Do we believe Dan now and not later? Because he didn't say that didn't happen in February. He said it didn't happen now. So if it happened in February, that means it did happen before. So stop telling the crowd that it never happened. That's a lie. And if it's not, and if I'm lying, then you lying. Because it's the same dude talking. So we can't use that dude now, but don't use him before. He says it right here. And I sent King Amin the goddamn link. So if he want to sit up there and play like he don't get it either, then we understand what this show is really trying to do. It's just trying to create narratives that they cannot prove. If I'm lying, I'm flying. Anybody want the article, hit my DM, I'll send it to you. Let's stop this fucking bullshit. If you want to say, as of today, he wasn't offered with the new deal, say that. But don't sit there and tell nobody he was never offered on the contract because Dan Raphael said he was. CYP know what it's about. I'm going to go ahead and lie on me with CYP out.
All right. Yeah. The dude loves to not talk about the topic. You're talking about 2022, a deal that Canelo didn't take and chose to fight on DAZN. What matters is, did Al put him on the contract where he actually had the fighter? Think about it. Al got him for a one fight with Plant. There was no option for a Benavidez. Eddie got a one fight with Devin, but he had an option. Now look at Devin being promoted by Matchroom for his Haney fight, right? So again, it's Al failing. Devin had a one fight for Regis, but there was a match right option. Al Haymon wasn't even shrewd enough to put a match right option after the Plant win. So again, no Benavidez. Now Al does a 3-fight contract that Canelo signs. Again, no Benavidez. You bringing up February. Get out of here, bro. Go gangbang on bacon. Lake County, $2. When your minimum is $35 million, you fight anybody. Yeah, for your $35 million. Remember, the article states that your good friend Al Haymon wanted to reduce. He wanted a discounted price for Charlo because he felt Charlo looked at pedestrian, remember? You guys got to read. $6, counterpunch, block for CYP. Yeah, I mean, he already went, and we don't really block people's voices and opinions.
Real quick though, Ness.
You got it.
Real quick, because there's an article. Since we going back, going back.
Who's going back? That's only people reaching. Like, why are we going back when this is the contract that Canelo has with Al? This is the one we're discussing. We're discussing this 3-fight deal that he actually accepted, not offers that he didn't accept. He didn't accept that and went and fought on DAZN and lost to Bivol. We're talking about the 3-fight deal that Al Haymon did make that didn't have David's name. Today's article from Dan today. Go pay for the Substack, CYP. Read the goddamn thing, counterpunch, and talk about that. You just deflecting, but I forgot my producer sent me that soundbite.
Deflecting. You want to go do some quick research, man. Go back to that article, May 22 boxing scene, where Tom Brown added some clarity to them offers, where they talked about the 45 mil to Charlo, and then for whatever the 3-fight deal it was. So again, if we just want to go back and play semantics that he was never offered, again, I don't so much fall on semantics. And the problem is now that we're looking at a situation where you trying to blame and say it was Canelo was this. I'm just saying PBC is not doing right by a lot of their fighters. And if it was good enough for Canelo to leave the zone when they weren't doing right by him, it was good enough for him to leave PBC, and we shouldn't be making it seem like PBC are some kind of I don't know, like, are they martyrs? Do we got to stand alongside to them? Are they some sort of pillar of the community? Like, had they really done right by their fighters that we have to stand up for them and not for the actual fighters or for the fights we want out of boxing? I just don't get the whole PBC thing, man.
Yep. We got, let me see, Nike Hendricks, what's up?
Shouts out to you, Ness, the boxing voice. Shouts out to King. I mean, Danny in there, nah.
Nah, Danny's on the road.
All right, shouts out to Danny though. But man, why we saying that? Why is this a topic, Ness? I mean, I know, they talk about it, but come on. We all know Canelo didn't dunk no David. David dunked Canelo. Like, it's proof's in the pudding. You want, like, CYP talk about, you say, what, last year? 2 years ago?
Yeah, he brought sign up about 2022.
2 years ago, wow. So let's talk about this year. When David announced he's moving to 175 fight for an interim WBC belt, and Canelo didn't announce who he's fighting on May 4th. Did he still announce who he's fighting or no?
Say again. It's hard to hear you, man. I don't know what's going on with you today. I hear more of the street than you.
I said, Canelo, did he announce his fight yet? Or
nah. The same article states that that he wants Berlanga in May and Jaime in September, but the zone want it backwards. They want Jaime in May and Berlanga in September.
I feel the zone on that, because isn't like the actual like Mexican Independence Day in Mexico in September? Like that Cinco de Mayo, that's some American shit right there. So I feel him on that, because you get You get Berlanga and Canelo in September.
Yeah,
You
but
got
they want
the
they want it
Mexican people
backwards. They
and the
want it
Puerto
backwards
Ricans.
because they feel like if they do it in May in New York, it's almost, it's a month away from the Puerto
I
Rican Day
said, yeah,
parade.
because the Puerto, yeah, I see what you're
They
saying, man.
they
Yeah,
trying to line it up commercially.
yeah, but I like it better as Mugia first, because, I mean, do that in Mexico. I mean, do that in Vegas, and that'll be like the American Cinco de Mayo stuff. And then September, the real Mexican Independence Day, and the real Spanish Puerto Ricans gonna come out. So I think it'll be
Champ,
better
it's
that way.
you don't sound good. I mean, we hear you, but you really, really, truly sound underwater. When people say that, now I know what they mean. Like you really sound underwater. Uh, Moose,
Yeah, good points too.
Moose, counterpunch.
Am I coming in clear?
Yep.
All right, all right. Good morning, TBV. Shout out to Ness. Shout out to King Amin. Shout out to Danny. Shout out to Marco. Shout out to everybody listening. One love. Now, this Canelo and Al Haymon thing, like I said, I'm a Johnny come lately. There ain't much that I know. I'm bad with money. I never negotiate well on my behalf. I'm always taking underpay. And, you know, I respect those who push a hard line when it comes to business. But anywho, when it comes to Al Haymon and Canelo, what I think about is if I'm the face of boxing and I have a contract presented to me, I can inquire who I would like to fight because I'm the face of boxing. And if I see somebody that's on that list that I don't want on that list, I would assume that I can say, hey, I don't want that guy. If you want me to fight, you want to do business with me, this is who I want. And I'd imagine that, Al Heyman, maybe he didn't come with David Benavidez in the contract, but both parties know that David Benavidez and Canelo is a big fight, or would have been a big fight, I would imagine. And that could have been inquired, or that could have been brought up. If it was brought up, or whether it's not, it didn't end up on the contract. And I don't know, and I don't know if anyone knows what was really talked about prior to bringing, the contract into existence. Uh, but yeah, so I don't really blame neither party because I don't know which one wanted. I don't know if that's what Canelo wanted because that's what he agreed to. So that's obviously what he wanted when he signed the contract. Uh, and Al Heyman, I guess, we can say that's what he wanted because that was the result. But if I'm Al Heyman and I want to make the fight, I want Canelo to fight David, I will compromise. If I am Canelo Alvarez and I really want to fight David, I will compromise. Uh, it's a two-way street. Everyone has decisions. If you don't think it's worth compromising, then you'll move on. It's that simple. But with anyone in life, if you want something bad enough, you'll make it happen. And if you don't want it that bad, then you'll go about your way. That's just life. Uh, and sometimes I hear you bring up Mayweather, him compromising, and this is why I said it the way that I said it because if Mayweather wanted certain things, he would have compromised. And his career turned out the way it was based off his decisions. At the end of the day, we all got decisions. We can all decide to take less or take more.
Moose, that's the bell. But since you called in so many times and you expressed how you got a detailed business, we gotta flip it on you and give you the scenario since you're sitting here talking about if he really wanted. So I called you to detail 3 of my cars. You asked me what kind of cars. I said they were all coupes. When you get here, I have 2 coupes and an RV. But we agreed on $500 per car. But is the RV sitting in my fucking lot? You still washing it? Oh, he dipped off. Motherfucker. Oh, there you go.
No, I didn't dip
Because
off.
I don't want you to leave from
No.
this one, champ. You can't run
Oh, no,
from
no,
this
no.
one.
No,
And
I'm
Moose,
not
before
going to
you
run
get
from it.
started, let me just say that was a brilliant call, because one thing I heard you say, you ain't looking to blame nobody. You just asking questions and trying to get this shit sorted out. So thank you for that, because that's standing on boxing. But go ahead, brother.
Yes, sir. And if Ness is bringing me to a point to where
Where you
okay.
gotta put yourself in Canelo's shoes. Yeah, I'm bringing it to your business now. Now, like I
Yes,
said,
sir.
I got 3 vehicles, but it ain't the one I said was on contract when we agreed to the $500 per vehicle. What are you gonna do, Moose? Are you gonna wash
Did you bring
my
the right
RV?
attachments for the RV even?
Are you gonna wash my RV? What you gonna do, Moose? Tell us. Why is it taking so long? This shit should be easy.
Well, I'm allowing you to talk because whenever you
Oh, okay.
speak,
My bad.
I got you on speaker and I don't want you to have any feedback. I only talk when I press the button for me to talk. After that, it puts me on mute. But yeah, I would do the same. I would most likely do the same thing as Canelo, you know, and that really that's not my qualm, or that's not I'm not opposing that. The only thing that I'm saying is that if Al Haymon really wants something, he will compromise. And the same goes for Canelo. If you really want something and you know that people are clamoring for this fight, you
But
will compromise.
Moose, Al's compromise is in black and white. Here it goes again for you and for everyone who missed it. He was willing to compromise, and this is what it was he was willing to do. He said, I'm not giving you 35 for Charlo based off Jamel's shitty performance, but I will compromise and give you 35 if you also let me further amend the contract and add David to the end of it. That's his compromise. Sounds like strong arm, not compromise.
To me, that's not a compromise. A compromise is when you give in.
Exactly. I'm
And
just
what
glad
I'm
that we
saying,
all on the same page, champ.
yeah. And what I'm saying is that it go both ways. Al Heyman can compromise or Canelo can compromise. If neither decides to compromise, then we don't get the fight, and that's a loss for boxing.
Okay, but Moose, I'm the one signed you the one signed the contract for 3 coupes. The one that got an RV in the parking lot is me. So why should I, Canelo, want to do anything extra than what I've already done when you're not even playing fair business? So now you want me to amend and give you a greater fight when you ain't even live up to the original contract, Moose. What are we talking about? But I got to get to other people. But yeah, that's just something to sink in for motherfuckers, because they like, nah, Canelo, you should change your mind when the one that's breaching contract, the one that's not straight up, the one that's not upholding to the deal is Al. But somehow Canelo needs to amend and be the good guy. This is very strange business and practices, but hey, people's champ, what up? If you're watching this on YouTube, go ahead and smash that thumbs up button. It's going to help with the visibility of the show. First, we got Special Cloth Talk Podcast. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Prospect Level. Mr. CYP, you said never, and now you mad. Knockout Media, 99 cents, celebrating his first super chat. CT, $2. Thumbnail says, never. CYP told the truth. We're talking about this contract, fellas. How can you be bringing up a contract the man didn't accept? You better off saying, they better off saying, no, there was a deal for Benavidez that Canelo ducked. Instead, he went to Matchroom and fought Bivol. But then someone can argue, how could you duck a 68-pounder to move up in weight to fight Bivol, who he actually lost to? But again, that's what you could be talking about. But he's not in this contract. Never in this contract. We all mad today. We wasn't mad. We not still mad from 2022. We mad today that we ain't getting this fight. We were under the impression Al was intelligent enough to put Benavidez in the contract. But Special Cloth Talk Podcast, no words sending $2, sending love, celebrating his first super chat as well. So he became a member and sent some love. We got JXV, $5. 2022, David was not an interim until May 2022. People love to forget he lost his belt in late 2020, and he was mandatory until he beat, he wasn't mandatory until he beat Plant in 2023 Eliminator. We got Humble Kurt. Welcome to the contender level. For all my prospects, all my members, all my YouTube and Patreons, all that funny stuff, right? Head on over to Patreon or members right now, because remember, we're going to have some interviews set up with some big names. Let me see who is scheduled to be on the show in the next couple days. You always want to frequent the members page. You just never know who we're going to be interviewing. Sometimes it's last minute. But Sabril Matias will be on the show. I just got to reschedule him. And we're going to have, I'm going to see David Benavidez and Jose Benavidez. Right now, we got 15 questions already for Jose, so you better, for David, and only 4 for Jose on members. So head on over there, drop that in, and, talk to Jose. Now, it's the most recent Jose. Remember, we interviewed Jose not too long ago, so don't go to the second Jose you see. I did use the same picture, trying to just save time, but maybe that might confuse you, but I'm letting you know verbally. What up, champ?
Let me add a layer of context, or let me ask. So when the previous super chat, the brother said that David wasn't even in interim. So meaning if Canelo decided the Bevo route, not only was it a more dangerous fight because he's moving up for a title, at that point, if you just looked at it and said, I'm fighting David Benavidez to defend my titles, but it's really nothing that like that, or okay. I'm just trying to be clear.
I'm assuming
have options,
I'm
right?
assuming that's what he means. That at the time David just wasn't. He didn't even have an interim. So you know what I'm saying. It wasn't even a world champ. I think it could have still been considered a former though, right? Because he had already lost the belt once. Yeah. So it would have still went down as a former champ. Brandon, Cincinnati, what up?
TBV, what's poppin'? Good morning, fellas. King, Ness. Shout out to Danny. Danny and the Big Apple, man, enjoying himself on the road for Devin and Ryan. How you fellas doing today?
Chilling.
Yeah. So I jumped on a little Nate. Give me a quick synopsis or rundown, Ness, so I can better understand what
it's tough. It won't be quick because it's actual details inside Dan Rayfield's story, and you have to read those details and decide what you. Because for whatever reason, there's black and white, but people are still down the line saying he ducked. But the black and white states that there was a 3-fight contract and none of those names were David Benavidez. There was an attempt by Al to amend a pre-existing contract and add Benavidez, but only by saying, I want you to fight Charlo for 20, but if you don't want to take the 20, I'll give you the 35, but you got to fight David in the next fight. And, my man Canelo said, that's not the names on my contract. You wanted me to fight Earl and Maul. Now you're trying to hit me with the flim-flam. That's not how we do business.
Yeah, so what it sounds like to me is, according to what CYP was saying, they probably put David in the original contract that Canelo turned down.
Mm-hmm.
They were super thirsty to just get Canelo on the PBC. They gave him a 3-fight deal that didn't feature David because they just wanted him a part of the roster because they probably figured as long as we got Canelo, we can plug in an opponent, he'll do big numbers, we'll get an ROI. Sounds to me like Earl got his ass kicked. That ruined one plan. Charlo went in there and laid an egg, didn't perform. The shit didn't do what they thought it was going to do. And they realized, like, fuck, we gonna give this guy a deal. We ain't gonna be able to make no ROI on this second fight. So let's try to see if he'll take a pay cut. Canelo said no. Then he tried to say, well, I'll give you the 35 but fight David, which I don't have a problem with. I don't see why Canelo would. If I'm gonna give you 35 to fight Jamal, and all you got to do is fight David next, what's your issue with that, Ness? Because I don't see the problem with that. I don't see why Haymon is wrong for trying to do that.
for trying to get him to fight #rum punch Jamal Charlo?
Yeah, I was
So
reading a text that I got. So repeat that. I'm sorry because I want to make sure I
I'm
answer you
saying,
right.
what's your issue with Al Haymon saying, okay, I'll give you the 35 as long as you fight David in September? What's the issue with that
I
for
mean,
you?
it's not part of the contract.
Yo,
Yeah, I
and
agree
for
with that.
me,
It's not.
Brandon, I think I
Like
think
at the end,
Charlo.
let me just get this off. I mean, like at the end of the day, Brandon, Al fucked up and put Canelo in a position of power. So yeah, you want me to fight David?
Right.
You want me to fight David? Cool. How much?
Right. And for anybody saying Canelo ducked and Canelo's like didn't want to fight David, it's simple. A lot of you motherfuckers. That's why I say keep the same energy. A lot of you same people complaining about this were the same people saying, well, Water didn't have to sign the DAZN deal because AJ's name wasn't on the contract. So you was defending Wilder when he was in a similar position to where he
Well,
said,
it was more. It was more that they didn't
"Oh,
want to tell Wilder what AJ was going to receive in their mutual fight. But it is the same difference, so to speak.
yeah,
It's missing information. So
I,
it all depends on how you want to take that. The
I,
Benavidez fans like Brandon Lenz seem to believe that Canelo should have somehow, like, I never seen nice guys in business, but somehow you should be a nice guy in business and be like, oh, Al, you didn't put, David. That's cool. You know,
it
you
just
don't
it
want to.
just
You
sounds
don't want to. You don't want to live up to your half of the contract and pay me Jamal for 35, but you want me to do you a favor and let you amend David on the back of that. You see what I'm saying? So people
it
want him to
just
be
sounds to me
nice in
before I get out here
business.
like that. Yeah, it just sounds to me. It sounds to me just like they overvalue Canelo's drawing power, and they just thought they can sign him and
I mean,
stick
I
him in
think,
there
I
with
think,
Earl and
I think,
Charlo twice.
I think you making a mistake. I think they overvalued the Charlo's drawing power because Canelo still got the same drawing power. Evidently, he's getting offers for Berlanga and Jaime. So Canelo got what he got. Ain't nobody
I
offering
mean, I
Charlo
guess
shit.
what I'm saying is that's not maybe his drawing power. I guess they figure we'll get a return on our investment regardless of us not putting him in there with David and plugging him in there with the Charlos, which are some fights that nobody wants to fucking see. And they soon realize, hey, if the people want David, we need to put him in there with David if we want our ROI. We ain't gonna get that on the Charlo fights. So that's just a mistake on their end. But I'm gonna let you get to some other callers, man. I just want the fucking fight at the end of the day. Hopefully we get it in the near future.
Brandon,
But
real quick,
check
let
out
me
mental
ask
health,
you.
brothers.
Let me ask you. You really want to see Canelo versus my man Rum Punch? Like that's not even fair. Like maybe I'm compassionate in
Who is
old age,
who the
man.
fuck
But
who the fuck is Rum Punch?
Jamal, man, you ain't see when he said,
Oh
"Hey,
no,
yeah,
no.
I didn't speak to
I
Al.
know you call
I
it
didn't
Rum.
talk to Al. Hey, man, give me a Rum Punch. #Rum Punch."
No, man. I've been a big advocate. I don't want to see Jamal Charlo fight no fucking Canelo. That's why I ain't really mad PVC let him walk. Like shit, if that's the one way we ain't getting a Jamal Charlo fight, I'm good with it. Like hell no. Jamal fuck no. Jamal Charlo, no. No.
Appreciate your
Yo,
call, man.
so
It's out, man.
this is the thing. Look, see, I'm being text and this is my same peoples who's telling me, there will be another network coming. So they mad at me and they like, bro, who did Berlanga beat? It's pathetic. Canelo's cherry picking. And I'm like, it's Al's fault. He's fighting Berlanga. It is Al Haymon's fault. He's fighting Berlanga. Don't hit me with the he's not worth $35 million. Al should have known that. Don't we praise him and say how smart he is so he don't know Jamal Rum Punch Charlo not worth $35 million? He had to throw his little brother into the fire to find that out. When they both was on the same pay-per-view, and did double wood. Motherfuckers like to talk about Devin Haney pay-per-view numbers and forget that two twin brothers, two champions, did 130,000 on pay-per-view.
And look,
Come on, man.
Listen,
Cut it
I
out.
drank the Kool-Aid. I wanted to get back for Meldrick Taylor. I thought Jamel was going to get off. I bought into all that shit. I picked with my heart. I can admit that. You know what I mean? But let's be real. And there's moments that we do take a sip. I had some rum punch too. Fuck it. Okay, I had it. But I'm sober now. All right. And I just want Maul to get to that same place. He has no business fighting Canelo. And anybody thinks that Canelo should have just gone on ahead and fought Jamal. You got no compassion, man. The fuck, man?
Bruh, to tell me that Charlo is better than Berlanga, we all know Charlo's better than Berlanga, but is he more popular? Do we sell more tickets? You know what I mean? Because I never heard the Charlos brag about their gate. Berlanga posting his gate. Berlanga posting his gate. He know what he doing. He know what he worth. Like, come on, man. I mean, when the last time we even seen Chris Brown with the Charlos? I'm just saying, because Berlanga with celebrities every goddamn day. Every goddamn day, New York City gonna be litty like a fat girl's titty on May 4th. You wait. You fucking wait. Don't tell me who is Berlanga and he ain't better. Oh, no, I know he ain't better than Charlo. He worth more than Charlo.
Yeah, he's got more value, man. Come on now. Respect that.
He worth more than Charlo. Like, we got to learn that this is not about ever being better. Because if it was better, Shakur would be getting the fight with Tank, not Frank Martin, right? If it was better, Devin be fighting Matias, not motherfucking Ryan. It's never about better. It's always about popular. It's always about money. Jay Will in Ohio, you should lie low. Yeah. Believer of your house, $5. But you wanted Tank to compromise for Haney, but Canelo gets to Doug Benavidez. Oh, I'm sorry. I ain't know Tank was an undisputed champ. I mean, I'm sorry. I meant to say I ain't know Tank unified. No, excuse me. I'm sorry. I meant to say Tank had a ring magazine. No, wait. I'm sorry. I meant to say I ain't know Tank fought an active current champion. Oh, damn, he did. Leo, right? The belt that he vacated and asked Leo to go fight for vacant, then come back down and fight him for it. Why y'all keep bringing up Tank? Don't do that, man. Let that man live in his entertainment world. And Rod in the 8702 $2. Don't care why Brandon says Canelo duck, period. 100. I know. I don't care what Brandon says either. Counterpunch, CYP, numero dos. Uh-oh, Brandon. Oh, so he must be talking about the other Brandon.
Brandon. I love you, Brandon, but 2024, CYP's on a destructive path, and I'm killing all dumbasses. You brought up Wilder in the zone. Do you realize that Wilder only went to that meeting because AJ was in the mix? You realize that, right? You realize that when Wilder just fought Parker, you know who was promised to him? AJ. So every single time Wilder went hunting for the zone, it was because of AJ, motherfucker. This nigga Canelo never went to PBC hunting David. Never did he go to PBC fucking with Benavidez. It ain't the same, nigga. So when you try to pull these little stupid tricks like people are dumb, remember, I got the people's back. I don't allow y'all to lie. It's not happening no more. You're going to have to block me again. You're going to have to fucking cancel my number because I'm not allowing that shit at all no more. I'm sick and tired of the shit. As a matter of fact, I just realized that Devin Haney and them going to be in L.A. on Thursday. Your boy might show up. So y'all might get Bill Haney and CYP live in action, in person, face-to-face, arguing like we do to carry fucking TBV like we've been doing the past 2 years. And that's a motherfucking fact. I'm sick and tired of y'all bullshitting. Don't ever mention Wilder and AJ and Canelo and David in the same sentence. Don't ever do that shit. Because Wilder was chasing this motherfucker. Wilder offered this nigga money. Wilder put the money in escrow. Wilder went and fought Joseph Parker and fucking Saudi to get to AJ. Let's cut the bullshit. Canelo does everything he possibly can to not fight David. That's what he does. Everything he can to not fight David. It's a fucking difference. Wilder would have never took $40 million for this guy and $40 million for that guy and then said, nah, I'm good on AJ. I'm good. He would have never done no shit like that. His whole presence was to fuck AJ up, whether he would have won or lost. That's in the clouds. Who the fuck knows? But we do know one thing. David Benavidez was champion. Canelo did not talk about being 168 undisputed until David lost his motherfucking belt. That is a fact. Check the timelines. You can reword it however you want to reword it. Reword it however you want to reword it, but that's how it started. And he was offering him on a contract, turned that down for bigger and better. So stop with all these fucking narratives and talk about today. Ain't my fault. Your headline is to get people views in, but then CYP sees it, realizes it, and tells the truth. Take your fucking headline, change it to he didn't offer him this time. Stop the never shit, because never, ever, ever is a never-ending story, motherfucker. So we gonna keep talking. CYP gone.
Nah, I'm not even gonna address that. I'm only gonna highlight the fact that you made it clear that Wilder hunted AJ and that Canelo never went to PBC with the intentions to fight David. So then how could he duck him? I mean, you're saying it in terms of today and in this contract, you're saying it. You're saying that he went over there only because David wasn't on the contract. And in fact, Wilder went to DAZN twice because he was seeking out AJ. Those are your words. So again, by defending Wilder, you've changed your stance on today's show and shown that Canelo can't be ducking because David wasn't on the contract, and that's the only reason he even has a contract with PBC, according to you and your logic and everything you just spit. Jay Will, hello. Buenos dias.
Yo,
Are you okay?
what's up? What's up? Good morning, fellas.
Are you okay?
Yeah. What's up?
How you
Yeah,
feeling?
yeah, for sure, for sure.
How you feeling, though?
I'm feeling great. I like.
Are you sure?
CYP stole. Yeah. Just all I ask is just let me cook uninterrupted. That's all I ask. That's it. CYP stole a little bit of my thunder. I called in yesterday and gave the Mike Coppinger article stating the $100 million offer. And you pretty much talked over my whole call. I'm glad he called in today and gave Dan Raphael's same article talking about the $100 million offer, talking about, what Benavidez and Charlo being offered up to Canelo. Now, you're a businessman. There's a lot of people who have high business acumen who call in, supposedly. So you saying, now I do regret Al Haymon sending over that 3-fighter deal without having Benavidez on it. So that is Al Haymon's fault. But you being a businessman and all these other businessmen that call in, I think we should all be, fair to say that wasn't the first offer Al Haymon sent over. That was just the one that Canelo agreed to. I would bet more money than not that Al Haymon sent over an offer with Benavidez on it, but Canelo probably turned it down. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think the one that the contract that Canelo just agreed to, I don't think that was the first one that Al sent over. So to make it seem like,
but you have no facts of that.
And you don't have no facts of the opposite either. So I'm just saying
it's also not a talking point. We're talking about the contract that Al Haymon did send and where he did fail Benavidez. You're
right,
talking
or
about
we're talking about the one. We're talking about the one that Canelo agreed to. Right.
Exactly,
So
the one that Al sent, the one with the 3 Americans.
Okay, and like I said, like I said, I am salty that Al Haymon got desperate to get Canelo over to the PBC side and sent over a deal with.
That's fine. I just want the audience to distinguish when you go from talking facts to then when you go to hypotheticals about you feeling another offer that there's no facts of.
I mean, I just saying, like, again, you're a businessman. I'm pretty sure that the offer that Canelo agreed to, or the one that was with those 3 fighters, I'm pretty sure that wasn't the only one that Al sent over. But getting on to my second point real quick, I think the frustration that some people have with Canelo was this. It seems like he always runs to the road with less resistance. So, for instance, there's 8 fighters that's been dying to get in the Canelo sweepstakes. There's Plant, both of the Charlos, David, Munguia, Berlanga, even Spence and Crawford. That makes 8. And as of today, he took on Plant, which is the lightest punch out of all of them. He was dying to run to Jamal presently. He already just fought Jamel. And when it comes to like David and Munguia, I said I'll take Munguia. But he'd rather run to Berlanga first than even fight Munguia. And shit, hell, he was going to fight.
I don't even think you factoring in why, though. You're not factoring in why. The zone wants it
at the end of the day, at the end of the day, he's going to run to Spence before even fighting Crawford. So
How's he
at
gonna
every
run the
turn,
Spence?
because he agreed to the 3-fight deal that had Spence on it, right? Okay. So again, but he won't agree to fight Crawford though.
But there's
But
been
he
no
won't agree to fight
mention. But
Crawford.
there's been no mention of Spence.
Real
We
quick.
both assuming it's Earl. There's
Jay
been
Will.
zero
Okay.
mention of Spence, but that's the
Jay
bell.
Will, don't hang up.
Oh, go ahead.
Yo, Joe, so he's running to the path of least resistance. Rum Punch, Jamal Charlo. Not the old Jamal Charlo that they should have fought at 160. I'm talking about this Jamal Charlo has a better chance than this Edgar Berlanga today. We talking today? Today?
No. Listen, both are horrible choices. Both Berlanga and Jamal are. It's not really good choices for someone like Canelo.
So why Al put him there? Why?
Because Al desperate to make money with Canelo. That's it. And plus,
so whose fault is
hold on.
that? Like you want
This-
Canelo to be faulted
Okay, so-
for Al's bad business decision when y'all come on this show damn near daily.
Well, let me explain. Let me explain real quick.
I got a lot of callers. The bell rang, fam.
Just real fast. At the end of the day, it took Mayweather and Pacquiao 7 years to fight. But throughout those whole 7 years, Mayweather and Pacquiao talked about each other and somehow how they wanted to get the fight done. And they even talked to each other. And,
I'm trying
hold
to
on,
let you
man,
get
come
this
on,
free
man.
time because you're using bad comparisons. I'm trying to give you free time, but you talking about Mayweather and Pacquiao, two dudes that sold over 1 million. Benavidez ain't generating what Canelo's generating. If he was, they'd have made the fight because money makes sense, man.
What about Spence and Crawford? What about Spence and Crawford? What about Spence and Crawford? What about Spence and Crawford?
And Al gave a
What about
bad
Spence and
contract.
Crawford? What about
Just
Spence and
admit it.
Crawford?
Just
What about
admit
Spence
it.
and Crawford?
What about
What
it?
about Spence and Crawford?
What about it?
Spence made way more money than Crawford. Spence made way more money than Crawford.
Didn't do the numbers of Ryan and Tank? That's what you want to talk about?
It's brace boxing.
Yeah, I'm trying to look. That's what I mean.
Boxing, brother.
I'm trying to embrace boxing, but it's hard when Canelo keeps going to the fighter that is the easiest for him to beat. That's my point. He's not going to.
Drop your flag.
I can't let this
religion. Join the Muslim car.
I can't let this dude
Drop
get free
your
time.
PBC flag and join the Muslim car, brother.
I can't let this dude get free time because he's taking the minds of real boxing fans. First of all, Canelo can't fight who he wants. The networks and the promoters are going to offer them who they have available. If they don't want Berlanga, why they offering Berlanga? If Al don't want Charlo and y'all don't want Charlo, why the fuck is Al offering not one Charlo but both of them? Somehow this is Canelo's fault. Now, cool. The narrative is, well, maybe Al sent over contracts with different names like David Morrell and David Benavidez, and Canelo said no. Okay. So why'd you now send another contract with names that you know the public don't want? I mean, there's no argument. You must blame who's in charge. If you're trying to blame Canelo for not fighting Benavidez, why isn't he on the contract? If you're making up hypotheticals about contracts that were there that he decided not to take and that's why they not, cool, blame Al. Ain't nobody else to blame. Because Canelo can't get a fight. I mean, let me tell you something. If Canelo wants to fight Berlanga and the Charlos, and the networks don't want to see Berlanga and the Charlos, there won't be offers for Berlanga and the Charlos. Why would the networks put up the money? Canelo not fronting the fight. He not about to be like, yo, me and Berlanga doing this fight on Canelo Promotions, on Canelo TV. That's not how it works. If Berlanga's as bad as y'all say, DAZN is to blame. They are the one that will pay for Berlanga. If Charlo is bad, blame Al. He the one put him on a contract. Let's keep it simple. Two-Tone, what up?
Okay.
Yo.
Y'all
hear me?
Yeah.
Yo, what's new, man? It's your boy Two-Tone, the superstar. Please say the superstar. So, Ness, you had an analogy about the cars, like the coupes, right? So, if the nigga washing the coupes, and you said they got the RV, right?
I said, yeah, motorhome. I ain't gonna. If I said 500 a coupe, I ain't about to do a motorhome for 500.
So does the RV change my legacy when I say that I'm the one of the GOAT car washers of all time. I'm just a nigga that just want to wash the best fucking cars. I'm just a washer, and I tell my fellow people.
Champ, we could cut that. Yeah, it changes the legacy. Now pay me for it.
Okay. So basically, Canelo's in the silk pajama era of his career. Silk pajama.
I mean,
that means he's
was
no longer
Mayweather?
starving.
Hold
He's
on.
full.
Was Mayweather in the silk pajama part of his career when he got 180 million to fight Pacquiao?
Well. First of all, Floyd Money Mayweather is a dog.
He's a what?
We cannot compare a dog. That's ingrained in him. Ingrained in him.
Actually, we could certainly.
The Keith Thurman.
Listen to me. Before you waste
Keith
more
Thurman,
time. Before you waste more time.
Go ahead.
He is certainly the only person we could compare to Floyd. Like literally, Floyd has 24 champions and Canelo has about 21. He's the only person we could compare to Floyd.
The only time Floyd Mayweather maybe wasn't a dog when he chose bubble-eyed Berto instead of fighting Keith double receding hairline Thurman, respectfully. Now, when has David Benavidez said anytime I want to when has Canelo said I want to run the fade with David Benavidez? So you mean to tell me if it was Colin Smith on the end of that contract, Canelo wouldn't have amended it? Oh, let's amend it with David Benavidez. Hold up now. Yeah. We got to fight Rum Punch.
Yeah, no.
You said Rum Punch.
That's right.
You ain't say nothing about David Benavidez.
That's right. You know why, Tone? Hey, Tone, you know why? Because I'm gonna flip it on all y'all because I know my call as well. I'm going to flip it on you. I hired you to come to Vegas to be a host, and I say, yo, Tone, you only going to host for about 100 people. But when you get there, it's 500 people. That don't matter. They don't change things for you.
Alicia Bumgarner there?
Because you was under the impression I'm only charging for 100 tickets. Now you get there, I got 500 tickets, and I've been promoting Two-Tone the Superstar.
But hosting a TVV party, you know what? It changes my fucking legacy.
Here he go. Get the fuck out of here.
It changes my legacy.
Bruh, money is money.
It changes my legacy.
It ain't a TBV party, man. It's one of them Arizona parties you hosting, motherfucker. They said it's 100 people, a private 100 people listening party, I mean. They had a private little listening party for 100 people. Two-Tone get there. They've been promoting his name for 3 months, and it's 500 motherfuckers there. You don't want to eat?
Man, I mean, if I'm in my silk pajama era, I might be tripping, but if this is what I do and I tell my people, I fight anybody. Nigga, just say it's over, nigga. It's cool. Everybody ducks. Canelo, say, nigga, I don't want no parts of that nigga from Phoenix, Arizona, David the Mexican Monster Benavidez. It is cool. Everybody in boxing done did it. But just don't lie to the motherfucking people. Go over there and fight go over there and fight Berlanga. Be happy that Fat Joe walk you out the lean back. Go over there and fight Jaime Moguia over there with the wet behind the ears. Salute my man King Amin, championship round. Salute TBV. Two-Tone the Superstar out.
Yeah, so
hey, Two-Tone the Superstar, we're gonna book you for 3 TBV events. We got $100 and a free buffet per event. That's the contract.
Yeah, no amending your contract. No amending your contract. So I was wrong. Canelo got 19 champions. Floyd got 23. So I was wrong on both. I said Floyd had 24. Floyd got 23, Pacquiao got 21, Canelo got 19, and Inoue got 13. That's good company to keep. Good company to keep. Don't forget, when we get the 500 thumbs up, which we need about 29 more, we're going to open the live chat to absolutely everyone. Right now, it is members only. Salute to all my members helping keep the show going. We got a counterpunch from Drew for Baby Joker. And another one for Johnny Thunder. Why you ducking?
Yo, hold up. Real quick.
Yo.
Just to double down on that comparison, the only May-September needle mover is Canelo and Floyd. So, yeah, it's the only 2 guys you can compare them to. So.
Yo, good morning, fellas.
What up?
Top of the morning, champ.
What up, bro? Good morning. Hey, Nance, I've come to a conclusion, bro, that You have a bunch of dumbass fucking people in your community, bro. Like I don't
They're just
understand why they're
passionate.
starting.
They're just passionate for
But they're
their
passionate
fighter.
about a fucking guy they don't even like, bro.
Who?
And they're
You
passionate.
mean Canelo? No, they
Yeah,
like
they're like,
they like to see him lose.
but they're more invested than the wannabe Canelo maniacs, bro. Like fuck.
Yeah, but that's how it
They
was for
probably know.
Floyd.
They
That's
probably
when you
know
know
what the
you've
fuck
reached
Canelo smells
greatness.
like every day, bro. They on some weird shit. Like it took Canelo the 47 pounder to get to 68 to make it relevant. You know, what was the narrative when he got there? A weak ass fucking division. That's why he's there. Because he's there to collect them fucking weak ass belts. Well, all of a sudden, 68 and everybody cares about it. That shit is so weird, bro. Like, it feels like a lot of your community doesn't watch anything outside of the Canelo divisions. That's all they really give a fuck. But they didn't care about it when he wasn't there. Just like they didn't give a fuck about who the fuck Bivol was until this little ass Mexican went up there and fought him.
Mm.
And now Bivol is this fucking great pound for pound fighter. Just because he beat up a small guy. Like the double standards, these dumbass narratives, they're retarded, bro. Like sometimes I get a headache of just listening to your callers. Like you really
I
fucking
apologize,
need
man.
to.
I apologize.
Sometimes I feel like you need to just stop the call, but I know that's your show, bro. Like you gotta let them run it for 3 minutes. But yeah, man, like these people are so invested in Canelo and what the fuck he's gonna do, despite them hating the dude. Like you invest your time searching Google fucking for his old contracts. Like I don't even do that shit. And I've been following him for a long ass time. Like y'all are some stalker shit on people you don't even fucking like. Y'all wasting your time, man.
It's
Focus
no
on the
heroes
other
without villain though. People gotta find somebody to hate, man.
Nah,
man,
but
there's so many divisions of boxing, bro.
that's what made Floyd sell. You know,
That's
he was an antagonist too, so he made you want to see him lose, and this is all part of it. Like that's what I'm saying. Canelo's in a position of power. They want Benavidez, not just the promoter and the network, but the public. He's in a position of power to get that money, like Floyd did versus Pacquiao, where you have a public, that a network that's willing to give you whatever it takes to make that fight happen.
So yesterday I was asking people, and nobody seemed to fully answer me. Like, why didn't the Benavidez camp attempt to get ranked in the other 3 sanctioning bodies? Like, why just the WBC? We got other 3 fucking sanctioning bodies that he wasn't ranked at all. Why? Why is that, bro? Like, you just give a fuck about one sanctioning body
But there's
when
a lot.
there's like
No. There's a lot of people that do that. Not everybody can afford to be. Remember, for those that don't know, school's in session. You have to pay to be sent to be ranked. So, you know, not everybody can afford to be in 2, 3, let alone 4.
So that makes sense. Get rid of his fucking manager. Get rid of him, bro. He's bad for the Benavidez, dude.
You talking about
What's
Jose?
his name?
Or
No.
Samson?
The main dude. What's his name? Fucking
Samson is a promoter. He's a promoter.
Well, he's the one that's been tweeting and doing all this shit for him, and then tweeting and deleting, copying and pasting.
But he's also the one that found them too.
Yeah, but I mean, sometimes you can't
let
stay
me tell
fully
you,
loyal to someone like that, bro.
And let me tell you, he's been tried. They've tried to buy that contract from him on 2 occasions.
And they didn't let him?
Hell no. For 2 separate prices. One time they offered him 1.5 for that contract. Way early too. We talking early. And don't forget, you can see that another company, it's public. Another company tried to get him. And then, you know, Samson was able to get him back from Top Rank. But I hear that there was also an offer in that. Like, since they seen they couldn't get him and he was going to get him back, they're like, yo, fuck it. Let's go half on him. I'll give you XYZ to co-promote.
That's crazy, bro. I just feel like he's the main issue behind the Benavidez team, bro. I hope by the time he's done, he doesn't re-sign with no Al Haymon or PBC, and fucking looks somewhere else, bro. Like it hasn't been working for you there, and you've been there how many years, Ness?
I mean, but you
Time
say
to move on.
It hasn't been working from a opponent standpoint, but he's made it clear that he's been making massive amount of money since 21, and that's the reason that he was doing the coke and wilding out. You know, he was young, he had Lamborghinis, so yeah, he's doing okay. And technically, He's a 3-time champ or something like that. So, like, he might not get the Canelo fight, but he, with Al, he's made a lot of money and built his own legacy. Johnny Thunder, you ducking that free counterpunch, huh? We got Bernard Banks, $7 Canadian. King Amin, I heard you joined the Canelo Security Protection Corporation, headed by the CEO Ness and the president Danny, hiding from the monster. Say it ain't so.
Listen.
No, they don't
Listen,
want. They
I'm
want you to
showing reality.
They want you to be like them and not comprehend black and white. It's so sad.
Like, come on, what do you want me to do? You want me to go back into the listen, it's a lot of things I wish I could change about my past, man. I can't do nothing about that, what happened back in February and May of 2022. As it stands now, Canelo was offered a terrible series of fighters, and it's the old bait and switch. I mean, that's like something for nothing. It sounds like a lineup. Like, yeah, come over, you know what I'm saying? Yo, what you got? Yeah, just bring it on. Just bring it on. Whatever you got, just bring it to me.
They tell you, like, yo, we got that puree for 35, and you come, that shit whack. That shit got 300 worth of cut. You talking about you still want 35. Y'all fools, man. I'm telling you, y'all the dudes that get got. Y'all wanna throw out smart business for morals and pride. Like, well, he's got to have cojones. Nah, this is his opportunity to make them pay him what they paid for the Pacquiao fight, what they paid for the McGregor fight. This is his opportunity because we want the fight. So Turkey Al-Sheikh might give it to us in December. Who knows?
That's a possibility, but it's discernment, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes you got to know when to back away, when to walk away. And if it was looking, not like a good situation over there, anybody's entitled to look and say, I don't want to deal with that. Some of you guys might have sat at the table and said, give me more. Not me. I'm not protecting Canelo. I'm protecting the principle of good business and options.
Exactly. But if we talking boots, contracts matter. That's what I'm saying. Like, these guys pick and choose the argument. When it's boots, the contracts matter. He ain't really with Al. He with Now Promotions. He in a lawsuit. He had another lawsuit. Like, contracts matter when they matter. London runs boxing 5-pounder. Penny for Benavidez thoughts. Knowing Al values the Charlos more than him baffles me how David wasn't on the contract. Double exclamation emoji, glove emoji. Riding Ace 7-0. So JC can't have a drink on vacay. Snowflakes, clown emoji. Okay, Jamal Charlo can't have a drink on vacay. I think that went over your head. So since you used the clown emoji, we're going to say you're the clown because the other clown is on vacation when he's supposed to be allegedly in camp for a Jamal Charlo versus Canelo fight. So having rum punch on vacation when you're less than 70 days out from a potential Canelo fight. Now check this out. I mean, you see what I'm saying? They pick and choose what matters, right? So here we go. Now, they want you, in the beginning of the show, they wanted us to be okay with the amendment. Let's be okay with it hypothetically for the sense of argument here. We're cool with the amendment. That which now means what? Rum Punch
is gonna fight Canelo
next, but not
the
for
same guy.
But not for 20. Not for 20.
Yeah.
For $35 million. The same guy that this clown emoji is protecting by dissing you for calling him Rum Punch. So we're supposed to be okay that now we got to pay $80 to watch Jamal Charlo get the rum punch beat out of him.
A guy who we know isn't prepared because we seen him not only deny that he was in talks for the fight, he ordered a fucking rum punch over his left shoulder. So since you're so sensitive, my friend, again, I got nothing against anybody and their vices, but you protect your own issues with alcohol, man. Don't project them out into the world, friend. Be stronger.
Riding A70 right back at us with a $5 says, counterpunch for CYP. He cooking. We'll get to that. We got Juan Diaz, $5. David fucked up by losing his belts, not being up on his game. He snorted and overate. Stay on your game, champ. Mad at Nello because David fucking up? Counterpunch, CYP.
Y'all right. Y'all 100% right. David fucked up, right? He did. The drugs and then the weight. Oh my God, he fucked up. Fucked up. Hey, didn't Canelo fuck up as well? Canelo fans, didn't he pop for computer raw and get suspended 6 months? Didn't he? Did he lose his payday? Did he lose his fight with Triple G? I'm confused for you bitch ass motherfuckers who want to play detective and want to act like you more valuable than thou. I find it funny as a motherfucker. Y'all forget that part? Y'all forget that? Oh, so yeah. Dave is different though. We get it. Hey, do y'all realize that David got stripped of his belt?
CYP, I know
in
you
less
don't
than-
want me to interject, so I'm going to pause so you don't feel robbed. But, like, you do understand
go ahead,
it's
go
not
ahead.
the same situation because Canelo is the payday, right? So he popped and still got the Gennady fight because he's the payday.
Cool.
I'm pausing. I'm pausing. I just wanted to help you there.
And that didn't help shit because we're not talking about you because you're not giving out the money to the motherfucker. We're talking.
I know that.
There we go. Hey, if I pay, let me talk. Do what you got to do after, homie. We keep it respectful. It's very simple. You're not the one paying him the $50 million. The fans are the ones complaining about, oh, David shouldn't have lost his belt. David shouldn't have done this. So if you're going to be the complainer, be the complainer, homie. Don't be the hypocrite, homie, because you're not giving Canelo all the money, dummy. So it don't matter what the bank's giving him, what PBC's giving him, or what the zone's giving him. You're not doing it. You're the one talking about dudes should be better at this and better at that.
I'm pausing it
Oh,
again.
there we
I'm
go.
pausing. Yeah, I
There
have
we
to because
go.
you know
There
I
we go.
forget. You know I'm forgetful, so I'm pausing.
There we go. Go ahead.
It's funny that you're saying we're not the one paying the 50 and whatever you were saying, right? But when it's Tank asking for Ferraris or Tank receiving offers, it don't matter because Tank generates and he's good
Who
over
said that?
there and you know
Who said
sign
that?
the
Who said
PBC
that?
and no, this is the general consensus, right? This is the general
No, it's not.
talking
No,
points.
it's not. No, it's not.
I'm
No, it's not.
unpausing now.
That's what
I'm
you're saying.
unpausing now.
No, that's what you're saying. I've never said no shit like that because I told you, Tank sat there and told you he don't make his fights. So anything Tank says about who he's fighting or what he wants, he's just talking. That's why he tweets and deletes. You can take it seriously. I'm not telling you not to. It makes your shows good. We know Tank topics are killers in this motherfucker. So believe anything he tweets. Don't put that shit on me because I told you it's not real if he's saying it. Don't work that way. But back to the topic. Do y'all realize that when David lost his belt in August, literally 4 months later, Canelo's fighting for that motherfucker? God damn it! That quick? You telling me you want to be undisputed that quickly? Who the fuck makes a decision that quickly when you got a camp that's gonna take at least 2 months? You got another month for negotiations. How the fuck did you even think that belt could be on the line? Why would you even think about asking to put that belt up? Damn it, you move quick, man. You move so fast to get that dude belt and block him out of shit. You don't want him to have no opportunity to be WBC champion because then you have to go collect his belt. We're not dumb, and I'm going on the record right now telling y'all this. I believe that Canelo and David Benavidez is the biggest duck that we've seen in the past 10 fucking years in boxing. There's too much proof to go on with this timeline. This duck is bigger than AJ Wilder because AJ, in his credit, was going to fight Wilder after Parker. So AJ, I'm taking you off of that list. UK fans, give my credit. It is Canelo.
Can I ask you one question?
It is Canelo now. Let's go.
One question, CYP. And I agree with a lot of the points you said, but would you be okay with paying to see, and again, I lack certain discipline too, but would you rather see this Jermall Charlo, the condition he's in now, or lack thereof, against Canelo in a fight?
If are we saying it gets a David at the end?
Yeah, even if
Hell
we get
yes.
David at the end,
Yes.
this Jermall Charlo
Yes.
that's ordering the run punch over his
Yes.
left shoulder,
Yes.
that
Listen,
we'd have
I
to
don't-
see him get in the ring against Canelo
Yes.
just to get David
Anybody.
Benavidez.
Listen to me. I'll see Berlanga to see David. I'll see Munguia to see David. I don't give a fuck who it is if we get David. It don't matter if it's a sparring match and it don't count. I'll see an exhibition if we get David. The point is, David versus Canelo, right, crowd? Ain't that what I want to see? So who gives a fuck who he fights in the meantime? That's my
All right, champ. Yeah, I won't take that. You know, if you're gonna give me what Ward did, then I'm okay with it. See, this is what happens. We continue to bend, and then, you know, we hunchback. No, we okay with what they did to Ward. They gave him Sullivan Barrera and what's that dude's name? He was a weird name. We never seen him again. God damn it. Whatever. It didn't matter because, again, we never seen that dude. And then we got the pay-per-view fight. You ain't about to make me pay $80 for Rum Punch just to pay $80 for Benavidez. No. And shout out to CYP. You know, he comes on here every single day and reminds us how successful he is. If he wants to set up a GoFundMe for the people that's not willing to pay for Jamal first, that's cool. I employ him, and I'm signing up for that. I want to receive my 80 because I'm not paying for Rum Punch just to get Benavidez. That's not what I'm doing. I'm sorry. But we got counter punches here from, I know I seen, we got one still for Johnny Thunder, high in the clouds. We got 1, 2 now for Two-Tone the Superstar. So, Mr. Superstar, we need you to come back to the show. And we got
from the UK at, man.
And we got one more for Moo Staffer, a.k.a. Moose. Where you at? What up?
Okay. Am I coming in clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I had to pull over real quick. I got an appointment I'm headed to. I'm running late and I'm smoking Hardin. Oh, man, it's a damn shame. But anywho, yeah, man, you got me excited with that conversation this morning, man. I had to double back, and just touch on a couple of points. Now, you mentioned that if me and you had a contract to wash cars, and I came 2 cars, and I came 3 cars, and I came there and there was an RV, 2 cars in an RV, what would I do? Now, before we can even go there, we must say this. If I had a contract for 3 cars, and I came and cleaned each car on a separate day. So on the second day, I cleaned the second car. And when I clean the second car, I scratch it to the point to where it's going to need body work. But I can't. That wasn't part of the contract. There was nothing in the contract that said if I do. I mean, we don't know if there was anything extra in the contract, But if I scratch a car, what are you gonna do?
If you scratch my car, fuck, yo, you got to pay to fix it.
Okay,
You wash my shit for free then.
Yeah.
How much it costs to fix it?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
But-
I don't know about that washing it for free because that's an amendment. Nah, we had a contract. You were supposed to wash my car. You fucked it up. Now you're going to wash it, and you also going to get it fixed.
And whose money? So who has to come out of pocket in order for that to happen?
You.
Okay. Now, I say that because it can be likened to Al Haymon and Canelo. I'm not defending anyone. I'm not on Al Haymon's side. I'm not on Canelo's side. But if 2 people are negotiating, and in the second fight or the second time that person's supposed to get paid for whatever it is that they're doing, they the performance or whatever they did is underwhelming. It causes, it's not worth the payment. It's not worth what you're getting. And so you want something out of that. You want to be compensated for that because it didn't do what you thought it was going to do. So you go back and you say, hey man, can you do this for me? And I'll make sure that you get this, but I need you to do this for me because you fucked up on this. Regardless of whose fault it was a fuck up. So I need to be compensated for that. The person who in this situation that would be Al Haymon. He needs to be compensated for that because what happened between Jamel Charlo and that shit was bullshit.
Nah.
Nobody saw that coming.
No, that don't work that way. What do you mean, dude? Charlo is only there because of Al. What the hell are we talking about?
And the second car that I scratched is only there because of you.
No. Listen, it's a 3-fight deal signed last June, bro. Al made the shitty deal. That's what I'm saying. Blame Al Haymon.
And when was the deal shitty? When did the deal become shitty?
The minute he gave it to him, it never had David.
Okay, then if Canelo don't never make a bad business decision, why would he sign a shitty deal?
No, shitty for us, the fans, because it never had David move. Like, it was never David since June. That's what you're not
Okay.
reading. Go read the article. He signed the
Now,
3-fight deal that did not include David Benavidez last June.
and you say David was added because
Never
what happened
added.
in the fight,
Never added. Never
not
added.
added, but it was proposed because something had happened along the way that was unexpected. There was something with the money that the money wasn't generated
No,
because
listen.
or the next fight isn't going to generate.
The only unexpected thing that happened was that Al overvalued Charlo, and the fight didn't generate what Al wanted. So his plan of giving you two brothers back to back failed, but he put that on paper, brother. I gotta go. The bell rang, but you are wild, and you need to read the article. My man talking about Jamal's only there because of Al. No, I mean because of Canelo. No, he's there because Al put him on the contract in June. Like, what are we talking about? King Counter, CYP, courtesy of Renaissance Dad. Potato chip, $2. Jamal Charlo versus Canelo, way better than Bud versus Davis. You're fucking kidding me.
What'd he say?
Yeah. Somehow Jamal and Canelo is better than Bud and Tank. He's crazy. That's crazy. Two-tone, the superstar. You got a counterpunch from Drew and from, I got to find it, but the Truth sends a counterpunch for Jay Will. Jay Will, counterpunch from the Truth. Suleiman, a scholar.
Yes, so yeah, man. I think with that Jamie Monquilla fight is made, right? It's official. It's made. Honesta.
Jaime Munguia versus Canelo is not official yet.
Okay, so I think the Berlanga fight will generate more, man. I still think, in my opinion, it will generate more. So Puerto Rican, Mexican rivalry. That fight should be made. That fight should be made, man. And then he should just move on, man. Because all this negotiation is stalling. They just stalling. They don't have the money, right? So you should move on to bigger and better things and give the opportunity to Berlanga. You know what I'm saying? Give the opportunity to Berlanga. That fight right there, that fight is to me, bro. I think the guy's too big for Canelo, bro. Canelo's gonna have a lot of problems with that guy. You know what I'm saying? So that fight should be made and move on to bigger and better things. Go where the money's at and continue to do what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? But also there's a guy that said that we only talk about Canelo, and he called in. We could talk about the Mahmoud Child, the Cuba Puru fight. You haven't mentioned that. That fight's gonna take soon. It's gonna happen. He's gonna defend. Even though Pulab is 42, but it's gonna be a stay busy fight. Maybe he could get a fight with Tyson Fury or somebody else. And also, Turkey Ashik should look into this guy called Sami Abdullah, Egyptian heavyweight champion. He fights in Egypt. He's a heavyweight champ. He's a southpaw heavyweight. Maybe he could. He's unbeaten, by the way. Maybe he could sign him up, give him a contract. Turkey Ashik is looking for new people to fight, and he's also Arabic. He could speak Arabic, so he's fluent with the country. It'd be nice if you could mention him in the show. Maybe Turkey Ashik could be interested and sign him up. So yeah, I'm listening to the show. Everything is cool. Much kudos, man. Great work, and thank you for having me on.
All right. Suleiman, the scholar, appreciate you. What we got? Jay Will, you there? Jay Will. Hello, Jay Will.
Yo, yo. You can hear me?
Yes.
Hello? My bad, my bad. Um, yeah, man. Good looking on the counter punch. Who was that? The truth?
Yeah.
Who sent the counter punch to me?
Yeah.
Yep. Good looking. I just want to do. This is like a quick overview of the whole situation, man. And I just want to see if this is still your king. So he gets the belt 4 months after David gets popped, and David has to drop it. He come and gets the belt 4 months after that. Canelo go do his thing. Benavidez tries to get back into title contention. Canelo fights Plant. Comes over to PBC. He fights Plant. PBC then sends over an offer for 100 million. Canelo turns it down. Doesn't want to fight Benavidez, but he fights Bivol at 175.
No, I mean I thought it was
Um,
the legacy issue. That's why he turned it down. He went to go fight for legacy versus Bivol.
he went to go. I'm saying he went to go fight Bivol. He loses. Then he gets an opportunity to come back to BBC. Now, again, as I stated earlier, you being a businessman, I think we can both agree that the 3-fight deal that had one fighter, one weight class below him in Jamal, 2 weight classes below him in Jamel, and 3 weight classes below him in Spence, we can all agree that that wasn't the first deal that Al Haymon sent over. If we know business, if we're going to be honest about how people negotiate, that wasn't the first offer he sent over, but that was the only one that Canelo agreed to. That's a fact. So, with all that being said, even after that, so Al Haymon does something dumb and sends over that 3-fight deal without Benavidez on there. Dumb move by Al. All right. After that, the first person he's really trying to run to go fight is Berlanga, who is even shittier than what y'all calling rum drunk or punch drunk, punch rum or whatever y'all call Jamal. Even you
Bro,
said
you saying
Berlanga.
that's what I'm saying. Y'all gotta learn how to comprehend, bro. He's not running to go fight Berlanga. That's what's being offered. Top Rank hasn't offered
What?
anything. Turkey Al Sheikh hasn't made anything public. He's not run. That's what the newest promoter who's interested in Canelo business is offering. Like these narratives is hilarious, bro. Your desperation
Okay,
to
so
see
what was
this
you saying?
guy
What was you
fail.
saying yesterday, Ness? Listen, what was you saying all day yesterday as
Man,
far as
whatever.
that being a good?
Do whatever you want, bro. Say whatever
Exactly,
you like.
exactly.
We see
At the
through
end of the
you.
day, all yesterday morning, you was applauding that Berlanga fight like that's the best move for Canelo. That's what you were saying.
It's the
I'm only going off
only
what you were saying.
offer on the table. What the fuck don't you get? It's the only. Tell us. I'm sorry. Since I'm the one not understanding, please tell the people what other offer is there.
I mean,
Hello?
Canelo.
What other
Yeah.
offer is there?
Well, there's other
Hello?
fighters.
What
There's
other
Crawford. He can
offer?
fight. He can fight Crawford.
My
Why can't he fight Crawford?
dude, that is the same promoter that we are discussing that he is not taking those fights because they're not on contract. Outside of him,
Right. Right.
now being a free agent, who is offering him a fight? Fuck is wrong
Because
with
he
you?
wanted to.
You just
He
wasting
wanted to
your
be a.
time though, but that's
No.
cool. There you go.
He wanted to be a stickler and fight somebody
I hear you.
who is a drunk. He wants to
Yeah,
fight
we
a drunk.
hear you. We hear you, but we don't hear you, champ. Kick rocks. You know what I'm saying? Contracts don't matter. Beat it. Counterpunch, Drew.
Yo, I mean Ness. Y'all remember when was Ryan and Tank agreed to fight, and all these cats was saying, "Oh man, that's Ryan's fault. He shouldn't have stuck to the."
You breaking up, but certainly I remember
and
exactly
Tank.
what you're
So
saying.
now it's
That
not
he,
gonna get
you broke up. You broke up. So repeat it.
Okay. Oh, it was good business when Tank had the rehydration clause and the catchweight, right? It was Ryan's fault for agreeing to it. He shouldn't have did it. He should have stuck to his guns, right? But it's okay for Tank and them to do that, and it's currency over legacy when it's Tank. But now Canelo can't be in his currency over legacy. His legacy's built. I thought Floyd Mayweather said you can't feed his children legacy. So what's up? So Canelo can't do the same thing now? Oh, I get it. It's Black History Month, and you got to let your guy do it and stay on code. I get it. But when the shoe's on the other foot, y'all get mad and start crying. A 19-year-old pro, a 19-year pro in Canelo can't make the same moves the 11-year-old pro Tank is doing, who hasn't unified. But it's okay when they get a smart contract and someone signs it like an idiot like Ryan Garcia. But it's bad that Al Haymon. It's not bad that Al Haymon made a bad contract with Canelo, and Canelo's got to be the honorable one and amend it. Come on, man. Y'all hypocrisy is hilarious, bro. Currency over legacy. Let's go, Canelo. Keep making them mad. They're going to buy your paper. They don't even buy the pay-per-views anyways. We the ones, the hardcores that go to the fights, pay with tickets, or buy pay-per-views. And we said it. We don't want to buy Berlanga. We want Benavidez. But y'all mad that Al Haymon made a bad business move, and you're trying to blame Canelo now, bro. Currency over legacy.
Breaking up, Drew. You going under, champ.
That for his. Hear me now?
Nah, you breaking up bad.
I think we lost him for a minute at least.
Art, what up?
What's good, Ness?
Buenos dias.
All right. Before I get started, did you see that Dan Raphael article?
Which
I think
one?
it was yesterday.
That's the one we using.
Yeah, he was like, they would have gave him Benavidez in September they would have gave him the Charlo fight if he fought Benavidez in September.
Yeah, but that wasn't part of the contract, was it? You forgetting the word amend.
But let me finish. Who was the third fighter? Who was the third fighter, Ness?
You asked Al Haymon that. But guess what it was? Guess what it was? It was an American not named David, because if you read the article that you're trying to cite, it says at the bottom, clear as day, surprisingly, David was not part of the contract, right? Here it goes. I got it highlighted. Let me give you a screen share since you looked over this.
I just need to know who the third fighter was.
I mean, that's between you and Al Haymon. But what we do know is that the third fighter was not this man, because it says right here, complicating the prospect of a September fight with Benavidez was that, according to the one source, he was surprisingly not one of the opponents specified in Alvarez's 3-fight PBC agreement.
Okay, so who was the third fighter?
That you asked Al that.
So that means Al can make anybody the third fighter, correct?
Negative.
Why not?
Because in the beginning of the article that you state, I'm sad that you're wasting your call on me teaching you. In the beginning of the article that you stated, it said right here, 3-fight agreement signed in June between super middleweight, blah 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 blah, which will come to an end after completing just one fight of the deal. Sources with knowledge of the separation told Fight Freaks.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, Al Haymon can't have Benavidez as a third fighter.
No, we know that it's not, because that's what the article is telling you, that it was not.
But the article just said that he just offered Benavidez as the third fighter.
As an amendment, which again, I double down. You keep forgetting to tell.
You have to put somebody.
No, you're not listening. You're not listening. There is somebody who they haven't revealed to us. What the article does state is that he attempted to amend the contract and offer Terrence Crawford and Benavidez. And Canelo said, you said Jamal for $35 million. Now you're saying 20. No, you're not listening. He was cool, yes, for 35, but Al was not. Al said, based off what took place with the brother, we only now want to pay you 20, even though your contract states guaranteed. That's why Canelo's a free agent.
Let me read it right here.
Go ahead, read it, but the bell rang, player. That's what I said. You should have did all that before. You wasted your call.
No, I won't say.
I hear you, but we don't. Jay Billy. Yo.
Yes, sir. Shout out me. Shout out Ness putting in that motherfucking work. It's crazy, dog. We got so many people that call in talking about that business shit, but when it comes to Canelo, all of a sudden it's different. All of a sudden, when it comes to Canelo, people thinking different shit. Y'all got to think about it like this. If you give me a contract and you specify the terms in the contract, and then the contract isn't going your way, but whatever you wanted to happen in the contract is not going your way. So now you want to renege. Now you want to do something new. You just gonna let somebody do that to you? No, you gonna fulfill that contract. If you come to me and say, hey man, I know we wanted this at first. That's not looking good too more. That's not looking too good anymore. So we want you to do this now. No, motherfucker, you gonna pay me the bread that you already said you was gonna pay me. You gonna abide by this contract, and if not, I'm walking. Come on, fam. Y'all need to stop looking at stuff like boxing fans.
Champ, I'm gonna pause your time because you triggered me, right? Like since you said you've been listening so long a few shows ago, you know this particular matter where contracts matter. When it came to Bud, and I was on the opposite side, I was a Bud hater. People thought I was a Bud hater because I'm like, why the fuck he re-signed? And all the Bud tenders, what they say? Well, Bob said if he can't get him to fight, that's $1 million more, Ness. That's $1 million more. You gotta take that. What other welterweight making what Bud making? So Bud was cool because he had a contract. Now Canelo got a contract. It don't matter. But go ahead, champ.
And this is what I'm saying, dog. Like, to y'all people saying it's gonna affect his legacy, what has David done to if Canelo doesn't fight him is gonna affect his legacy? Who is David? Who is David's Kovalev? Who is David's Cotto? Who is David's motherfucking Laura? Like, come on, dog. Why are we doing this? What has David done in this sport? He just started getting active. And then y'all will say, okay, so what has Benavidez done? What has Berlanga done? None of them have done anything. None of them have done the things they need to do to deserve the fight. That's why if I'm Canelo, when I'm ready to get out these motherfucking silk sheets and give you your highest payday and the best name on your resume, I'm going to do that. But it's going to be on my time. It's not on your time. I'm the boss of this shit. That's how I know some of y'all ain't never been no bosses. You feel me? Y'all ain't never been no bosses out here because I'm going to do what I want to do. And you gonna roll when I roll. You feel me? You gonna follow right behind. You gonna march to the beat of my drum. I don't march to the beat of nobody else's drum. You feel me? I'm the boss. This ultimate A-side shit. Y'all love to talk that Tank shit. Tank ain't even did half of what Canelo did in this sport. Be objective. This is a real throwback fighter. Like, come on, dog. This is a real throwback fighter that has damn near fought everyone. Did y'all forget he was gonna fight Paul Williams? Did y'all forget that? Who is David Benavidez compared to him? What has David Benavidez done in this sport compared to Paul Williams? Like, y'all not thinking about it, like, realistically. Like, Ness, I'm not getting it. I'm not getting it, fam. People don't see that Canelo really the godfather
They're
out
in
here.
denial.
Like I said yesterday, he's going to make you an offer that you can't refuse because it's going to be your highest payday, period. But yeah, Ness, man, y'all keep on putting in that work. I need to get back in. I'm going to tap back in and somebody say something.
Sorry for the dead air. Trying to get an interview. TYP, I'm assuming you got a counterpunch. Let me double check here what we got. Two-Tone, you certainly got one long time ago from two different people.
Yo, what's new, man? It's your boy Two-Tone Superstar. Please say the superstar. Salute to salute to the nigga that did the counterpunch. Respectfully. Side note, Turkey Ali Sheik just dropped the greatest boxing trailer of all fucking time with Anthony AJ Joshua and that nigga Francis Ngannou. That is the greatest boxing trailer I have seen in boxing history, and I know you're gonna cover it. That shit is a fucking movie. Now, to Canelo Saul Alvarez. The man's in silk pajamas. The man sold us that he wanted to fight for legacy. When Floyd Mayweather had a questionable fight against Maidana, he didn't say currency over legacy. He said run that motherfucker back. Run that shit back. When is Canelo saying I'm going to hunt David Benavidez? And all you boxing fans, it's not our job to play fucking manager. I don't get a fucking hard on about fucking contracts, billions. I can't spend none of that fucking money these niggas got. What I can enjoy is the fucking fade. This is the fade game. And the best fight in Canelo's division, 168, not 155 pounds, which he was fighting at early in his career. The best fight right now is David the Mexican. Facts. What's the most? So Ness, you mean to tell me biggest payday?
The biggest fight in boxing is Terrence Crawford and Canelo, man.
Okay, so basically Canelo's two highest risk is his two biggest paydays. Am I correct?
Say what?
His two highest risk of fucking losing is his two highest paydays.
I wouldn't. I mean, who are you saying is his risk?
Terrence, like this version right now of Canelo cannot beat Terrence Bud Crawford. This version of Canelo right now cannot beat David the Mexican Monster Benavidez. But he want to fight 154-pound Jermell Charlo. He want to fight.
That's who Al put on the contract, man. You gotta get over that. That's your man Al Haymon.
So it's so convenient to play the semantic game. Oh, I'll do the contract now since you about to put a drunk. Oh, when Al in the shadows.
Ain't that the same thing Tank did? Sign the contract now because Ryan had rehydration catchways. I mean, that's how it goes.
Okay.
You sign the contract that favors you. You don't sign the one that you don't think is good. Only Devin did that and still didn't get respect. Remember?
No, Devin the Dream, Dev Dollars Haney, when it all said and done, he's going to be looked at as a legacy fighter. Tank Davis is one loss away from being Adrian Broner. That's how he wants to live his career. He's playing fucking Russian roulette. One loss for Gervonta Tank.
You got another one if you wanted. It was two people sent one.
Okay, let me hear Drew's. I know Drew going to come back with the billions.
I got an interview. This should be good.
All right.
Let me get ready here. King Amin there. Gonna throw my man. Bam. Vito.
Ness, where are you?
I'm in Florida right now, man. It was cold in Vegas back in January, so I came to my Florida spot for a little while to soak in the sun, man. Where are you?
Now I'm picking up my father. My father's been in the hospital since Vito fought December 29th. You know, he wasn't doing well, and he took a turn for better a little bit. So the first time he's ever getting out, we're taking him to the diner to eat in a wheelchair.
Okay, well,
sorry
shit. To hear your father wasn't
no, that's
doing well.
good. Let's get to the point. I'm a loyal guy. I'm as dead loyal as could be, but I'm also direct and to the point. You know? Let me see if I got you better. I could see you now.
So tell us. Obviously, you're listening to the show and you don't agree with things that I am saying.
Well, I don't agree with one thing, what you're saying about the Canelo situation. When you're a businessman, right, and you have money, you don't throw good money into bad money, right? Not saying that Canelo's bad money as a fighter himself, but business-wise, when you're cherry picking, right, which he deserves to be because he earned it, right, and you do a deal with him, you can't be going to fight somebody and then you want the money and you want me to go in as your business partner and lose, right? And then when I'm offering you another fighter, you don't want to fight it because you feel you want to say that you don't want to fight two Mexicans, right? And the fight was offered to him and he didn't take it. Don't say it wasn't offered to him. And we offered a fight, and when the Charlo thing fell off, which I agree, how it fell off, whatever the case may be, right? It's not worth the $35 million. Why would my friend go and lose money to put money in his pocket? He's from Mexico.
No,
we're
cool,
American.
Cool, but let's stick to the facts though.
Yeah.
Yes, it's a fact he would probably lose money if he does the Charlo fight, but it's also a fact that he wrote on a contract that Canelo was entitled to the $35 million to fight Charlo.
Correct. And then as a businessman, he decided for the company not to waste the money.
So
Let
it's
me ask you something.
still
Wait,
a
Ness, let me
breach.
ask you something.
No,
Let me
but
ask
for
you, it's not a
facts,
breach. It's not a breach. It's not a
you're
breach.
refusing to pay me.
No, it's not a breach. We didn't do the second fight. We broke ties together and let it go. Let me ask you
Because
something.
you don't want to live up to your end of the contract, though.
No,
the only.
Ness.
I mean,
Ness,
the
we
articles.
told him,
Go ahead.
fight for this amount. Next fight for double the amount. Work it out so we don't. So let's not get hurt. How about that? Let's work together if we're a team. It was a partnership, Ness. It was a partnership.
But in
I don't
June,
go to work. If I wouldn't go to work with you, Ness, and me go home eating filet mignon and letting you have a cheeseburger,
no,
I
for
eat
sure.
together. I eat together with my partners.
What food was on the menu in the June contract that I signed? That's all I want to
Did
know.
he? Did he eat? Did he eat?
But what was on the menu?
Wait, did he eat? Did he eat?
He ate. He ate a little
Did he
baby
get paid?
cub. He got
Did he get paid?
He got paid.
Okay. My friend don't owe nobody in the business. Zero.
He owes Canelo
Nobody.
a fight
You made a
versus
statement.
Charlo.
You made a statement that Gary, right? Gary's very wealthy. Gary ain't starving.
He's wealthy, but he never got the fight he begged Al Haymon for his entire
Listen,
career. No, let me run it down for those that don't know.
I wouldn't say he begged. I wouldn't say he begged.
I mean, I can pull up a dozen interviews with Gary per fighter that I'm going to name throughout his career. He begged for Tank. He begged for Abner. He begged for Leo Santa Cruz. He got none. The man never unified. But he's wealthy.
How did he get wealthy?
No, that's the upside. That's always the upside.
Well, that's what it's about. Money.
That's the counter.
When we close our
That's
eyes,
the counter.
when we close our eyes, we want to feed our families, right?
I mean, Floyd closes his eyes, and when he opens them, he says,
Wait,
I am the greatest fighter to ever live.
Did Floyd leave? Didn't Floyd leave, Bob?
He left Bob.
Why did he leave Bob?
I'm assuming a bad contract.
No, you're not assuming. You're making a statement. Make the statement. He left because he would have never been wealthy with Bob. Just like Bud wasn't going to be wealthy with Bob.
I mean, so we're going to blame Bob for... We're going to... Hold on, we got to have a conversation.
I know, but Bob builds champions. We build superstars.
But we're going to blame Bob when it's Al that didn't want to make the fight? Wasn't Earl cleaning his side of the street? Come on, Vito.
I think it goes both ways in that. I think Al did beautiful for Bud.
Listen, Bob knew, and he always said that Earl would get his ass kicked. The one that didn't want to do the fight was Al.
All right, so let's watch this. I'm gonna ask you a question now. I watched Shakur Stevenson fight our fighter from PBC, right? With Sampson, right?
Yep. De Los Santos.
Right? And he did a wonderful job. Boxing, the science of boxing, like Floyd said. Hit and not get hit, correct?
He engaged a lot less than any Floyd reference, yes.
No, but did Bob say Shakur did a wonderful job on defense, right?
Yeah, of course. He talked him up. But then he talked down Jermaine Ortiz for doing the same performance, but better.
Sideways. You know why he talked down Jermaine Ortiz? Because he's not his fighter.
Because it's a co-promotion.
No, because it's not his fighter. It's Jimmy Birchfield's fighter.
Exactly, a co-promotion.
Okay.
We're saying the same
thing.
thing.
How could he say on air to the country, to the world, and talk down about Jermaine Ortiz and say that it was disgusting him running around the ring when Jermaine engaged more than Shakur did in his fight?
So the answer to that is because that was the last fight on Jermaine's co-promoted contract with Top Rank, and they had no intentions of signing him.
Here's why. He was protecting his company and his fighter.
Well, of course,
that's why he said that.
He's got to big up Shakur, but that brings me to my other point. At least Top Rank has a spokesperson speaking for PBC.
Okay, could I ask you something?
Yes.
Isn't Al protect his fighters?
Does Al protect his fighters?
Yeah.
I'm sure, yeah.
Okay. So when that happened in that situation with Jermaine and Shakur, right? When Bobby did that, right? It's okay for Bobby because why?
It's not okay, but we know why he did it. That's all I'm saying. It's never okay, but we understand why he did what he did because he's a promoter. That's why Jermaine needs a mouthpiece speaking for him. Jimmy Birchfield doesn't speak for him.
Okay. Here's what I believe, and everybody has their own beliefs. Everything in life and everything in business has transitions, right? It goes in peaks and valleys. Sometimes you're doing well, sometimes you're not doing well. I'm doing well. Not just financially, emotionally, things happen in life, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Now you can assume I'm going to bet on my guy because I know my guy is rock solid. I'll go to the end. I'll go to the end with him. I still see what he does for fighters that he don't have anymore financially and helps them. He don't forget about people. He's deep. He's deep here. That's more important than anything in life.
I mean, did you see my Andre Durrell interview? He said he didn't get a call since the Unesco fight, and he just retired. He wished he would have got a call from Al.
So one fighter makes a statement that means Al didn't do nothing, so Al's wrong.
No,
How about the other 100 fighters? How about the other 150 fighters?
But every
I
fighter
know, but
counts.
how about the other 100?
Stanionis got almost 3 years out. He told us on this show right here he's broke. In Lithuania, broke.
Well, that's not our fault that the guy misused his money, Ness. Come on. I know my son ain't broke. I know my son's 21 years old, very wealthy. 21.
Your son's active.
21.
Your son has way more activity than Emantis Stenonius.
Well, doesn't Stenionis have papers with a manager?
Shelly Finkel, Al's buddy.
Why hasn't Shelly helped him?
I mean, they had him in 3 scheduled canceled fights.
Wait, so how about Deontay Wilder? Isn't he with Shelly?
Yeah, and he's got a 3-fight deal with with DAZN now.
DAZN isn't. DAZN is the network. And wasn't Louis DeCubas over with Shelly over there representing PBC?
For Wilder?
Oh, yeah, wasn't he?
I didn't.
You didn't know that.
No, I didn't know.
Of course, you didn't know that.
I wasn't in
you don't
Saudi.
know the deep. Because you don't know the depths. Louis was there with him.
Okay. I mean,
there's a lot of bullshit. There's a lot of bullshit, Ness.
But Vito, is he not signed to? Is he not 3 fights on DAZN?
No, that's a network. They're not signed. You signed to fight with the network. Everybody that's fighting over in Saudi is fighting on the network.
Exactly, DAZN.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean we're not eating. Our company's not eating.
I'm not saying you're not eating. Of course, you get your percentage from Wilder, but I'm just going to the point that Lou was kicked out on the curb for trying to get Wilder to DAZN, and now
Listen,
Wilder's
now I'm glad that you brought that up. Okay,
I'm just saying. I mean, I just want to understand.
You brought up Lou.
But let me say it.
Lou. Hold on. Okay. No, let me correct you.
Okay.
Lou wasn't kicked to no curb. Okay, because the way I was groomed in life. Loyalty is everything. Honor. Okay? When you go to bed, you put your head on the pillow, you shave. You got to know how you address another man, right? And what you do. If I'm feeding you every day, Ness, and I'm making you do my shows, Ness, and I'm putting money in your pocket every month, and you're my face, you never go in a room behind my back without me knowing. Ever. Ever. You're my guy.
Mm-hmm.
That means if you're with me, Ness, and I'm with you, when you go in a room, or if I go in a room and I'm not there, and you go in a room, we're one. Always.
Mm-hmm.
When you see my face, you know Ness is me and I'm Ness. How could you be representing, doing my shows at the Barclays, doing everything, and you're going to do something behind my back? How do you do that, Ness?
Now, I can see how that's an issue, but you see how the fans have an issue with Now Wilder is still at the zone where we wanted him, which means 7 years ago we would
Ness,
have got the
Ness,
AJ
when you have
fight.
a product, I know, but Ness, come on. When you have a product and you're building a product and you've done things behind doors for people, your fighters, and nobody knows about financially and everything, that's your product. That's your boy. You're gonna you protect you handle your shit. You don't
So
let other people talk for you. When you're broadcast right now, who sets you up every day? You, right?
yes,
And you have a partner?
I do, but not like that.
Okay,
I
if
have a
you're
co-host.
all right, you have a co-host. If your co-host went behind your back and was doing another network and it came up out of nowhere, wouldn't that offend you?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, how could you say that Lou did right by our friend? He didn't.
I never said that. What I'm saying is now you're working with the same network, so he was just ahead of the curve.
No, he's working with it's at the end of his career, right? You see it's at the end of his career, right? I think the Fury fights took a lot out of him. It would have taken a lot out of anybody, right? It was a amazing, amazing 3-fight, right? It was amazing for them, right? Now he went over there. If it was so ugly, Louis wouldn't have been there with Shelley.
I mean the issue is, Vito,
It was a
that
business move now.
I give you circumstances and you have your reasons. Like, it's like,
Well, you're talking about Lou. How could you justify Lou? He's disgusting what he did. Disgusting.
I'm just justifying the network. You're still working with that
No, you
network
said that Lou got kicked to the curb.
for bringing Wilder to the zone where he's at now.
Ness, he fucking was in bed with somebody. You're doing business with somebody. What are you talking about? You don't
I
bring
get you.
somebody somewhere else.
I get
You
you.
should have been kicked to the curb.
But listen, I see how it could only be looked at disloyalty, but the fact that you guys are still going to the same source now, fast forward, means that Lou had to have some sort of right in the situation.
No, how is that?
I don't see
How is
Wilder.
that? How is that after?
I don't see Wilder
How is that
signed to
after
this. I
40
don't see him
fights?
signed to ESPN. He's not on
How is
ESPN.
that
He's
after?
with the Zone.
How is that after 40 fights? He
It
can't
was.
fight. He
It
can't
wasn't.
fight none of He can't fight none of Bobby's heavyweights no more. It's over. He's doing at the end. He's maximizing his money in Saudi with the new guy. I would too. I would go cash out and retire. So would you. What are you kidding? Bring me
Oh
there. I'll
man.
fight anybody and take the money over there.
Okay, so defend the inactivity, man. Dudes
Can't
out
defend
here.
it right. Can't defend it right now. What you got to do as a fighter, and as we are one, we ride it with our guy. We work it out. We're waiting for things to burst. I'm loyal to the end. We ain't going nowhere.
Okay,
That's
so
our
what about
family.
Eddie
Go ahead.
Veloso saying that no matter what
Eddie's
anybody
a
says,
businessman.
yeah, but was he? He said he was never offered David on any contract from any promoter.
I'm not going to listen to Eddie because I've seen Ryan tell me a lot about Eddie. I've seen a lot of fighters talk negative about Eddie. Eddie talks out of both sides of his mouth, I heard. I'm not going to listen to that. I'm going to say that I know he was offered the money, and I'm going to listen to who I said he was offered the money. He never wanted to fight David. Why don't he fight David?
Why
He can
wouldn't
fight David.
Vito? Why wouldn't he fight fucking David? Why
Why
not?
wouldn't he?
Why
Because
wouldn't he? You tell me.
he'll get destroyed like he got destroyed against Bivol.
But that's not destruction. That's just an outboxed. What the hell?
He didn't get outboxed by Bivol. He was getting hurt.
Oh my God!
Go
Listen to
back
me.
to the fight and watch it. Mid rounds, he was getting beat up on the
Did
ropes.
the monster stop Caleb, or was it Canelo? Is he the Mexican monster since he
I don't
stopped
know.
Caleb?
So wait. Let me ask you something. I'm gonna say you're right. Let's give you that. Now let's go back. Now let's ask about one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Berlanga, and Munguia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are they more credible than Charlo?
At this moment, abso-fucking-lutely.
Who'd they beat?
Charlo's
No. Answer the question. Who'd
brother.
they beat?
Well, Munguia beat the same dude Charlo beat in better
Munguia was
fashion.
getting beat up. Munguia was getting beat up by Derevyanchenko. He got lucky in the end.
Same guy
Munguia
Charlo had a
went the
tough fight
distance.
with.
Watch this. Now I know you don't know this because I know you didn't do your homework. I baited you for this. I threw the bait out and you bit it.
No, because
Munguia fought Dennis Hogan, went the
Mm-hmm.
distance. Charlo knocked him out in 6.
Cool.
Who
And I know,
toyed with him?
and I know you don't know this. Munguia
Go ahead.
knocked out Montiel, who fucking Charlo looked like a fucking. I mean, his face looked like
But
hamburgers.
so then we're on the same page then, right?
Yeah,
You would say Charlo's pretty good. He knocked out Dennis Hogan and Munguia couldn't, right?
No,
Just like Charlo, just like Canelo went the distance with Ryder and Munguia knocked him out, right?
But I would say this: that Charlo used to be good, and now we don't know what he's at, and he struggled
No,
with
I don't agree to
Benavidez.
that. I agree, like going back.
He
People
struggled
have
with
issues.
Benavidez, who a welterweight knocked out.
Nice, it's empty. I would say that Jamal had some issues. He got through it. He's fixing his issues. He's doing wonderful with his family. He's a beautiful kid internally, the best of the best.
Vito.
Right? And people hit peaks and valleys and up and down. Okay? Do you ever see? I never seen you out on your wave running with your family, right?
No.
He's entitled to enjoy his family. He's not entitled. He's got 5 beautiful kids, right?
My dude, the fight is less than 70 days away. If Canelo,
the fight was never made.
But if
the fight was never even made.
Canelo would have took the amendment that you're speaking of, that he's afraid to take.
Canelo wanted $35 million to fight Charlo.
And that's
right?
what was
What is
on
he
the
gonna get? What is he gonna get? What is he gonna get?
Vito, don't do that. That's not what he wanted. That's what Al put on the contract. Okay. So, all he wants is what Al was giving him. That's all.
Business partners, remember that. That's what's being told to you. Business partners.
So you're saying that business partner means, hey, you notice we didn't do good on Jamel, you should take a pay cut because we're friends.
No, hey, let's renegotiate and sit down at a table and we'll do this, and this. So as a team, we make money. Don't ever say my man broke. My man don't have to show his teeth. I know he ain't broke.
I ain't saying
He's just
he was
smart.
broke.
He's just smart. A lot of people are saying he's broke. He don't have the money. We don't play with Eddie. We don't play with Eddie. Listen, we don't play with Eddie's daddy's money. Eddie plays with his daddy's money. He's been silver spoon.
Hey, man,
right?
I don't know. I see a lot of animosity on Eddie. Eddie got 6 years doing his thing.
I think Eddie's doing a wonderful. I think Eddie's doing a wonderful job. Stay right there, Dad. Stay right there. I think Eddie's doing a wonderful job.
Eddie snatched up Matias.
Yeah.
Why couldn't you guys take Matias to
Matias.
Puerto Rico? Yeah, because you couldn't take him to Puerto Rico. Because you couldn't take him to Puerto Rico.
You know that we don't promote. We didn't promote. You know we don't sign promotional contracts, right? You're aware of that, right?
Yeah.
Right. They come with promoters.
And they have fresh promotions.
Right?
They have fresh promotions, but they still wanted the backing of Al Haymon in a fight in Puerto Rico, and you refused to give him that.
I don't think we refused. I don't think we wanted to go to Puerto Rico. I don't think that's refusing. I just don't think, pick that here.
I mean, but that's what I'm saying. When does the trajectory of a fighter matter? When does what the fighter wants matter? When does the fighter wanting to achieve certain accomplishments matter? It's like, stay loyal.
I think a lot. You got him, Vito. You got Pop. I think a lot has to do with business timing for people, right? I think the Canelo thing was a great business move. I think the best thing we've ever made. You ain't making money, you don't stay there. I go to work to make money every day. I ain't going to work not to make money. I'm not letting nobody make me a sucker.
But why was Canelo Benavidez not on the original 3-fight deal from June, the one he signed?
I don't know. Would Eddie fight Benavidez?
Eddie who? Reynoso? Or Eddie
Yeah.
Hearn?
Eddie Reynoso.
I mean, according to his statement, yes, he says as long as certain
conditions so Eddie's
are met.
Eddie's with Eddie now, right? Eddie's with Eddie?
Not yet. It hasn't been made official.
But they're gonna, right? So tell Eddie to make the offer next fight. With see what happens.
You guys ain't gonna let him come across the street the same way you ain't let Charlo go fight Jaime over there or Charlo fight
didn't we do a 50?
over there.
Didn't we do a 50-50 promotion with Tyson and Bob?
Yeah, because it was Wilder.
What's the difference?
You didn't do no 50-50 promotion with Tank and Ryan.
It was a one-off.
You see? Every time I got a counter, he got an excuse. I love it, though. You're
What do you
great
mean?
at
It was a
this.
contract one-off. I'm never going to let you get the best of my friend. You can forget it.
I'm just saying, you want us to believe that somehow you're willing to send David to DAZN or do a 50-50, but you weren't willing to do it with Ryan and Tank. Come on, man. We're not falling for that.
Okay. You don't, Ryan, you know all along had no shot to win the fight, right?
And you
He
still
could fight
didn't
him.
do a 50-50.
He could fight. I know, but he could fight him 10 times. He can't win.
And you still
10
didn't
times.
do 50-50. And you still didn't do
Right.
50-50. And y'all still felt the need to put a catch weight and a rehydration and a mole in the camp. So why would I believe that if Eddie sends an offer? Look, Eddie sent an offer for Tank. Let's go to that. Let's go to that offer that Eddie sent Tank. The $10 million guarantee plus pay-per-view upside for a fight with Conor Benn in Las Vegas. He just refused that. They don't even counter. You guys don't even counter.
Yeah, I think you have some good points and you have some valid points in you, but Conor Benn is a waste of time. You've seen what he did against one of our guys in the stable.
But there was no counter offer. Like, okay, Eddie, I get Eddie. I text Eddie. Eddie, Vito says send an offer. He sends an offer and you guys don't like it and you don't counter.
Well, Vito's not making no offers to nobody. Vito's just with Vito, but I'm going to defend my friend till the end. Till I close my eyes. I'm with him for life.
I hear you. I'm with him for life too. I love Al.
Even if my friend retires and says no more, I'll have him advise my son till the day my son's done. Period.
I hear you because you know he's going to make him very wealthy.
Well, no, I know my son's going to make himself wealthy. My son is going to grow each fight. He started at 17.
Your
and
son
you'll
has
see
a
the
unique
fight.
contract, though. Your son doesn't have to wait around for Al. Your son fought at the Prudential Center after he fought with Al.
I did that fight myself.
All right, and that's my point.
And did it? Wait a minute. And
where's
didn't
Kenny
and didn't.
Sims?
Wait a minute. 5 other guys fought on other cards in California and on Marshall's cards that were with PBC when we were changing our after December 16th.
Yeah, and no press releases to let us know that Jared Hurd was fighting on a nondescript card and the other Joe Blow was fighting.
Those are called stay busy fights like everybody else does in the industry.
I guess the fans don't care about your fighters staying busy. Come on, Vito, knock it off, man. I love you.
No, those are stay busy fights. Listen,
so
Bobby has a beautiful platform, right?
Yes.
Beautiful platform. Bobby is the Yankees. Their team, everything about them. They're on point. They run a beautiful business. It's been in business for a long time. It's a great corporate business, right?
Mm-hmm.
I love their business. I love how they handle their stuff. I love everything. But I love Al more. and I think Eddie does a great job at what he's doing with his platform, right? It can only hurt if something happens to PBC. It can't help. But I can tell you this. I was taught this a long time ago by old timers. Patience is a virtue.
Patience. Yeah.
Patience is a virtue.
That's what
and
you
here's
guys,
something
that's
else,
what you
Ness.
guys are telling
Here's
Benavidez,
Ness.
right? Because he wasn't on the
and
contract.
here's something else, Ness.
Go ahead.
And here's something else that I learned.
Mm-hmm.
Silence quiets the critics. My friend don't have to stick out his chest. He doesn't care what people think. He knows he does right.
Yeah, but the people are the consumers, Vito. We're the consumers.
It'll listen, we didn't hear this when we were booming. We're changing. We're in transition. And it'll come.
Yes,
Everybody
you
will
did.
sit back and watch.
No.
Vito,
You heard
Vito,
this. Hold on.
With all due respect,
ahead,
brother,
hey, my buddy.
You're too cool. You turn into an Eskimo, man. You can't sit cool
What
forever,
happened?
man.
What happened?
You can't sit cool with your hands in your pockets. I think what a lot of people are pointing to, not talking about Al Haymon, they're just talking about the model where they see and hear a lot of fighters that are complaining about inactivity or they're turning down what seem to be good
So,
fights.
guys, you're aware that Premier Boxing is a platform, right?
I'm very aware of it.
Yes.
You're aware that Al Haymon, all those fighters that you've seen on the network, right? the network that he was using his platform for, Premier Boxing, are not his fighters.
They're
They're
advised
other
by him.
people's fighters. Not everybody on that platform. Hold on.
The model's
Not
not up to
everybody
us,
on
though.
that platform has a contract with Al. Not everybody. There's guys that he put on that platform that he does handshakes with people and put them on and let them grow. And I know. Well, listen,
Let me
everybody
get a
that you're
handshake with him
mentioning,
for 100 bands, then you doing it like that.
everybody that you've mentioned, right? Stenonis has a manager. He has a promoter. He was using us as a platform for exposure. Stenonis is one, right? Darrell, I think Darrell did pretty good in the industry, don't you?
Yeah, but he wasn't done. You know, it's the fighter that decides when he's done.
Okay, but wait a minute. When you fight with Bob and you get moved and you lose, sometimes you get walking papers that before you get out of the locker room after the fight,
But
right?
he didn't lose. You're right about that, but he didn't lose. He beat Yaneski Gonzalez. We made money on him, and he never got a call after that. He's still waiting on a call.
Is he signed with Al? Or his contract expired?
Oh, man, you got loopholes for yo. You
No,
are
Ness.
good.
Is he signed with
Hey,
Al?
Vito, they
Is
need
he
you.
signed with Al? Is he signed with Al?
I'm
Or
not
was it
privy.
expired?
Not privy to that information, man. I'm not privy
Well,
to that
then before
information.
you speak about it, you should find that out.
I mean,
Because
there's an
maybe he
interview.
didn't have maybe he didn't have an obligation to renew to give him another fight, and he put him somebody else in that was under contract with him.
And he also didn't call him back to tell him, hey,
Yeah.
your contract's expired and we no longer doing business. He just left him there.
I don't definitely don't agree to that.
The
But
interview
listen,
is
that's
out. The
hearsay.
interview
Like
is
I'm
out.
listening.
No, it's not hearsay. The
Yeah.
interview is on this channel. We conducted it with
Yeah, I know, but that's only one side, though, Ness.
for sure. And Al don't never give his side. That's the issue. We
No,
don't
that's
never
called
get his
somebody not
Al.
even that's called not an ego. Doesn't need to be out front. Doesn't care. This is a business, and he's performed a business.
And it can
Listen,
also
there's
be.
one thing listen.
Go
I'll
ahead.
come back on. This is the first time I see my dad in a little while. But listen, I love you guys.
Love
You
you
have
back.
valid points. You have valid points. And PBC, be patient. That's all I can tell you.
All right.
I learned that. Be
No fights
patient.
in April, Vito. No fights in April.
Be patient. Be patient. I
All
love you guys.
right, I love you. Shout out to Vito.
Jersey zone.
Yeah. Shout out to Jersey with the tough skin. But look, man. Whoa. Okay, that's he's got to be making them say. But yeah, no. There's just too many unanswered questions. They need a face. Lord, do you want to come back? All right, maybe he's in a bad service. But all right, we'll get back to these. We get back to this callers. Never leave a man behind. You know how it goes. We got that King counter for CYP courtesy of Renaissance Dad. We got Baby Joker that says, detail man sounds like bad business. I was lost as fuck. Nah, Moose needed to read the article. He got a counter punch. I'm sure he's coming back with a counter. $5. Juan Diaz. Nobody's a bitch over here, son. Be mad at Al. He fucked up. If the money right, a fighter will fight. Nello hate reaching all-time high. Money talks. Yeah, man. True. Martin Sains, $2 celebrating his 10th super chat. Free to chat, Ness. It's free. Sorry, I got tied up, man. I got tied up. Y'all can always hit up one of the co-hosts to remind me, but if it's Danny, you know he won't because he hates to open it. Aiden, $5. I don't know what these people are smoking, but it ain't Hardin. How can you expect Canelo not to take the best offer? Benavidez is a hard fight. Pay up, Al. Juan Diaz back at us, $2. Keep it real. Al fucked over David, point blank. Juan Diaz, $2. How you gonna bring over some I like and not give me? I guess he meant to say, how you gonna bring over someone I like and not give them to me? And that's him talking like if he's, Benavidez. Negron, $5. Ness, what would be No. What would the general consensus be if Canelo fights Beno after 2-3 fight deal with Matchroom DAZN? Fight could take place 2025. I don't think that they'll ever be mad because Benavidez is younger, so it's not like Canelo's waiting him out. You know, it's Canelo that's getting older. And Benavidez would get Canelo at the same age that Canelo used to get Cotto and those types of names. In that when Canelo's 34, 35-ish, 36, that's the time that Floyd fought Canelo. You know, it's all around the same thing. Counterpunch from Mr. Calderon for Drew after CYP's King counter. We got Mr. Calderon. Oh, man. I'm not reading that. Y'all cannot offend the guests. Mr. Calderon. Mike likes TV, $2. Canelo topic, 1.2, watching. Canelo is a draw. Yes, sir. We knew it. Let's get to King counter. CYP.
Yo, I'm going to use one of these. I know Drew probably going to say some dumb shit. So I'm going to use it to get back on his ass. And I still got my free one, which I have not used at all. Hey, do y'all realize, if you can do the math, the money he got guaranteed for Bivol and Triple G was less money or equal to the fight simply for Benavidez. That means the Charlo fight and Benavidez together was $100 million. That motherfucker didn't make $100 million when he stepped over there and took the Matchroom deal. So all this, it's about money shit. Oh, it's about money now. It wasn't about money over legacy then. Now it's about legacy over money. Which one is it with you motherfuckers? Y'all love to make up shit, but don't never have the intellect to just go look some shit up and do some numbers. Crunch the numbers, my man. If it's about money, he said pick that deal in February for $100 million. That's it. And just like Vito said, and I love when you talk to people who are outside of TBV, because they always seem to repeat what CYP say, because I told you, I'm the voice of the people. Use this TBV. TBV got its own narrative. But the real voices that talk outside of here, we never fall for that shit. Everywhere we go, when you look up Canelo fighting Berlanga and Munguia, look at the comments. Everybody's saying he's ducking. So when you come here and try to tell us otherwise, it's just your opinion against thousands and hundreds of thousands of opinions of the opposite. The same thing when it was with Devin, talking about he's the best, but people kept saying, no, it's Tank. You are fighting against the people. People. I love the people. I'm here for the people. Power to the motherfucking people. CYP up.
Yeah, CYP, you and Vito agree because you still be doing gangster business and shit. I wouldn't want to owe CYP nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you
I'm pretty
heard
sure
him.
CYP will show up on you, owe that man a nickel.
You heard him. Some dudes got handshakes. Bruh, Canelo don't fuck around with no handshake. That's why he was able to get out this contract. And he said it like, yo, we partners. Like, if you see we losing money, you know, let's renegotiate. But that's if Canelo want to be nice. If he want to just abide by his contract, it's either pay me or let me go. Like, I don't get what people want. But 2-pounder, Vito a company man. It's embarrassing. 2 exclamation points, boxing glove, crying out loud emoji, London runs boxing. Y'all got to stop, man.
Look,
Mr. Calderon says.
Hold on. Imagine when they sitting there and they're like, yo, we give you, you know, Jamal, and Canelo's like, really? You're going to make me fight this guy? And it's like, yeah, we don't give a fuck. Just, you know, make sure you fight David. Like the laughter in the room.
Yo, Mr. Calderon says, Vito, you're nothing but a distinguished con man. You guys are not nice. That man took his time to come on the show. He took his time to come on the show and give us, you know, inside info, and you guys are like rude. London runs boxing. Damn, the same super chat twice. I'm not reading it again. It's literally the same. All he did is put guy this time. You guys are terrible. Cali Kings boxing, $2. No words, all love. Domingo Bonilla, $2. Money talks, legacy walks. I mean, it's funny because they want Canelo to fight Benavidez for legacy, but Tank, they say he don't fight for legacy, he fight for money.
Listen, if Al had a listed telephone number or somewhere I can go other than that PO box, I would love to run into him, get with him, handshake. Hell, listen, put me on an allowance, put me on a Broner allowance. I bet you I won't fuck up the bag.
I got a counterpunch for Brandon from Numbers, and Numbers says PBC is at fault. Fighters on both sides can't. I don't know what he means by that. Deliver. That's shady business like the CIA. What is he talking about? You lost me, man. Numbers, you might need to call in. Counterpunch for Vega. Canelo is the face of boxing. Look at YouTube numbers. All right. So let's see who we got. We do got a lot of counterpunches, but I don't see anyone who has one on the line. So we're going to Jaime Moreno. What up? Jaime Moreno.
Yo.
You
hear me?
Yep.
What up, Ness? How y'all doing? That's right. That's right. Look, man. All I'm hearing is Al Haymon didn't believe David was gonna generate the money. So to me, this just proves that everything Samson has been saying is cap. You know, I don't know if anybody else has noticed this this little process they go through. They take a picture with Eddie. They say they gave Canelo some ridiculous offer. Then they say he denied it. Then they say they're fighting somebody else. The contract's been signed for months, and then they fight somebody completely different. All I'm saying is David is cap. He's not the draw people think he is. And Canelo has a right to walk away. I think Spence was probably that third name, wasn't it? But Terrence fucked that up.
It has not been revealed. It has not been revealed. But you can believe that it was, since they were offering as an amendment Crawford.
Yeah, because you said the contract was in June and Spence and Terrence fought in July, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that makes sense. But yeah, man, Al Haymon just he doesn't want to back David. He doesn't think that it'll generate. If he's thinking Jamal and Jermell are going to generate more money, what is that? What is he saying about David?
Well, he's not saying that. He's literally saying the opposite of that. He's saying that Jamal and Canelo will not generate. That's why he's trying to do a pay cut and do $20 million instead of the already contracted $35 million to fight Jamal. He's saying it won't make that money, so don't fight him. And if you're insisting on fighting him, would you mind taking a $15 million pay cut to fight him?
So yeah, that was after the flop, right? That he's like, you know what?
Yes, after Jamel doing 650, they decided, hey, we can't pay you 35 again for another Charlo.
Yeah, so I mean, I understand Al. I understand Canelo. I really don't want to see Berlanga now, but I'm down to see Jaime. I really think that'll be a good fight, and who knows? Let's get Benavidez Charlo. If Charlo's not going to fight Caleb.
Well,
say it again?
No, I'll just say it after the bell. No worries.
All right, go ahead. I'm good. That's all I got.
All right, I was just going to say that the article does state that Canelo is willing to walk and come back for another fight. And the article states that Canelo's also willing to stay and finish his contract as long as it's the contract that he signed. So, yeah. We got...
Man, what we got, man?
Who this? Danny? Coming in from, New York? In New
Big city of dreams.
Daddy, I see that hot dog cart behind you.
Yo, but he got bad service,
Oh
huh?
yeah, you know
You
it.
don't look as.
Damn, I got bad
I mean, it's
service.
just a little
I got
choppy,
bad
a
service.
little choppy.
That sky is blue though,
You
man.
ain't, you ain't.
Okay, yeah,
Skies.
yeah. I just wanted to check in as we speak right now. Devin and Ryan are inside ESPN studios on first take. So you know I had to come get this is the first time seeing each other since the press tour. Thank you very much, sir. What's my damage?
Since the push.
Yeah, this is the first time seeing each other in person since the push. So it should be intriguing. But yeah, we out.
All right, champ. Get on that Wi-Fi so you can jump back on with some fire.
All right, I just wanted to tap in live from Seaport. Bring Walk Danny. I'm out.
He's out. Who
And you.
we got next? Remember, we got a counterpunch for our Brandon in Cincinnati, courtesy of numbers. Don't see Brandon. Moose, you got a counterpunch. What's up? Moose.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Okay, because I'm on the Bluetooth. So, am I still coming in clear?
Yeah, just go for it, champ.
Okay. Now, earlier when you said that if you have a contract with 3 cars and I keep saying it's 2 cars and I want to kind of make that more in line with the situation.
Yeah, Moose, you probably better off not using the Bluetooth. Yeah, it is not audible.
Can you hear me now?
You know it. Moose.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
Am I
talk.
there?
Yeah, you just gotta talk.
Okay. Now, if you give me a contract for 3 cars, and then when I get there it's 2 cars in the RV, the next question would be why did that happen? See now, between Canelo and Al Haymon, there is a why. There is a reason why Al Haymon made the move that he made, the move that he
You
did.
heard the reason from
Now,
the PBC representative. The reason was
yeah.
they
Now,
lost
now let's
money.
compare that. Now let's compare that to your analogy. Your analogy was we got a contract for 3 cars, but when I get there, there's 2 cars in an RV. Why is the RV there? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's the
So
point.
that
The
the
why.
analogy
Listen to
doesn't
me.
fit.
Listen to me. The why doesn't matter to you because you got a contract. The why is only why it's there, but to you, you are paid to do a job for certain cars, so you don't have to do the RV because that ain't in your contract. You see, the why don't matter. The why matters to the public, but to you as the detailer, that's not your job. So when you got there, you started working on the 2 cars. You finished the 2 cars. You didn't touch the RV because your contract don't state RV.
I can't disagree with that. I can't disagree with that. And right now, I'm letting my brain run and see where it's trying to run to in self-defense of what you just said. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Now, the only thing I would say is I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, but in your analogy, I felt it was just missing that point because there is a reason why the RV there's supposed to be a reason why the RV is there. Now, that reason may not matter,
It
but
don't
it's
matter to
still
you because you heard the representative. He said, well, if we partners and you see we failing, then you should be willing to renegotiate. Man, I ain't got shit to do with your feelings. There's a fucking contract. Get me the 3rd car or pay me my money. You know what it
yeah.
is, man. Like y'all
No,
trying to be.
but do you understand? Because it's the thing. I want it to be an understanding from both angles, from both parties. I understand Canelo and why he did what he did, but do you understand why Al Heyman made the move that he made?
Of course I understand, but again, it is on paper the otherwise. He's just trying to now fix his problem, which is they didn't make enough money off Charlo. That isn't Canelo's problem. That's why he asks for a guarantee.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that's Canelo's problem either. All I want is that we all understand uh, where each person is coming from, whether we agree or disagree. But I think that's about all I got to say. I
All right, that
appreciate
was
you.
the
I never look
time,
forward to
though.
having a back and forth with you like that. You know, I always want to come in and have it be peaceful, but I do like the back and forth. I ain't gonna lie, it got me excited.
Nah, you the man, champ. Thank you for calling in, and thank you. That is your third counterpunch. You are the man. We appreciate the support without a doubt. Um, yeah, man. All you sideline dudes talking about but he was offered and he didn't want. Yeah, after an existing contract. You know what I'm saying? That's like that's like being catfished. You feel me? It's like, I'm on a dating site. She looked dope. I get there. It's the swap. Nah, I'm not entitled to take you out to dinner after you switched on me and it's not the same girl from the pictures or you used, Snapchat filters. Like, get the fuck out of here. Y'all dudes is
But
mega
you
weird.
but you drove all the way out here. You might as well, you
No,
might as well
no,
just
no. This ain't Christmas. I ain't giving away nothing for free. Get the fuck out of here. Y'all tripping. But it's okay, man. Y'all gonna keep making those types of mistakes. We got Ant, that's right. We got Two Tone. Where you at, Two Tone? He got another counter. Um, and I think we might be kind of fake caught up because Brandon, you still got one. Johnny Thunder, you still got one. But I don't see y'all, so I'm going down the line. NO, what up?
Oh, what's happening? What's happening?
Same
I'm already.
shit. Straight.
Alright. I'm out here doing my little daily little job. I ain't know if that wind was getting into the mic it did, but yeah, bro. I think all the information that done came out today, Ness, it done killed everybody narrative about these people going broke. The man he's just making better business decisions because you know what I'm saying when he first came in the game, just like Eddie Hearn and all the rest of the guys that came in that had $1 billion at their disposal, that money ain't around right now. So we gotta do business in a different way. We gotta restructure.
We got a break
So
contract.
if that's what you want to call it, that's
No. That's the
Bob
legal.
Ehrman,
That's
Bob
the
Ehrman ain't gonna do
that
that shit.
that's the
Bob
legal.
Ehrman ain't gonna
That is the
fucking
legal
waste no
term.
money.
That is the legal term when you don't abide by a contract, right?
They could have renegotiated, and
But
they
they
could have
didn't.
came in
But they
and
didn't renegotiate though. That's the point. He refused to renegotiate. He said he's willing to come
you
back.
saying Canelo,
Yes.
Canelo refused
Yes.
to renegotiate,
Yes. He
and I'm
refused.
not faulting Canelo. I ain't faulting Canelo for that. He don't have to renegotiate, but we can't just say that the PBC is just broke and they're sinking ship because they ain't want to do a bad deal.
My
If the
brother,
if the
I ain't
if the
say nothing. I
Cello,
ain't say nothing. But Al didn't abide by the contract. That's all I said. You got
well,
upset.
you saying that this show,
I mean, this is
but
the this is the
before.
this is the contract that Canelo is under. This is the 3-fight deal. This is the only fight. This is the only time the David fight could have happened, but Al didn't put him on the contract. This is the time. This is the one we talking about.
Hey, but look though, we was what didn't they offer him beneath David Benavidez? And
No,
then that man tell you
no,
then
no,
his father came on the show now
no,
and told,
no, no,
hold on,
no.
let me say what I'm saying. Let me say what I'm saying,
But you
brother.
just asked
Look,
me, didn't they put him benefit? And I said no. Now you're saying, let me say what I'm saying. Okay.
oh, okay, on the back end, like that you like that better? They put Benavidez on the contract, but they tried to put him on the
No,
contract
no,
on the back
no,
end,
no, 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 no. They tried to sit down to renegotiate to hopefully
right?
amend the contract.
Okay,
He was never
okay,
on the
then
back end. Like, stop phrasing things the way that they're not. He
all right,
signed
brother.
the 3-fight contract in June, and the article made it clear as day that David was not one of those fighters. And they used the word surprisingly enough, David was not. So just stop.
So
could have Canelo chosen to fight David.
I
Could
don't
have
know. I
chosen
don't know
David.
anything about hypotheticals.
Wait,
Could
wait.
have, would
How
have.
you
If
don't
was
know?
a
You just
spliff,
said they
I'd be
tried to
high, man.
upend it
Send me
and he
some.
turned it down.
Send me
They
some
tried to.
weed, man. If it's a spliff, I'll be high. I know nothing about your hypothetical. I know about black and white. That's all I know about black and white. Who was on the contract? Who he was supposed to fight? That's all I know about black and white, man. I don't know nothing about 2 years from now, 2 years ago. I'm talking about right now. Vega, number switch the counter from Brandon to you. I also don't see you there though, unless you change the. Oh, I do see you. So you got a counter, and Chad is on you.
Yo, thanks for taking my call. I'm kind of in listening mode. There's a lot going on and a lot of stuff flying around. I'm really just taking it all in and listening. But I just wanted to say quick, last week, man, C-Dub, he called in on like Tuesday or the Monday, like early last week. And man, oh man, he was talking crazy stuff about Charlo. Like he was making Charlo sound like, I don't know, like crazy diabolical, man, like the Lex Luthor of boxing. And I laughed, and I thought, man, C-Dub, man, you sound like you're reading a script and Charlo has a gun to your head, man. I almost called to laugh about it. But then as the week went on, by the weekend, the way things were looking, like day-to-day rumors and stuff, I was like, oh my God, man, C-Dub looks like a profit genius right now. I was thinking it was looking like Jamal was going to get the fight. And then, of course, everything took a full turn again, right? The whole thing's kind of funny, really. But shout out C-Dub, man. I love it. I love it. He had me going big time last week, man. But he's got to be a bit disappointed. I didn't want that Maul fight at all, so that's okay with me. And then I just want to say quick, Ness, Sunday morning, I messed up a really good opportunity to, give some people a piece of the history. I called in to talk about Sugar Ray Leonard versus Hagler, and almost right away, I started saying Hearns instead of Hagler and just fucked my whole call up. So I kind of wanted to say to Marco, sorry about that, because I was kind of coming at him a little bit there. But anyway, man, that's pretty much all I got. Shout out TBV, community, everybody, and I'll talk to you later, Ness.
You the man, champ. Dom. Lake County, $2. Canelo not responsible for these numbers. Al Haymon is.
What up?
What up?
What up, Ness?
Chilling.
Yeah, so like I was saying, PBC put the Charlo Bros and Spence on a contract for 100 M's, name to paper, sign here. I mean, that's a no-brainer. For both sides, really, you feed the two unserious and declining twins to get beat, then you feed your star welterweight to get beat up on again. Both sides collect their money and move on. I don't get it. The Charlo Bros, they were never good comp. Spence wasn't either. Even Canelo chose Bud to win, so he knew he'd have a, defeated and even more damaged Spence coming his way. I just don't know why they didn't stick to the contract. Or did they think the whole time they'd be able to pull that switcheroo off with David? Either way, it's bad business and it's unprofessional. I mean, the PBC's out here drafting contracts on an Etch-a-Sketch. You offer Canelo a pack of mid.
You terrible. My man said, yo, you got to be old enough for a sketch. That was hilarious.
Of course, Canelo's going to agree to, go in on a mid to flip. Sure, the community's getting mid, but, Canelo's selling it. Don't change it and try to have Canelo push a brick for you last second, He's good. I thought we were pushing mid to casuals, not hard to hardcores. That's a whole different approach. And, that's not what you sold him at first. Thanks, but no thanks. And he has that right, Canelo. He's Hall of Fame. He's a bigger brand. You offered him easy work to get him in the door. You paid for a residency. You got to walk through. PBC's a side chick. he hits it and quits it, one and done, 3 years before he calls you back. And, you know, it's a sad dynamic, and they fumbled the bag that they had with him. You know, you can't catfish a GOAT. He's got priorities. He's got options. He's got good lawyers. Somebody get Turk in the room with Canelo Crawford. Let's get that fight done. Peace.
Excellent call. That was Dom from Seattle?
Nah, that's another Dom.
Dom, KC.
Okay,
Dom
From
Pell.
KC. Salute Dom from KC. Don't get it
Word.
confused.
Yes, sir.
Salute
Peace,
to you,
sir.
We got JT. Going once, 2 times. If you haven't hit that thumbs up, go ahead and do so. What up?
What up, Ness? King, I
Chilling.
mean, look like they turned you, huh, King? King, I mean, what happened? Come on, man. Come on, bro. Nah, bro, but good interview on Mr. Vito called in. You know, I like you, Ness. Cause one thing about Ness still gonna stand on business, even if it's bullshit business, whatever what he believe in. Like, I'm gonna be honest, Ness. Vito was hitting you with some facts that you ain't really want to hear. And it sounds like he's more inside the inside of the business side. You're just assuming from the outside of what you read or what you thought, you know. And then you got a lot of bias to your cause when it comes down to Canelo, man. You know, the guy first came on, notice he wanted to be respectful towards Canelo. Then y'all start going back and forth. He's saying the same thing that a lot of fighters, I mean, fans are saying. Basically, he don't want to fight Benavidez because he'll get his behind beat like he got beat by B-Ball. So, and I think Benavidez will beat him a little worse, honestly. So we could sit here and keep saying bad business. Canelo did this. Canelo did this. Al Haymon is broke. PPC, whatever. I know it's the truth. Canelo ain't want that smoke with Benavidez. That's why he jumped over there to fight back at Matchroom, a weaker panel of fighters, and because he on his way out. But that's Canelo's whole career. He been fighting like he always been on his way out, like he always had his last fight. So man, like I said, I heard enough, and I shout out to Vito. You know, a lot of people talk negative about El Hammond because he don't say nothing, and which is a good thing though. He just keep everybody talking about him, don't have a clue on him, and I'm pretty sure he just sitting back listening and laughing. But that's my call.
All right. See, this is why I like interrupting, man. There was a point in his call um, that I wanted to interrupt because he said something about what Vito said, which was just like, something that you could reference or it could be an analogy of a bitter girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, well, when Vito came up here, he was trying to be respectful, but then, he said something, basically what we've been saying. Yeah, he the sexy girl also walked across the street to the younger Eddie Hearn. Like, and that's all I gotta say about that. You know what I'm saying? Uh Counter for my man Alex in West Palm. You have not accepted it. Alex in West Palm. Yeah. We got these counters for y'all. Johnny Thunder. You got a counter.
Before you go to the next call, and Ness,
Jay
I'm gonna cut up out
Will.
of here.
Do your thing. Championship rounds.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, King Amina Best 61 on IG, King Amina Best 61 on Twitter. Championship rounds on YouTube. Got that women's boxing Wednesday all ready for you. You'll see it when you see it, and I'll see you guys soon. I'm out.
Yo, Jay Will in Ohio. He about to cry, yo. Yeah. He get mad at Canelo. Yo.
Yo, what's up? Can you hear me?
Hey, what's up, brother?
What's up, man? What's up, man?
All good.
Just wanna I don't know, man. I don't want to come off as I'm just hating, bro. So I just want to ask you a couple of questions, bro.
Shoot.
Um, so I think we can both. I think it's safe to say that Al Haymon and PBC didn't sit on one side of the table. Canelo's team didn't sit on the other side of the table, and Al, passed across the table a sheet with an offer. One time Canelo took it, they left, and it was that simple. I'm pretty sure it's safe to say Al sent over a list of offers with a list of different fighters and different combinations of when he's going to fight him. Would you agree to that?
Well, the article states that it was a list of names and that each name was north of 35 million per name. North, which means more than. So, we don't have to hypothetically assume. Just read the article. The fuck is wrong with
Okay.
y'all?
Well, no, I mean, it's just also being a businessman, knowing that Canelo wasn't given just one offer. That's just the offer that Canelo accepted. Now,
No. It says in June, Canelo signed a 3-fight deal, and there was 3 names attached. That's what it says. I don't know. Read the article.
right? Well, no, I get that's what it says. He signed a 3-fight deal in June, but again, being a businessman in negotiations, I'm pretty sure that wasn't the only offer he was sent. That's what I'm getting to. So, understanding that, if you want to be honest about this conversation, that he was sent more than just that 3-fight deal with.
Yeah, but that would be a
Again, a guy.
hypothetical. That's all I'm saying. But if you want to move
It'll be
on
a hypothetical.
we can move on that premise and hear you out. Yeah, absolutely. What's
Okay.
up?
Cool.
Hypothetically, there were more offers. Okay, take it away.
Right. So I also would say, hypothetically, if he already sent one offer for David for 100 million on his second attempt to get Canelo to come over, I'm pretty sure he had another David offer in there as well, but Canelo didn't accept that. I'm pretty sure that's hypothetically.
Yeah, let's assume. Okay, speed up. What else?
Okay, so with that being said, he accepted a fight offer with a guy 1 weight class below him in Jamal, 2 weight classes below him in Jamel, 3 weight classes, which your educated guess was Spence, right? Okay, so
hypothetically, yes.
It's hypothetically. So it's as if Canelo, being the cash cow, the face of boxing, he just goes into a room, see what offers somebody gives him, and he just says yay or nay.
Yeah.
But you've preached in the past on this show that when you're the cash cow, you send out the offer. And my only question to you is this.
Listen.
Okay.
Hear me out, and here's
I'm gonna
proof.
ask you a question to get off.
No, cool, but hear me out, and here's proof of Canelo sending an offer. He sent an offer to Bivol. That's who he wanted to fight, and then he did that again when he lost, but Bivol obviously wanted more money. Like sometimes you send, sometimes promoters want you and they send you offers.
Okay, respect. Now, my question to you is this. With the hypotheticals I just explained, why do you absolve Canelo from any accountability to getting this David Benavidez fight happening? Like, or why is it okay for there's really never anything for him to do. He just shows up, looks at an offer, says yay or nay, but he has zero accountability to get this David fight to happen.
I mean, they just gotta pay him. We all know that. Like history in boxing shows us that. Like, look, Wilder was offered 120. He didn't like the deal. He just didn't like the deal. So, we liked it. He didn't like it.
My response to that is, can't Canelo come to the table saying, okay, I'll take a 3-fight deal. I would like David on there, but the only way I'm going to fight David is if I get X amount of dollars. Because you was just screaming about a counter. You were just screaming about a counter offer.
Exactly. Because you didn't read the articles. So, since we talking hypothetically, my hypothetical is based off fact. Eddie Reynoso, in his quote, says they will fight Benavidez as long as certain conditions and stipulations are met. What that means, I don't know. Could it just mean the amount of money they've asked Al Haymon to provide? Yes. Could it mean a rehydration clause because he's scared and David is big? Maybe. I don't know, but I am throwing that out there because the word conditions and stipulations, those words. So those are vague words to use, which can mean many things. But yes, I believe there was a conversation. It's up to Al to make Canelo happy, because Eddie already said there's fights that don't happen, like Riddick Bowe, and there's fights that take long, like Manny Pacquiao and Mayweather. All we got to do is get certain stipulations met. That's it, brother. That's it.
All right, and it seems as if to me, because we don't never really hear, Canelo don't really, he doesn't ever state what those stipulations are. He could say, I want 80 million for the benefit of this
His
fight.
manager handles that. Knock it off. So when has Tank told us what he want to fight Devin? You double standard having no more free time getting bye Jay Will? Huh? Huh?
I mean, he said he wanted 2 for Ari,
Oh,
didn't
why?
he?
Your laugh says it all, player Himalaya. See how I kill these motherfuckers? I'm out here murdering. Murder them, murder them, murder them, murder. Nah, let me stop. Tip Bellas, what up? Come on, man. You giving us
Yeah,
that air, bro. Let's go. Let's go.
yo, damn, Twitter got a delay, bro. But shit, you know, I gotta thank Al Heyman, man. I gotta thank Al Heyman, and you know, I'm only here to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. So help me, Al Heyman. So help me, Al Heyman.
His
Listen, man,
Excellency.
His Excellency Al Heyman, bro. You know, I was a good dude, man. I was a good dude. Good business. We do great business over at the PBC. You know what I'm saying? Unlike these other places, you know, where we just move up to fight guys like Edgar Berlanga. See, I find it funny that you all don't want to acknowledge that Canelo is a duck, man. I remember there was a time period where they said Demetrius Boo Boo Andre was a horrible fighter. Horrible fighter. That's what they said, right? They said Andre was a horrible fighter. But here it is. Canelo Alvarez. You know what I'm saying? With more reports coming out. I don't want to fight Jaime Munguia in May. I want to fight Jaime in September. I want to fight Edgar Berlanga in May. God damn. I mean, how do you go from ducking David Benavidez to fighting Edgar Berlanga, bruh? How do you go from turning down Demetrius Boo Boo Andre, a former 2-time champion, you know what I'm saying, to fighting Edgar Berlanga, who ain't never won a title? Like, I'm just saying, like, when are we going to start the outrage? You know what I'm saying, Canelo fans? I'm talking to you all. I'm talking to you all. When are we going to start the outrage of calling Edgar Berlanga a horrible fighter? You know what I'm saying? Weren't y'all just sitting on Edgar Berlanga for like the past year or so? I'm trying. Like,
Why would
when is
you
the
call
outrage
why
gonna
would
come?
you call Frank
I'm
Martin a
just saying.
horrible fighter?
I'm just saying. I
Why
mean,
would you
I didn't
call
call
Frank
Edgar.
Martin a horrible fighter?
Hey, bro, we not here to talk about Tank. You know, we here to talk about the face of boxing, Canelo Alvarez, man. Ain't that what y'all call him? The face of boxing?
I mean,
That's what he is, right?
they both rumored to be fighting #1
Nah,
contenders.
bro. Canelo, the one doing 500 to a million. You know, say pay per view
It's a
buy.
different standard
Tank
for
only did.
Canelo. We hold a
Tank.
different standard for
I
Canelito.
mean, he's the face of boxing, bro.
Yeah, I hear
You know
you.
what I'm saying? Tank ain't had a fight yet to prove that he's the face of boxing, you know what I'm saying, without Ryan Garcia. So I gotta hold Canelo accountable as I should, you know. That's what happens when you the face. You know, this is what y'all wanted. You know what I'm saying? Y'all wanted that title, so I gotta hold y'all accountable to that title.
Nah,
You
you
know,
right.
I'm
You
just
right.
saying.
You right.
Exactly. I'm just saying, you know, a guy, he goes from having a David Benavidez, another former 2-time champion, to Edgar Berlanga, who ain't never won a belt.
I
You know what I'm
mean,
saying?
I mean,
They had this whole thing.
I mean, again,
I'm just saying that.
he's doing his Ryan Garcia fight. Let him get his social media fighter
This shit
fight.
crazy.
You know what
This
I'm
shit
saying?
crazy.
It's his social media fighter fight. Like, Berlanga is a popular social media guy, and he happens to be a
Yes.
boxer with a
I'm
decorated
sorry,
amateur
but
background like Ryan.
nobody but Puerto Ricans know Edgar Berlanga, bro.
You a
Nobody but Puerto
lie. You
Ricans,
a lie.
and then
You a lie.
nobody
Look at
listen.
Shakur pictures. All the Olympians know Berlanga. He was right there with
Yes.
them. He was a
No,
decorate. Yo, he's a
nobody
10-time
but Puerto
national.
Rican.
Don't do that. The bell rang. There you go.
Yes.
You lying on a 10-time national. Stop the bullshit. JVX Rick Glazer just confirmed that Dan article is BS. Send me a link, champ. Modern King Boxing, $2. Shout out to the boxing heads everywhere. Fire emoji 3 times, 2 boxing glove emojis, TBV. Fred Robinson, $5. Ness, you know Canelo didn't want Benavidez as part of that contract. We seen Canelo turn down $50 million for Benavidez before. Sure, buddy. Sure, buddy. Let me tell you, I would turn down $50 million for Benavidez because I know that Canelo was offered what, 47.5 for Triple G? Like, that was on the original contract before he even got out of the Golden Boy contract. Like, that's what DAZN was willing to pay for that third fight. So that's an old dude, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm sure he wants more than 50. I'm sure, just like Floyd wanted a lot of money to fight Pacquiao. You know what I'm saying? That's how it go. This the one y'all want, so this the one he got to demand the most for because there's public demand for it. It's called capitalism, man. Y'all just mad he in position, you feel me? And has the accolades. That's the difference. Other people, they be in position without accolades. So it's truly diferente. But we got CYP.
I like to be fair, so I'm gonna be fair. If you look up his guarantee for Triple G3, most sites do not have 47. They have $15 million. They don't have 47. Some sites say he made that. It's a few that say 47. Most of them don't say 47. So we pick which one you want. Don't let me sway you. Don't let Ness sway you. Just look it up, and whichever one's got the most, go with that. But if it's 47, it damn sure ain't 15. And if it's 15, it damn sure ain't 47. We're gonna look at it like this. I was looking some shit up, man, and I realized that this is what happened. This is what people believe, right? This is what it says. I'm just gonna read this for you. Because I keep hearing people say that when he signed the deal with PBC, David was nowhere in sight. Everybody named Mama thought we were going to get David Benavidez versus Canelo. Yahoo Sports, ESPN, DraftKings, all the articles and writers thought this was going to happen. So when we sit up here today and act like nobody thought that because he signed the PBC and there was no names, that it wasn't David. What? What the fuck you talking about? Like Michael Benson thought it, Chris Maddox thought it, Dan Raphael thought it, everybody thought it. Don't let Ness sit here and lie to y'all. He can't go back and change our minds. We all thought that shit. Writers thought it and they wrote it down. But do y'all know that Canelo actually wanted to fight Badu Jack in that PBC deal? But he wanted to give him a hydration clause and fight him at a catch weight for his fucking title. Add that to the catch weights and hydration clause for Canelo because I like to keep count. But Badu Jack says in his own words, I won't be fighting Canelo next. They said the weight difference is too much. They wanted to drain this old man, fight me 20 pounds under the cruiserweight limit for the title, plus the hydration clause. Canelo, let's give the fans what they want to see. Fight David Benavidez. Stop with the bullshit. Everybody thought that this PBC deal was going to mean that. Don't go ahead and front, where was his name? Where was his name? Where was anybody's fucking name? So if that's and it said before he was offered $50 million before he even signed the PBC deal. So it's obvious that PBC wants him to fight David. Everybody knows that. The fact that we're playing dumb here, for what? Like, you realize you're going to go talk to David and his dad. You're not talking to Eddie and Canelo. Some of the shit you're doing will rub these fighters the wrong way because the motherfuckers who fuck with you are the Benavidezes. Canelo don't give a fuck about this goddamn show, but you sit there and lie for this nigga on these dudes. You know David want that fight. You know PBC want that fight. Stop playing games with the people. Power to the people. I gotta go. CYP out.
Yeah, I don't know what he is talking about. I'm only going off the article that we have already screen shared that I keep referring people to read. It states there clear as day, and I guess I have to screen share again, which is already highlighted. Whether we thought of, because I never said we didn't think or we didn't want. No, I'm saying it was not on contract, and that's all that matters. But here's the screen share yet again. We'll do that yet again. There is highlighted where it says complicating the prospect of a fight. And I'm going to paraphrase. You read the highlighted part if you want word for word. I don't have time because I've already said it 3 times. David was not on the contract. Look at the word surprisingly. Surprisingly, David was not on the contract. So whatever he's saying about Dan Raphael and Michael Benson and power to the people, shut up, please. Talk about the article, you know. Let's talk about the article. Let's talk about the guy that's just jumped on. And when I said the exact same thing to the man that jumped on representing PBC and said, but David's name was not on the contract. He said yes. And he said, but we wanted to renegotiate. And I said, well, that would be a breach of contract. He said, it's not a breach. I said, well, you didn't want to pay him the $35 million for Jamal, right? And he's like, yeah, so we parted ways, which means what? You didn't want to oblige by the contract. It's a breach. Like, the fact that you are trying to defend the guy when he just like, you know, hilarious though. That's why PBC loves you guys, man. $2. Potato chip. Not Badu Jack. Flushed face 3 times. Dre, $2. PBC broke. Stop the yapping, son. Rolling on the floor laughing. We got Alex, you got that counter. Johnny Thunder, you got that counter. J-Mac says he wants 3 counter punches. I am going to assume this is you. 2 counter punches, excuse me.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, good morning. Since we're speaking hypothetically, there's
Nah,
no
that
need to.
wasn't me. That was Jay Will. I'm speaking with
Well,
the article, the facts, only the
okay.
facts.
Okay, well, since
But
we are
again, like
speaking
Jay Will,
hypothetically,
if you want to speak
it's
hypothetically, feel free.
okay, but there's no need to argue. I don't want to be going back and forth about my opinion. We're speaking hypothetically. Since we all speak hypothetically on this show. 9 times out of 10. I'll start off with my facts. My facts is I'm not a Tank fan, never been. Always been critical of how he's moving, so you can't attack me with that. Not a PBC bandit or agent, so I called him out on their bullshit and the shit they've been doing for the years. I don't have no narratives. I'm not a TBX associate, so I don't get down with none of that bullshit. And you know how I feel about Canelo. His legendary status is stamped. Won't argue that, but his being critical of him fighting top opposition in and around his weight class and around his age, that's always been something, a topic of discussion. The legendary names that he have fought, them guys ought to have got their ass whooped a few times, pillar the post, or beat up multiple times, and he go ahead and step in and fight them at some form of disadvantage due that he probably was bigger or younger. That's a fact, whether you want to argue that or not. So with the Canelo thing, when I'm listening, since we speaking hypothetically, I'm listening to a few points. Vito, I hear a TBX associate. I hear a few things that made sense to me. So Canelo could turn down a contract where a fight where you were on your show a few fights ago saying what made sense because the Charlo fight didn't make sense and you wanted the Bud and then the David Benavidez. I don't remember the order. You could correct me afterwards. But now, since the contract that they tried to give him initially, he would not agree to it, and the contract that he was willing to sign that did not have the contract of the names that he didn't want to fight, but y'all wanted him to fight. And now, since L in position, who is, I have said already, I don't agree with his business. So in the business of boxing, I do know this. If we saying hypothetically Errol was on that, well, why would that make sense? Why would he fight a damaged Errol after he lost the Bud? Normally in the sport of boxing, the guy who wins get the fight. Since Canelo is the A side, the cash cow, the guy who makes the most decision, the real boss running around here, who's the actual boss, he can make a choice on who he decides and when he decides to fight. So let's just say they did have Jamel, and then Errol after the Bud win. That didn't happen. That can easily flip-flop, put Bud there. Fuck Bud. Bud too small, but he was willing to fight Errol moving up from welterweight. But if he won, instead of fighting Bud, who actually won the fight. All right, that's questionable to me, but I'll leave that alone. I'll ask for a friend later. And then, okay, Jamel.
He beats Jamal. I accepted him. Give him full credit. Jamal was ready. Jamal wasn't. Jamal, y'all calling him run punch. King Amin calling him run punch. I understand the joke. It's not an inside joke. The man looked like he just escaped a fucking a halfway house. So that's why we don't feel like he should get the fight. My last point. Benavidez. Multiple people been on here shitting on the Bud fight because they want Benavidez. You want Benavidez. We all want Benavidez. I don't think there's nobody other than Canelo fans or Canelo agents who's protecting them that say they don't want Benavidez. So because Benavidez was on the initial contract that he declined and accepted, and fights had to get flipped around because Jamal is probably not worth it, and you have said to yourself he's not worth the fight. So when Al Haymon does his business model, just like any company would, that makes business and financial sense, and say, hey, can we get the David Benavidez fight? Just like when Bob tried to walk across the street with Deontay Wilder and Fury and ask, hey, can we negotiate for the Errol and the Bud fight? They all do it in some form, shape, or matter. Eddie Hearn did it. All the promoters, all the business, they always try to make business make sense. And so when they present the fight, he stays and hides behind his contract of fighting fighters that you already admitted on the show that you know he said he was going to beat, because Al Haymon was actually throwing him to the wolves because he would know they would lose him. You said that earlier, so we're supposed to accept it. So Canelo couldn't say, you know what? Fuck that. Hey, let's line this Benavidez up. Hey, you know what we negotiated for? This is what I want for it. Ain't none of that happened. He not standing on business because he's a consistent duck when it come down to fighting dudes in around his weight class, if they're younger or around his age, or if they're not old or they have not been beat pillar to post. So I'm confused on when Canelo go actually get the chance to be the boss that he is and be held to the fire, instead of giving credit for what something somebody else done already did. Because all those fighters that y'all give him credit for, guess what? Somebody else kicked their ass already. But Canelo gets all the credit. He's still legendary. But I will say this. For me, I will always question he never fought somebody around his age in his weight class, or somebody when they had a belt, he'll swoop right in and had no interest of fighting for that belt at first. Demetrius Andrade at 154, David Benavidez at 168. Ironically, when they had the belts, he had no interest. But as soon as they were stripped, he wanted to sweep right in and go ahead and make those fights. That's my cause. I think I'm at my 2 counter punches yet.
Yeah, you got about
Sir?
27 seconds left.
Hey man, look. Hey, you can't say I'm none of this. I don't care for Tank. I don't care for PBC. I call bullshit, and my spade is always fucking black. And I ain't talking about power to the people ass shit. I'm talking about I call my spades down the middle. I don't dick ride for no. Excuse me. Let's be better. Shout out to C-Dub. I don't sit up here and ride nobody's banner. I just call it straight down the middle, and that's how I always been consistent. That's my cause.
Yeah, nah. You must have missed the part where I spoke about guys like you, and the fact that guys like you really cared about contracts not too long ago. And I'll just give you some examples, of guys like you. I mean, Bud fans, right? Contracts mattered when Bud contract was up with Top Rank, and we wanted him to cross the street. And Bud fans defended it because there was a contingent new part of the new contract that said, no, Bud, we're going to get you that fight. And every time we don't, we'll add $1 million to your purse. And Bud fans defended that. They say, well, why would he leave the promoter that helped him get where he's at, and now is saying, I'm going to get you the big fight plus give you $1 million on top of your already guaranteed money if I don't make the fight. That's why he made $4 million for Velasquez. Contracts mattered then. They mattered then. They mattered when you guys argued that Bud was the highest paid welterweight and making, 6.5 million guaranteed. They mattered then. That's when the contracts matter. This is what it is. Like, every one of you will pick and choose a certain time where contracts matter. I just had to remind you that they mattered to you. They mattered. When we were upset and we just wanted him to cross that street, those contracts mattered to you. They mattered. So don't forget that they mattered. Alex in West Palm, how are you, my friend?
Hey, good afternoon, good morning to some, man. How's everyone doing today? Doing all right?
Straight.
Yeah, man, my bad. Yeah, I was actually taking a nap before work, but J Max energy seemed to have risen me, man. Shout out to him. Man, I wanted to call in the yesterday show. I wasn't sure exactly what approach I wanted to take because I mean this it's a circus, man. It really has become such a circus. It's a lot of finger pointing and well, they didn't do this, they didn't do that. He does this all the time. It's just, bro, I'm literally disgusted. The business of boxing just seems to be failing us from allowing the best fights to be lined up. Of course, I think number one, with the new details today, you have to point out PBC really fumbled this. I mean, and there's a few reasons. Obviously, number one, how can David Benavidez not be in the original contract that is signed? It's number one, 168 pounder, number two, 168 pounder of the last 4 or 5 years ago, I think, according to the ring. I think I saw that somewhere, a graphic. Really interesting. So he's been a top dude that you guys have held on to the 168-pound division and not in the contract. Then they allow him to they tried to redo the contract, throw him in there after already they offered him Jamal from the beginning, right? Had to fit in Jamel. And now they see, oh my God, Jamal Charlo's not going to help us produce this money after we made him a co-feature to David Benavidez against Jose Benavidez. Like, of course, he's not going to help you produce that. Like, that shit doesn't make any sense. So I don't blame them for trying to say, hey, you know what? Can we offer you a little less for Jamal? But it's like, what do you expect Canelo to do? You now just fucked yourself. Why is he going to want to continue to do business when, you know what I'm saying, with you? If you already trying to offer him less money on a product that you failed to bring the market value that you signed for. But come on, Canelo. Like, what happened to this? I don't care when it comes to who's next, who they put in front of you. You say you're the best. You say no one can beat this Canelo. If they from what I read, they said, yo, we're going to keep the money. Just we're going to make David Benavidez the next fight. The people want it. That's all I hear. That's all I speak about. And I've said it before. I ain't no fucking David Benavidez fan. I ain't really a fan of anybody anymore because that shit gets ridiculous. How could we be robbed of this fight? And now he's going to get paid more money. He's going to get paid more money to fight fucking Edgar Berlanga and fucking Jaime Munguia. This shit's a fucking joke. I'm disgusted. But this is the game that you
That's
guys
the
love. You guys talk
bell.
about
That's the
taking the
bell.
money. Well,
That's
you
the
got Canelo in the
bell,
money.
champ. That's the bell. That's the bell. Yeah, everything was great on your call until you went Canelo and this, let's just give free fights. Like, that's not how this works. I lived through Maypac. Ain't nobody was asking Floyd not to make money. You know what I'm saying? And I'm still in boxing. Everybody praises that Tank made 40 million. Knock it off, man. Pay that man. You want to amend the contract? Pay that man. Pay that man. Let's get a real offer on record from every reporter, same consistency. Let's see it. Let's not see these mixed reports, these deleted tweets, these deleted Instagram posts. Let's not see that. Let's see some real stuff. If Vito says that they offered him double, which means 70 million, yeah, because, you didn't hear that, right? No, press rewind. Press rewind. If they offered him 70 million, put that fucker on paper. Paper. I want to see it on paper. Let me see him turn down 70 million. You feel me? I don't want handshakes. You heard that too. Press rewind. Put it on papel. Put it on papel. So when you don't meet up to the words you said, I'll walk like I did now, but I'm a moonwalk next time. Counterpunch Drew. Y'all want motherfuckers to be fools.
Oh, let's cook for a little bit, Ness. First, these last two callers that said, the one before this one said, Canelo ain't beat nobody. Was Austin Trout undefeated when Canelo beat him in his prime? Was Erislandy Lara undefeated and
Not
never been
undefeated.
beaten when he was in his prime?
Not undefeated. He had
Oh, he wasn't. Was he in his
that
prime?
fake loss to
That
Williams.
that fake loss. Was he in his prime? Nobody wanted to fight him.
He was, and he was definitely avoided fighter.
He was avoided. He fought. He went up and fought Bevo, who's undefeated, right, in his prime.
Yes, Bevo was undefeated in his prime. Yes.
Fought TBE at 23. Fought Triple G. So let's not stop that nonsense that he didn't fight prime guys in or around his weight class in their prime. The last caller,
nice
like, you know
killing
what's funny,
him.
Ness? You know
I like that.
You know what's funny is it's okay for everybody at PBC to do PBC tactics, but it's not okay for Canelo, who's now at PBC, to do PBC currency over legacy tactics. They love to brag about when Al Haymon and Richard Schaefer and Ellerby caught Oscar falling asleep at the wheel. They love to remind Oscar that they're like, it's just business. It's just business. Okay, Canelo caught them asleep at the wheel. And now it's not business. Now it's not currency over legacy. Now it's not, handshake deals. This is a Forbes athlete. They don't do handshake deals, baby. They do things on paper. This is a man with a Super Bowl commercial. They don't do things by handshake. We do it on paper. So you offer him Munguia instead of Charlo, and the man just pulled the Al Haymon on him. Why am I going to let you guys do the Munguia fight when I can cut you out and go straight to the source, go straight to the plug? I don't need a man-on-man from Munguia or Berlanga. Show me the money. Say you gave me $70 million offer. So which one is it? Vito's saying 70 million. David Benavidez' dad is saying 55. Samson's saying 60. So which one is it, Ness? Who's telling the story? Who's lying and who's not lying?
I'm going with Vito. I want that on paper. That's all. Let's get that 70 million on paper. I know my boy Canelo ain't gonna turn that down.
Oh, he's not gonna turn that. No,
and let's be real. And let's be real. Even that is low when you consider both of Mayweather fights versus his nemesis in McGregor and Pacquiao. Both his purses were way bigger than that.
Way bigger. So now it matters about the purity of the sport and just doing it for the love of the sport. But weren't these same people saying Manny Pacquiao should have took that flat fee deal for Floyd? That AJ should have took that flat fee deal for Wilder?
Yeah, the 40 million flat fee for Floyd. Yeah, people say he should have took that. And AJ, and they say Wilder should have took the 12.5 flat fee, the 17.5 flat fee too.
and Crawford should just took the no guarantee.
And that's when they called me a PBC fanboy.
Right?
I was a PBC fanboy back then when I didn't agree that Wilder should have took the flat fee.
And didn't they say Crawford shouldn't have a right to look at the books?
Yeah, they said Crawford didn't have a right. They said Crawford didn't have a right. Yo, you sharp, man. You remember shit. Yeah, I got another one. You burning another one? I got a Tip with another one.
Oh, go get Tip. I love Tip, babe. Tip, thanks for that 500 for Keith Thurman getting starched, boy. I love it.
Tip counter.
Yo, I got to double back, man. I got to double back, you know. After I made that boo-boo comment, I looked at the comments, and, you know, what did I see? The Canelo fans still calling Demetrius Andre, doo-doo Andre. I mean, it just don't stop with y'all, do it? It just don't stop. So I want y'all to tell me. I need these Canelo fans to call in, man. It's like y'all scared, you know. Come defend your king. Come defend your king, bro. If Demetrius Andre is doo-doo, then what is Edgar Berlanga? Ness, can you tell me what is on Berlanga's resume? Can you tell me Berlanga's resume for the Canelo fans in the chat? Can you please tell me Edgar
Berlanga is the number one contender in the WBA, just like Frank Martin.
Yo, can you tell me if Edgar Berlanga has ever won a belt at 160 or 168?
No, sir. He never fought at 160. He never fought at 160.
Oh, so damn, he ain't fought at 160. We know he ain't fought at 154, which, you know what I'm saying, Demetrius Andre has a belt at 154 and 160 that he had. You know what I'm saying? Damn, Berlanga ain't even won a belt at 168.
Well, he never fought at 60, so he could only win a belt at 68. Like Frank never fought at,
Shit, he could
30.
he couldn't afford a catch weight at 168. I mean, 160. You know what I'm saying? He couldn't afford a catch weight. He couldn't afford a champion at a
Who?
catch weight
Who?
160. I don't know. His name's out there, right? Eddie Hearn making big fights,
Edgar's
right?
on the fast track. Look, he got 20 fights and he's in line to fight Canelo. Who's he?
Hey,
What do you mean? Couldn't
let
he
me tell you
fought
this,
this
man. Let me
guy
tell
or
you this.
that guy? He's
Let me
on the
tell you this.
fast track. What are you looking at?
Listen, after this fight, Edgar Berlanga is out the door. Nobody's gonna care about Edgar Berlanga after this fight. The dude about to retire
You
after this fight. That's
crazy.
me.
Cotto
I'm
had
not crazy,
losses. Tito had losses. Listen,
bro.
Orlando Cruz is
Bro,
Puerto Rican and he
the,
is a guy
the
that came out
man,
and is gay and he got losses in that fan base. You crazy.
listen,
Puerto
the
Ricans
man
don't do
ain't
that.
listen.
They don't
The
do
man
that.
ain't won. The man ain't won a title. The man ain't won a title. Ain't nobody gonna need him. He
And they
holds no
and
value.
they still backing him. He's still a ticket seller.
He,
He
look,
still
the
fielded
man holds no
multiple
value.
offers from
He's
Mayweather,
only gonna hold value.
PBC. He had two separate offers. That's how big of a star.
He's only
Not only did
he's
Mayweather
only
want him,
gonna
but
hold
Al wanted
value.
him separately.
He's
Shout
only
out to
gonna
him.
hold value to prospects. He's only gonna hold value to prospects. That's it. He only gonna give value with dudes like Janabet. That's it. All these other big names, marketable fighters, ain't nobody gonna worry about Edgar Berlanga after this fight. I'm telling you, bro. Come on, man. This the Eddie Hearn program. This is what they do. They don't make big fights over there. But you know what I'm saying? You got dudes like Drew who call in and say, yeah, man, jump ship to the zone. Tell me when Conor Ben is getting a big fight. Tell me when Conor Ben is getting a championship fight, Drew. You know what I'm saying? And one more thing.
We
Let
gotta
me get
go,
this off.
bro. We gotta
Jay,
go.
hold
We
on, hold
gotta
on. Let me
go.
get this
We
off.
gotta go. We gotta go. We gonna counter punch for any non-TBX member. That means copy cool, man. What it do? Shout out to Fly King Steve for that counter punch for copy cool.
What's going on, champ? They gave me a counter.
Well, they let me pick. It said a counter punch for any non-TBX member. So TBX would be the last guy and CYP. So you're not them.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, man. I just feel like there's a lot of speculation going on, and it's what if this, what is that, no true facts, but besides the ones that were mentioned earlier, and we could speculate all we want about, who was on that list, what could have happened, this, that, and the third, but it makes no sense to continue on the facts are the facts, and that's what we have to follow, right? It's like they say, speculation doesn't work in the court of law, so that's what we have to go by right now. We're in an era where we just want to see Canelo pretty much lose. So we're just trying to make any and every fight try to make him lose. It's like kind of what you touched on earlier, like Mayweather. There was a point in time where we was just watching Mayweather just to lose. We were throwing anybody in front of Mayweather just so that he could lose and things like that. And I'm not saying that Canelo loses against Benavidez, because I honestly feel like Canelo walks through Benavidez. I honestly feel like Canelo walks through Crawford. Like all these names being thrown up, I think they get walked by these guys. And I'm not even a Canelo fan, and I'm talking like this. But I kind of wanted these fights to happen because I wanted this shit to come out to flourish. I wanted to pretty much show these people that are talking reckless just because throwing any big name in front of him, thinking just because they have the momentum on their side that they're actually something, you know. That was like the Andrade. Oh, he's ducking Andrade. He's ducking Andrade, and he goes and fight Benavidez, and he gets walked through by Benavidez. He had one or two moments there, but it just showed like the caliber of fighters that these guys really are. You know, and just to try to just oversee exactly what like you said, the contract states, and try to make um just try to pretty much make an argument that he's ducking or he's doing this, he's doing that, not to fight Benavidez is ridiculous. I mean, if there's a contract in place, the contract's in place. That's what you do. The guy's at his career where he can do as he pleases. Nobody was talking that with Mayweather when he was picking these crazy ass fights. So now that he has the opportunity, we obviously know that Canelo's at the end of his career. We have to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. We can want all we want, but it's not going to happen. And at the end of the day, he pretty much has control of his ship, and he's driving the motherfucking to the end. You know what I'm saying? And as far as this Munguia and Canelo, goes, let's not even try to get excited for that fight, because that fight's not happening. De La Hoya just said it recently in the interview that that shit is not happening anytime soon. So don't
Champ,
worry
that's
about
the
that fight
bell.
happening.
Nah, don't you worry about what Oscar talking about, man. He's only a co-promoter, just like Juan Urango's in charge of Matias's career, and he was able to take him to Matchroom. Like Fernando Beltran is in charge of Jaime's career. His co-promotion is to get Jaime on television, which Golden Boy has via their deal with the Zone, but he can't hinder a big fight from happening. Hence, Ryan Garcia's manager Lupe, who does the deals for Ryan, agrees with that. Gets Ryan to agree, and then goes to Oscar, who Oscar then deals with. Ryan don't even deal with Oscar. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Let's see what we got. Boxing IQ. What a do? Boxing IQ. You gotta unmute.
Hey, yo, what's up? What's up? What's up, man?
What up?
Hey, you sound like I was thinking you sound like Fat Joe. Say, put the fucking mic on.
Mm. I actually like
Nah,
that
man.
song. I think that shit might be in my playlist. Ain't that What's Love Got to Do with it? With Ja Rule?
Yeah, but
Yeah, that's in
but
my
when you
playlist.
yelling
I'm
on
an
here,
old head.
that's what you sound like.
Nah, I mean he influenced me for sure, yo.
Right
Hey
on, right on.
Joey, let's just get this money. That's old Joe.
Right on, right on. Hey, man, you know what? I mean, I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying on here. I think one of the biggest problems, man, is the racism in boxing, man. I mean, racism, and then also like just fanboys. You know what I'm saying? Like people look at the color of the skin of the fighter, and they'll cap for them or they'll shit on them, based on like what color they are or whatever. And what I'm saying, and also, I mean, like, I mean, all this shit that Canelo's doing, or people are accusing him of doing. I mean, he's a cash cow. You know what I'm saying? So like, for him, it has to make sense if he's gonna fight somebody. You know what I'm saying? Just like when Mayweather fought. You know what I mean? When Mayweather fought, I guarantee you, some of these cats that's coming on here shitting on Canelo, defending Mayweather to the fullest. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, like, if it doesn't make sense for him, you know what I'm saying? Like, if the contract isn't right, whether, like you said earlier, a rehydration clause, possibly, you know what I'm saying, the money, just like with Wilder, we don't know exactly what's in the details of the contract, but the money wasn't right or whatever. So the fight didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? With AJ, I think the 100 million or something like that he was offered. So with Canelo, I don't know exactly what went on with the whole Benavidez thing, you know what I'm saying? But if you don't have no proof of him actually ducking and, like, actually having a contract, like, that met all his stipulations, and he said F that, if you don't have that, then I mean, you don't have no proof that he actually ducked, you know what I'm saying? Me being black, I'm not gonna hate on Canelo, you know what I'm saying? I see Canelo doing this thing. The guy that said he ain't fought no prime fighters or whatever, full of shit. He fought, like you said, a dude said Bivo, Arislani Lara, Trout, all those guys were in their primes, and they were quote unquote, two of them quote unquote black fighters that supposedly Canelo doesn't want to fight, right? Um, what's the guy said? Boo Boo Andre. Boo Boo Andre had his chance, man. Didn't he stop? Not he back out of a fight with Charlo like the week of the fight or something like that.
Yeah,
So
yeah. But after that, he just lost to Benavidez. I don't know what they want him to do. But, champ, that's the bell. We going to go out to Stone Bone, Colorado.
What up, man? Can you hear me?
You sound bad if you're on your Bluetooth.
All right, I'm
Oh,
good, bro.
nah,
Go
nah,
ahead.
nah. It's better. All right. He dropped off. Uh, Jerron, Louisiana. Oh shit! Sorry, Jerron. Hold on. Boxing Patron with a counter, and then Leo with a counter after him. My bad, fellas. Boxing Patron. What it do?
That sound good?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, man. Homeboy kind of took my call, drew a little bit, man, when I heard what's name talking shit about he ain't fought no prime fighters. The bad thing is, man, you talk about Boo Boo Hoop. You say, he was so scared of fucking Boo Boo, because he was such a slick boxer. Wasn't Billy Joe a slick boxer? I think Billy Joe had a better record, a better resume than Boo Boo. What about Caleb Plant? Another slick boxer? Is it because they're not black or what? Because they're white? Is that why he don't get credit for them? They were
Oh,
both in their prime.
they say that those guys didn't have power. That's why he fought them.
Yeah. What about Smith, man? Wasn't he in his prime, undefeated? Those are three back-to-back-to-back undefeated fighters that he beat. What, in an 11th month period? But I guess those guys don't count. They talking about, see, that's what gets me pissed off about that shit, is you act like you a boxing fan, but you talk about, because he beat a fighter because they got their ass beat already. Boxers do lose. Muhammad Ali lost. Everybody lost. So, but you live in this era where you have to be undefeated and you have to be the big bad David Benavidez or undefeated fighter to get credit. People lose in this fight. So, you know what I mean? You know what? Okay, so I tell you what. Beat the shit out of Spence. Spence got his ass beat by a fucking car. How about that? You know what I mean? He probably never. We could say he was never the same after that. How about that? You know what I mean? He wasn't beat by a person. He was beat up by a car. That was like 25 he was in that one wreck. But everybody who loses, man, this is the bad thing. Everybody who loses your shit. Are we gonna take away from Mayweather because he beat Pacquiao because Pacquiao got knocked the fuck out by Marquez? Are we gonna? Or because he had lost multiple times before that? Should we take? Should we? Should we take away from that win? That's what's bad, man. We live in this era where everybody has to be undefeated. Everybody has, you know what I mean, and in order to get credit for the win, you know what I mean. And it's sad because let's just say David Benavidez does go up to 175 and loses, comes back down and fights Canelo at 168 and loses. You know what they're gonna say? Well, you fought him after he lost. They'll say David Benavidez was shit because he lost at 175 to somebody. That's what's bad. These ain't boxing fans, man. You're man fans. You're not fucking boxing fans. People lose in this sport. People get punched in the fucking face in this sport, and it fucking happens, man. See, that's the difference between UFC and this shit going on right now. UFC, man, these fighters, they'll get thrown away after one ass whooping they taken. You know what I mean? They're still up there. Boxing, dude, you lose, shit. They're done, man. You know what I mean? That's what's bad. And guys like Tank Davis, they know this shit, man. They know that if they lose, if they take a risk and they lose, you will throw them to the back of the fucking line and they will not get their money no more, dude. And that we have done that as boxing fans or as fake fucking fans. You know what I mean? Make it all make sense, man. Don't talk shit about Canelo when he fucking fought everybody out there. Triple G had knocked out, 19 out of the last 20 guys when he fucking fought Canelo? What was wrong with him? Was it because he waited for him to hit 30-some years old? It's just fucking weird, man. These
That's
fans
the
are weird.
bell, Boxing Patron. That's the bell. The next counter was from Leo Houston. Stand up.
What up, Ness? H-Town. Hey, Ness, what the guy said that Canelo didn't fight nobody? It was that Jay Billy?
Nah, that was J Matt.
Oh, J Mac. Tell J Mac there's this thing called Box Rec. He go look and compare his favorite fighter, Floyd, and put the records up and see how many undefeated champions each one of them beat in their career. That he can shut the fuck up. And then you got CYP trying to play the race card, and he's Mr. Activist all of a sudden. Trying to make his points with the race car. He needs to get the hell out of here, too. And then you got Tip Brainless freaking contradicting himself, every other thing, because everything he's saying Canelo's doing, Tank does. But that's okay. It's just ridiculous. Canelo's the face of boxing. He's the best of his generation. He's got about 4 or 5 more fights, and then he'll be out of here. Then they're going to be crying, talking about, well, you know what? Canelo wouldn't have done this. Canelo was this. And they'll probably be on the Canelo tip. Because all they are is leftover Flomos. The Canelo haters are leftover Flomos that they got nobody to cheer for because they still love Floyd. So they're going to shit on whatever Canelo does. And as far as for Benavidez, hey, man, if he really wanted that fight, I've said earlier, I don't know why people keep ignoring. His father said, we're very happy with PVC. We're very happy how PVC is moving us. We're happy with the money. We're happy with everything. That's what his father said. If they're happy, then they don't want the Canelo fight. Ness, I don't know what's more simple than that. And didn't Eddie say if they offered us 55 million, we would not turn down anybody? That's a lie. He literally said it. He goes, "Oye, si nos hubieran ofrecido 55 millones, ¿por qué no peleamos a cualquiera?" You know, he'll fight anybody if they're offering him that much. So why don't they just get the 55 million they supposedly offered together and then offered it to him? But what they
Well,
can't because
well,
they
well. Today we heard it was double the Charlo, so that's 70.
yeah. Well, even that, if they say 70, get the fucking 70. They say, ain't Floyd a billionaire? Don't he got like $2 billion Bugattis and a $800 million watch and skyscrapers well, didn't Floyd say if you're messing with the PVC, you're messing with Floyd Mayweather? I am the PVC. Well, didn't he say that? You work for me. So I mean, that's a multi-billionaire. He can't come up with 75 million. Or is Floyd broke now? Ness, is he broke or something?
Nah, they're making smart business decisions.
You know, yeah. Well, I mean, funding the face of boxing ain't smart no more. It's just crazy, man. They don't want it. They don't got the money. They don't got the money. David don't want it right now for whatever reason. He don't want it. Maybe he's waiting. You know, waiting for Canelo to get another year older. But he's got to keep his name out there. He's got to keep talking so that way people don't forget about him. And that way, when he comes and he collects Canelo, and hopefully he beats him. Which I still think he's gonna lose. But if
That
he beats him,
is the bell. Um, we got two counterpunches for any TBX member, plus a counterpunch from TBX Tip, plus a counterpunch from J Matt. J Matt.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yo, speaking of shut the fuck up, to the guy who talks with a lot of spit in his mouth, mucus, dog shit, fucking tobacco, I don't know what the fuck. It sounds like he got a mouthful of shit when he call in. Shout out to my Houston caller. Hey man, look, I'm not here to argue with you. I stated my opinion. If I misspoke and said Canelo never fought nothing, I'm a little confused because I also said gave him credit for his legacy and said he have already accomplished legendary shit. So whether you want to argue your dumb points or Drew want to argue a point or pick a point where you heard in my call when I say the multitude of things, man, look, y'all stay stuck on that little petty ass shit. I already gave credit for Canelo for his legendary, but I pointed out certain fighters that he chose to avoid and when he could have fought those. There's a few of those guys in around his weight class and a few guys that he chose not to fight. I don't have to bring it up. I didn't say it many times. I'll let the guys keep calling in. We're talking about David Benavidez right now. Oh, let me move another point. Real critical of Floyd with his Money Mayweather reprint. Real critical of Floyd when he said money under the mattress. Real critical of Floyd after he fought Andre Berto. So you can't pull that call for me neither. I was critiquing him because he was fighting flat-footed fighters because he knew at this point you guys will pay to see him. That's why Floyd used to do the same thing. When you great, they hate. Canelo is at a point in his career where, of course, they want to see him beat, just like the same way they wanted to see Floyd beat. So you can't get mad when he get to this level of stardom and then get mad because people want to see him fight the best or consider who's the best. And David Benavidez, whether you think he's the best, whether you want to argue resumes, he's a bad motherfucker doing some bad shit and the best shit right now. And unfortunately, with all the hype behind him, going on the Mike Tyson short, the Mexican monster, that name, all that gives him more credence to why he needs to fight a Canelo. But Canelo has no plans on fighting him. That's why he turned the first initial deal down. That's why he ran and got out the back door when L tried to come to his senses and offer him. I heard a rumor that he tried to ask for less this fight, but double it down on the next fight. I'm not gonna get caught up into that. That's a lot of business shit that I'm not privy to. And my last point, like, man, look, bro, like, argue with your mother. Don't argue with me. Stay on topic. Stay on the show, like Ness said. Unless you have a bias. I have heard this dude made racial slurs and also sexual gestures, and I haven't heard you call a Houston man out who got a glob of dog shit in his mouth when he called in every time.
What
That's
did
my
he
call.
say?
You heard? Hey, they making reference to one of them said earlier. How Canelo smells. I forgot. I hear it, but I'm just hearing it when certain callers call in. You call them out on their bullshit, but you don't call them out when the official narrative.
Smells.
That's my call.
Man, I don't know what you talking about. You just mad he called you out on saying Canelo never fought nobody in their prime or undefeated. It's like I tell y'all, do research. You know, that's why we got this soundbite because y'all rather call in to argue and say that someone got dog shit in their mouth, tobacco, whatever, instead of just.
Don't everybody believe in Google? Go Google that shit.
That's your fault. You had to counterpunch because you mad that you made a mistake in your call and he ripped your ass. Fred Robinson, $5. Marketing has become bigger than the rules of boxing and sanctionings. Where are the purists? There is a lot of young talent falling victim. Fred right back with another 5. He says, what other world champ has left 4 undefeated champs in his weight class and his age that he refused to fight? This is crazy. We got Chad Counterpunch on Twitter. Tip Counterpunch.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yo, yo.
Hey, man. Hey, man. I just want to shout out to the face of boxing. You know what I'm saying? Give a shout out to Billy Joe Saunders, man. Billy Joe Saunders, a dude who won a vacant WBO title, man. Who won a vacant secondary title. You know what I'm saying? Only had 2 defenses with the title. You know what I'm saying? And then lost the title to Canelo. You know what I'm saying? On his cash out fight. Because he hasn't fought since 2021. You know,
I mean,
shout out to him.
I'm going to pause this because I know people hate to learn during their call, but you're trying to down Billy Joe. But
no, I'm not down.
No. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You said he won 2 vacant titles. You trying to emphasize that.
He won a vacant title. He won a vacant title. He won a vacant title. You know what I'm saying? He was the Commonwealth champion.
Now don't forget this. Just don't forget this one little key piece of advice that Billy Joe beat, I don't know, David Benavidez' 3rd best opponent, one of the former world champs.
That's cool, but that's not where I'm going with this. That's not where I'm going with this.
Well, you started down in that fighter, so I don't know where you was going.
My thing is, but where I'm going with this is they killed Andre for winning vacant titles, but yet Billy Joe Saunders won a vacant title. I guess
Billy's resume is better. Billy's resume is better. He fought better opposition.
But you know what they have in common, Ness?
Nothing.
They both won vacant titles.
Nah.
They both won vacant titles.
Nah, one beat Eubank Jr., one beat former champ David Lemieux. The other beat who exactly? Because I don't got BoxRec open.
That's cool and everything, but my point is they both won vacant titles, and then at that, Demetrius Andre became a 2-time champion, not a 2-time Commonwealth champion.
Billy's not 2-time WBO. You forgot?
Not a 2-time.
You forgot?
British
this is
European
what I'm
champion.
saying. This is why y'all waste y'all calls because y'all fail to do
a researcher as tough as a prosecutor.
Like research, my brother. Billy Joe is a 2-division champ, 60 and 68, man. Don't waste your call on being taught.
God damn.
Yeah, I know. You keep making mistakes. This shit costing you $5, bro.
Hey, it's all good, man. It's all good. I'm just saying, you know.
Yo, you do got another counter from your man Jonathan Sims, so don't feel bad.
I'm gonna hold that for later. But I just find it funny though that they killed Billy Joe. You know, I mean, they killed Boo Boo for winning a vacant, but they don't kill Billy Joe for winning a vacant.
Because Billy Joe got a better resume.
And then they want to start this Janabek slander with Demetrius Andre. Tell me, bro, who the fuck is called in to talk about Janabek? Has there ever been? Have we ever had a live?
I mean, just yesterday,
talking about Janabek?
Just yesterday, you keep failing. You keep failing. Just yesterday, I said to Danny, why hasn't Top Rank at least offered Johnny Beck? Like, really, just Matchroom is gonna offer Canelo a fucking deal? He's a free agent. Offer whatever you can. It's Canelo. If Crawford is an option as a fucking welterweight, why wouldn't Johnny Beck with 2 belts be an option? At least. Just throw it out there. Try, for God's sakes.
Nobody cares about Janabek. Not even Canelo fans care about Janabek. Like, yo, like, why
no, they would. No. That's not true. Because remember, No one cared about Makabu till Eddie Reynoso mentioned Makabu. Stop. That's how it works. If Canelo wants you, we care about you.
They should at least have the leniency to say, yo, we will much rather prefer Janabek, who's actually a champion, a unified champion, over Edgar Belong and Jaime Munguia, bro. Like, let's be for real.
I mean, Top Rank got to offer him, like I asked yesterday. Got to go, though. Why hasn't Top Rank offered something? Something. You feel me? Chat, Twitter, counter.
You got me?
You know it.
I just want to say one thing to the TBX community. TBX is over. DX is over. TBX is over. DX is over.
Yo, you funny as hell. That's in my fucking age bracket. Is that really your call? That's it? Oh, you're a killer. Loved it. Oh, man. But shout out to Fly King with another $5 for any non-TBX. So we going to go ahead and give that to Supermax. My man, see, TBX is... Yo, we need to get that clip. Oh, shit, Brandon, clip that.
That was wild.
That was funny. What you mean? That was excellent.
Yo, how we sounding, man?
So far, so good.
So, look, man, at the end of the day, this is nothing to be celebratory. I'm a Canelo fan, but it sucks, man. I think the David Benavidez fight is dead in the water. Never going to happen. I hear all these callers making complaints. Look, Al Haymon screwed up, okay? And however you want to word it, phrase it, whatever, he screwed up. But then we get to playing the race card and calling each other out his names. So fuck it, that's the route we're going to go. So now I'm going to talk specifically to David Benavidez and Jose Benavidez Sr. Take a close look at PBC's history. Ness, how long was Al Haymon trying to get Andre Berto the fight with Floyd?
Shit, since Connecticut, Victor Ortiz versus Andre Berto won.
Who's he hooking up in his next pay-per-view? Keith Thurman. David Benavidez, we talk about the race card all the time. You're a Mexican fighter. Mexican monster is what they call you, right? Look at the names that were offered to Canelo both times, because what they leave out about the last offer was that, remember, Ness, it was Errol Spence on the last offer. It was him or David. He had the option. David Benavidez, Jose Sr., you guys are not a priority to Al Haymon. If we're going to play the race card, let's call it what it is. Look at the color of your skin. Look at your last name. Look at the names that were on that list. You were never a priority. Let's call it what it is. You know, we could play that card too. We're minorities too. We've been on that end of it too. So David Benavidez, if we're going to call Top Rank racist or Golden Boy racist, we're going to call it all across the board. David Benavidez, Al Haymon failed you. You've never been a priority to them. You didn't get Caleb Plant first. The cash cow did. They gave you boo-boo, and it did nothing. Take a look at things, David. That's all I'm going to say. This is disappointing, man. We're never going to get this fight. It's just going to be the one that Canelo didn't give us. It's unfortunate. It is what it is. It's not a celebratory day for me as a boxing fan, but some of these calls have gotten ridiculous, man. Y'all calling each other out each other's names, doing this, doing that. That's ridiculous, dog. The facts are the facts, though. Al Haymon screwed up, and whether you want to call Canelo or duck it or not, Al Haymon left the door open for him to walk away from this fight, and Canelo did just that. It's a sad day for boxing, Ness, but keep doing your thing, baby. You've been killing it today. That's all I got.
Free counterpunch for CYP from Jonathan Sims for TBX.
Oh, man. Supermax. Man, shut up, man. That soft shit need to be up out of this. It's a boxing channel. People got thick skin. If they can't handle it, don't ever go to a boxing match. Boxing match, they drinking, they calling names. Some of you motherfuckers throw drinks, you weird fuckers. This is a sport for the men. If you can't handle name calling, don't call in. Hey, shout out to Chubby. That really, to me, the TBX is over. That would have been better coming from a different voice It didn't sound like it mattered to me. I didn't really get moved, but it was creative. I think if you would have sung something, it would have been funnier to match your voice because you can't be tough and diss us. It don't come off right when you try to put bass in your voice and diss us because we know y'all can't fuck with the captain. But hey, did y'all notice that there are certain things that get overhyped on this show that don't get overhyped for everybody else? If you look at Laurie's Lara, right, his resume, he's not a great fighter. He's very skilled. Yes, he's a good fighter. Great. What the fuck? Beating Austin Trout and Angulo. Those are his best wins. That does not put you in the Hall of Fame. That don't get you Hall of Fame.
I guess he's breaking up. I'll take this
Right?
time. Okay, there he goes.
There you go with Daniel Jacobs. If y'all look at that scorecard, he only won by 1 round versus Daniel Jacobs. That means his prime fighters that were doing great are Laurie Lara, Daniel Jacobs. As Laurie Lara, some of y'all think he lost. Daniel won 1 round. What does that really say about what Canelo does against prime fighters his own age, around his greatness? What happens then? Because I could have swore, what's his name? Drew mentioned, how you gonna mention Floyd? Floyd Mayweather was 36 years old. That's not prime. Floyd in his own interview said, man, I was an old man when I fought Canelo. Easy work, easy work. So don't come and try to change the definition of what prime is, because Floyd himself said he wasn't his prime when he fought Canelo. Oops, checkmate, you should have researched. And stop telling people to research when all you do is say, all you do is research. You're just a researcher. Stop telling motherfuckers to be like me. Because remember, I'm not that guy. Remember, I ain't him. So don't be like me, because I ain't that guy. Or you could be like me and really be that guy. All hell TBX. Any of y'all niggas want more? I'm be back soon. And shout out to the fat dude who can't breathe and talk at the same time. TBX and CYP. He talked about Canelo. Slow-mos. Shut your fat ass up. Go take a jog and come back. Holler at me. I'm gone.
All right. Laura to this day is a very avoided fighter. You know, if he would have watched boxing instead of being a researcher, he would know that. And as far as me telling people to do research, is because I feel bad for guys to waste their call on things that are inaccurate. So at least research before you're gonna waste your 3 minutes of talking and look silly thinking that only Boo Boo is a 2 division champ and not Billy Joe as well. So I'm just trying to help my community. I'm not like you. I'm not trying to be greater than everybody. There's no big I's and little U's with me. Christian G, $5. So do we not give Benavidez credit if the fight does happen and he wins, since apparently Canelo fought young, old, blind, deaf fighters? Nah, you know the real one's going to give Benavidez credit. CYP won't. Canelo would be old in CYP's logic. JXV Ness, you believe Dan? He's biased. I believe Dan. We've always said that here. We believe Dan. We even believe Coppinger. Mario Martinez, welcome to the prospect level. H-Town, tip brainless. Hold that L for Billy. Face of tears of joy. That's for the Billy Joe comment. Oh shit. H-Town, $2 more. She YP always crying. Face with tears of joy. Potato chip, $5. Yo, Chad, aka Remy from Higher Learning. TBX don't die. We multiply. You guys are funny. You guys are real funny, man. Let's see what we got. We got Whoa. Mike from West Texas with the $20 counterpunch for more time when I call in. Damn, Mike, where you at? I see you cutting that line. He said, fuck a king counter. We dropping bombs around here. What up, champ? Uh-oh, Mike. You're going to have to jump out, jump back in. Don't worry. We're going to wait for you. We're going to wait for you. In the meantime, the people are going to take this opportunity to smash the thumbs up. We dangerously close to getting over 1,000 likes, so I do need your assistance with that. Speaking of help, while you're hitting that thumbs up, go ahead and subscribe if you haven't already done so. We're trying to get to 191,000 subscribers. Right now, we're on 180. So, you know, we need about another 800 and some change. Let's just make it a nice 900 because, you know, you win some, you lose some. Mike, West Texas. Mike, don't go nowhere, man. Let me try something because he's having issues connecting. We also got a counterpunch for Ron Boy Fresh from Drew. Ron, if you're available, now is the time since I'm still trying to get this gentleman to connect. Mike, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Perfect. Let's go.
So I'm not gonna talk, you know, resume contracts right now. I've just been listening, and you know, I really feel like one of the callers made a good point just now. Yeah, I do believe that Benavidez is in the wrong spot, man. He's over there in Wakanda land, man. That's just the bottom line, man. Like, you know,
Mike,
and I don't blame Al.
You understand that Wakanda land could be taken as racist, right?
I know that, man. But I'm gonna tell you like this: I'm a Mexican, and my son's godfather is black. That's all I chose with black. So, you know, CYP was talking about being a man. That's what we do. Men are gonna talk, man. Like, you know, the ones that are gonna take it.
If you open the door for racial slurs, then they just gonna call in talking about burritos and shit like that. We don't want that.
That's cool. I ain't tripping. I love burritos.
But I do trip. I do trip. I'd rather
all right.
just have boxing talk.
But it's the truth though. It's the truth though. You got to really think about it. Look.
I mean, Leo Santa Cruz. I let Supermex slide with that, but it's not the truth. Leo Santa Cruz did very fucking well as a Mexican with Al Haymon. So much that he named his first son Al. I don't know if you know that. And they live in Mexico.
I do know that.
His father is Mexican as a motherfucker. So yeah, it's not fair.
And look,
it's not fair what you saying. It's not fair what Mex is saying. Because Al, look at Mikey. So he didn't make Mikey a millionaire? Or was it Bob Arum? That's another Mexican.
At the end of the day,
you guys are wrong. And the racial slurs.
But look, listen. But no, let me finish. Look, this is why I tell you that I'm not trying to talk down on black or Mexicans. This is what I'm trying to tell you. He put his money on this man, right? And it was because of race or not, I want to believe it is, but his fighters don't have discipline and they talk. And when they get to talking, they're messy on social media, and they get to clowning on people like Bud Crawford for being over there with the white man. The bottom line is they're trying to follow the Floyd blueprint, but they don't have the discipline that Floyd had. They're out there drinking in the streets. They're winos. They talk too much. They're all over social media. At the end of the day, they don't have the discipline, big dog. And he gambled. He gambled because he's trying to look out for them. Does it make any sense?
That's all makes sense, but you don't have to say anything racial.
No, but it leads to that. It leads to that because at the end of the day, if everybody believes, look,
but all you gotta say is that his best interest is
knows
for the
that everybody
black
wanted to see Canelo versus David. Al knows that.
All you gotta do is say that his best interest is for the black
that David Benavidez and Canelo was the fight to make. Why throw the baby Charlo out there? And I don't blame him. I don't blame him because everybody deserves to eat. Everybody does. I'm not hating that the black man's winning. I don't even hate Floyd. Floyd was a disciplined fighter, man. He was one of the greats. Did he start cherry picking at the end? Yes, he did. But he earned it. And that's what's wrong with these fighters that he has over there. They're not disciplined. And not only they're not disciplined, they're messy. And Al rolled the dice with them. That's what he did, Ness. I'm not calling to be racial. Because at the end of the day, I done heard all the Mexican jokes and all that and them talking down on the mess because I'm fine with it. It doesn't mean that I'm one of those. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You still there?
I'm here.
So yeah, I understand your platform. There shouldn't be no room for no racial cards, but at the end of the day, read the chats, man. Read the comments. That's what they do, man. They're gonna do it even if you tell them not to.
Yeah, but we
They're
don't.
gonna do it.
Yeah, they could comment what they want. We don't have to highlight it on the show. No one listening to this show on iTunes, on iHeart, on Spotify will ever know what someone said in the comment section that we didn't bring up. Now they know that you feel Al Haymon looks at his African Americans as Wakandians. That's a racial slur, my brother.
And I say that not because Al's saying it. I'm saying it because his fighters are messy.
But
and they
but
stunt
what
us. They
Wakanda
stunt
got to
assertive.
do with that?
It's what I'm trying. Okay, it's like when Bud was over there with Top Rank. What were they giving him a hard time about? Huh? They were giving him a hard time because he was signed to the white man. Come on, Ness, don't be acting like you don't know about that.
I'm not saying I don't know, but that got nothing to do with
And you
are saying.
okay.
What you are saying.
It does.
My
What I'm
brother.
trying to. Yeah, it does. The reason I'm saying what I'm saying is because these fighters, they got a lot of talent over there with him, right? The ones that he believed in, the one that Al's believes in, right? Not only were they getting exposed, but now they're in situations that they are now because at the end of the day, they don't have the discipline. And I don't know if it's because Al promised these fighters, like, I'm going to look out for you. I'm going to bless you. I'm going to make sure you get your money. He didn't probably promise them, I'm going to make sure you become undisputed. He probably tells them, I'm going to make sure you get the most money. And I don't blame him because that's what it's about, right? At the end of the day, getting that paycheck. But to some fighters, like Canelo, at first it was about the belts. Yes or no?
Yeah.
So you know what I'm saying? The only thing I'm trying to say is Al's a good man for helping people. I don't think he's broke. I don't think he's getting down on fighters. But I will say that the fighters he does have, they'll never level up to what Floyd did because they don't have the discipline. They don't. And I see what he's trying to do. He's trying to help out, black fighters and open doors for them where they can do something good with their life. But they don't move like Floyd does. And why did he put little Charlo on the contract, or why did he make him fight Canelo if he knew that the fight was with the monster? Why? Tell me why, Ness. Why?
Why did he put little Charlo? Because
Yes.
according to the Canelo naysayers, Al knew that Canelo already said no to David.
Come on, man. So okay. So what is it you're trying to put out there by exposing this contract? What point are you trying to make, Ness, today?
That he's within his right to get out of the contract because the people that they said for him to fight for the amounts they said for him to fight, they don't want to do that anymore. Simple as that.
So then you're gonna stick to the side that Canelo did duck Benavidez?
How can you duck a guy that wasn't in the contract? The article
Exactly.
states that Benavidez surprisingly was not one of the three names.
Okay, moving north with traffic. So that's the point I'm trying to make. What I'm saying is, if Benavidez was never on the contract, why was the Charlos on the contract, knowing that the people want to see David Benavidez fight him? Why? Because he probably promised the Charlos something. He probably promised them, you know what? I'm gonna get y'all that paycheck. I'm gonna get y'all that big paycheck. And why did the Charlo keep on his belt when he hasn't even been active for so long? Why did he keep his belt for so long, Ness? Where do you see that at?
Relationship.
Why did he get?
That's Al Haymon's relationship with our boy Mauricio. You know that.
Exactly. So why is he special? Why? Tell me why. Explain that to me.
Al is special because he controls over 200 fighters.
No, I'm talking about Charlo. Why did he get to keep his belt after he hasn't even defended it almost 2 years? Why?
Because Mauricio is a very kind-hearted man who understands that people go through trials and tribulations in their life. He also understands that alcoholism and potential divorces and breakups with the mother of your 4 children, that could be difficult. So yeah, Mauricio decided to be, considerate with Jamal Charlo.
Okay, man. Look, I'm it too, man. I am too. At the end of the day, it's all there for you to pick it up and read it, man. Yeah, it's harsh. I agree with you. If I offended anybody, I apologize. I really do, and I do mean it. But I just, I feel like I had to get it off my chest. This is the boxing voice, right?
Yeah, but you
So
can
I
get
figured
everything. Listen, you got to understand, and this is your last count out of the 20. Listen, everything you said is fine except calling people what you called them. There's no, like, there was everything else was not racial. That was.
Yeah, I just want to say that, you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I'm only going off of how the fighters were moving. His fighters. And they were real messy and they lacked discipline. And I pay attention to the tweets and the stuff that they say in their interviews. You get it? That's it. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Yeah, man. So that you're done?
I'm done, brother.
You the man, champ. Yeah, man, we just, we don't have to say things like that, and we could try to well, he paid for his time, ladies and gentlemen, about giving dude hella time. He paid for his time like the many counterpunches that CYP does, he paid for his all in one. But yeah, there's no need for that level of conversation, right? We got still counterpunches for Tip and Ron Boy Fresh. Ron, you got that from Drew. I don't know if you are interested. If not, we got Mustafa with the counter.
Am I coming in clear? Check 1 2, check 1 2.
Yeah, you're coming in clear.
All right, all right. Salute to Mike from West Texas. I didn't have a problem with anything that the brother said. Uh, I didn't have a problem with the Wakanda thing, but I do understand how Ness could have a problem with that, and this is his platform. But everything besides the Wakanda thing is everything that everything you was cool with everything else, and I feel the brother was making some valid points because I do believe myself that Al Haymon made promises to Jamal Charlo and a few other black people that has been loyal to him, that he probably said, I'm gonna get you this payday, and the plan fell through because of the circumstances and the events that have taken place since then. Uh, but yeah, I agree on that point, and I don't know if I got anything else I really want to say. Oh yeah, earlier when I was calling in, I was thinking, I was like, damn, you know, just because of the simple fact that I can't get an understanding with Ness, I'm gonna call his ass back and I'm gonna pay that bread. And I'm not saying that this is your motivation or your intention, but one could play dumb in order to get people to call in. Like if you wanted to, you can just not understand act like you don't understand what people are saying, and that can get people to call in. But and once again, I'm not saying that's your intent. That's just it's late. But yeah, man. And once again, shout out to TBV. Shout out to Ness. Shout out to everybody that's calling in. I don't have a problem with anybody, regardless of what you say. No matter how racial it gets, that's just me personally, though. Because, I love everybody and I love myself. So, and I know that, I got God and God got me. So at the end of the day, all of this stuff, I'm just having fun here. You know what I mean? Enjoying this a human experience. God bless everybody.
AMG, what up?
Yo, what's up, Ness? Can you hear me okay?
Yup.
All right, cool. Yeah, I just wanted to give my 2 cents on the topic. I just don't think that it necessarily comes down to racial. Like all these promoters, before they give a fuck about color, they give a fuck about the color green. That's really what everybody. It's the fans that want to like get into their own fucking insecurities and shit. Always thinking that whether it be Oscar being racist or Al Heyman being racist, it ain't about that shit, in my opinion. I mean, obviously, I don't know what's in their heart, what's in their mind, or anything, but ultimately, if we assume that Al Heyman truly thinks that Benavidez is going to beat Canelo, why the fuck would he want to put him up to get beat first? Canelo is the fucking golden goose. So you squeeze this motherfucker out with multiple pay-per-views, with people that you know he's going to beat. Why? Because people are going to, it just keeps building that David fight more and more and more. So it looked to me like I was just following the green print. A Hispanic dude against a black dude, right? And that's why he offered up three people. A Jermel, maybe Jamal, maybe Earl, we don't know for sure. But that's all it was. If you get him in there and he truly believes that Benavidez beats him, that knocks Canelo's stock a bit. And another thing is, we've already seen that Canelo losing doesn't necessarily mean that his stardom transfers to the person that beats him, because Bevo ain't doing shit. So it would be one thing to say, oh, I know that if Benavidez beats Canelo, he's going to be the fucking top of the world. He's going to start selling 1 million pay-per-views every time. That is not a guarantee, and we saw that with Bevo. So why not, if you're just looking to make green, fuck black, fuck brown, right? Like at the end of the day, that's what they're there to do. You do give them Charlo. You do
Champ,
give them
that's the
Earl.
bell. That's the bell. Jerron, Louisiana. Jerron, AC, what up?
You can hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, man. I just had to touch in one good time, man, or tap in one good time. First off, let me say, man, I ain't gonna lie, bro. This whole situation kind of got me disappointed, man, because I really ain't got no interest in no Munguia fight or no Berlanga fight, man. But I ain't gonna flex, man. Some of the interviews that you done did recently has kind of made me change my opinion, man. It's like how you listen to Senior or Jose Senior say we talked to Eddie, then we didn't talk to Eddie, we really talked to Sampson, then we sent them an offer, but really we didn't send an offer, they sent the offer. You hear the dude Vito come on here today talking about basically we're not putting our fighters in tough fights, we just trying to get paid and get them dudes paid. You hear all that shit and still be like, oh, it's on Canelo. This shit sound weird, man. Honestly, man, it feels like PBC is just trying to get some dudes some paydays, you know what I mean? Some easy paydays without really having to put them guys in tough fights. You know what I'm saying? Cash out Jamel, cash out Jamal, and I guess try to cash out Earl Spence, which is crazy. I mean, I don't know, man. I be listening to all the calls, man, and everybody talking about, Canelo, he bad for the sport and the purity of boxing and this, that, and the third. My suggestion is this, man. If y'all dudes is tired of Canelo, bro, and feel like he's a fraud, what y'all should do is start actively telling y'all favorite fighters to start taking tough fights. Because that's the only way that y'all gonna be able to get rid of homie. Like I personally don't have no interest in the Munguia fight for real, but Munguia compared to Alexander. Munguia compared to 2 years out the ring, Keith Thurman. Munguia compared to Frank Martin, who is a fighter that I actually like. It's like, bro, even a bad opponent for Canelo is better than these dudes' opponents. We got to start telling these other fighters to start taking fights, man. And then maybe we won't have to hear about Canelo no more. That's just a suggestion. You know what I'm saying? Like dudes talking about this Andrade shit. Oh, he didn't fight Canelo, but the dude didn't fight nobody else in the top 10 at 154 or 160. But because he didn't fight Canelo, he gets a pass. Like that's why Canelo is still fucking getting talked about every day. Because y'all give them dudes passes. Tell these dudes take tough fights, man. Keep taking tough fights and we'll get rid of this Canelo shit since he's so bad for the sport. You know what I mean? That's how I look at it. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Everybody always say PBC be capping, be protecting fighters. We have two interviews, one from Jose Senior and one from the dude Vito, where it kind of seems like they admitting that PBC be capping and shit and protecting fighters. So it's like, what you gonna do about it? It is what it is, man. This the business of boxing. It ain't a sport no more. These dudes fucking up the sport, so the shit is just business. But that's all my.
Drew, counter.
Hey, yo, Ness. I just want to pivot real quick. I already see the videos, Ness. There's a line out of the fucking arena for the Dev Dollars Ryan Garcia press conference, and they say this is not a big fight, Ness. This is the Haney voice, right? Dev Dollars. We gonna get the afternoon show on the presser and all the sound bites.
You know it.
Because it's not. Apparently, it's not bigger than Tank versus Frank Martin, is what I'm hearing. That's what Devin got to catch up to Tank numbers, right? But they got to line out the fucking arena over there in New York, ready for the presser. They doing on the press run. This is the Devin Haney voice, baby. Get down and lay down. Dollar Bill, we see what you're doing. Ness, this just proves this Canelo fiasco proves these dudes don't be watching other weight classes. There's so many other fights to talk about. I know Canelo's a popular one. It's the news. You got to cover it. But if he wasn't talking about Canelo, Ness, if he was talking about other fights that are coming up that are good fights, these dudes wouldn't have nothing to complain about because they don't watch fucking boxing. They don't. None of these callers that are on Canelo's that are criticizing him, none of them have mentioned the Japanese fights that happened this past weekend. None of them are talking about the fucking hell of a promo Turkey Al-Sheikh just put out for Anthony Joshua, Francis Ngannou. None of them are saying anything about undisputed at heavyweight. So man, just stick to your little talking points, y'all. Quit crying and quit complaining about Canelo doing boss moves. He's the face of boxing, bro. It's cash cow. He's doing this. It's currency over legacy. And you as the consumers have a right to not buy his product. I just want to see all these David Benavidez fans show up for his pay-per-views because the last ones went double wood, both of them. So where are all his fans at? They say the people, this is for the people, this is for the people. Then people didn't show up when it was his turn in Phoenix. More people showed up for Jaime Munguia. So where are all these people that are financially supporting David Benavidez at? I just want to know where they at. Where's that $70 million, Vito? It's not on paper. Canelo don't do handshake deals, Poppy. He negotiates with cartels to get his brother released. He ain't worried about y'all. He does big money deals, 7, 8, 9-figure deals. So where's the paperwork? Where's the paper trail? Because if there was paperwork, Ness, we'd be the first ones on Canelo's helmet. Like, oh, bro, you ducking the fade. That's one Forbes listing payday in one fight. You get another one that's 100, 105 million, 110 million in 1 year. But they not. They lying. They out here saying different numbers every fucking interview, Ness. Every interview is a different number. So which one is it? And the point being that there is no one spokesperson for the PBC that can keep them on one story. And that's why the PR nightmare looks the way the PR nightmare looks like. And that's my call. I'm out. Shout out to the TBV community, baby. Dev Dollars, we see you, Devin.
Josh.
Yo, what's going on, Ness? What's going
What
on,
up?
Ness? All right, so it's been very interesting. Yesterday when I called in, I was on I'm giving the PBC a break, and today I'm back. So last week when I called in and you were talking about the Elvis guys, I mean Vito kind of confirmed that today about those guys can do whatever they want to. If those guys aren't Al Heyman contracted guys, then those guys were just getting TV dates because Al was looking out. So that's good. That's a bunch of inactive fighters who people are complaining about that. Tell the manager to go do their job. You guys are complaining about Stanionis. Stanionis' manager wanted to go take a fight with Virgil. Y'all forgot that. Stanionis got hurt. Virgil got hurt. Virgil got hurt. It ain't Al Heyman's fault that Stanionis has been inactive. There are some fighters. There are some fighters that is Al Heyman's fault. And just like Vito said, patience. I said that before on here plenty of times. Patience is the key. All right, next topic. The damn, what was I gonna say that you fucking said, dude? I've been listening all morning at work. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. With the Benavidez stuff. Now, you guys have all been saying that Al should have offered Benavidez on this contract. But we already know if you send an offer for something and they turn it down for a specific reason, you don't reoffer it again. You don't reoffer it again. Benavidez contract has already been turned down. All the fights that were guaranteed are lesser than the contract that was previously offered that got turned down. And I'm talking about the one before Bivol and Triple G. So that contract does matter. It'd be the same way as somebody saying, oh, we're going to offer Shakura, we're going to offer Frank Martin a deal or Shakura a deal for PBC or Top Rank, and we're going to offer them two to fight again. I'm pretty sure Shakur still don't want that shit, or Frank don't want that shit, whichever way you want to put it. You know, that fight's probably dead in the water, just like the Charlos and Andres was dead in the water. So Benavidez and Canelo, it wasn't dead in the water, just like the only TBX guy with the real PBC source. I told you that it was offered, that Canelo was supposed to be in September, and that's what Al did offer. And, you know, he did turn it down, whichever way you want to put it. And I'm not going to say that it wasn't a contract breach, and it's a mutual disagreement, a mutual parting ways. A contract breach is only when you get found guilty of like a contract breach in court. They just threw the contract in the trash, Ness. That's it.
Did you do what you said you would do?
What did I say I would do?
Pay me $35 million for 3 fighters.
They were in the middle of negotiating.
Did you pay me? No, they were not in the middle. Stop your lies.
Yes, they were.
No, they were not. The article states.
They were in the middle of renegotiating.
The article states that he signed a 3-fight deal. No, Al wanted to renegotiate. Al wanted to renegotiate. That's what the article states. That's what it states.
That's what
not what you're saying.
No,
you're saying they renegotiated. No, they didn't.
If it was a contract breach,
my friend, you do understand. You do understand. Canelo can't. You do understand. Canelo cannot be a free agent without Al not abiding by the contract, right?
Okay,
exactly.
And then they parted ways.
Exactly. Because Al didn't do what?
Al wanted to renegotiate the
because Al didn't adhere to his contract. Stop lying.
He wanted to renegotiate
okay, so we're gonna.
agreement.
You want me to like what? Cut you off?
I got more points than that, man.
You want me to cut you off? Because that's what I'm gonna do. You're not gonna lie.
I'm not lying.
If there is a contract, you either do what it says or you don't.
Or there's an agreement. Ness, there were agreements.
There was no agreement, bro. We signed it in June. Stop changing the article. Go read the article. You wasting your own call.
No, I'm not changing the article.
You wasting your own call, man. You wasting your own time. 34 seconds left, champ.
There was various guarantees.
I'm not gonna reread it. I'm not gonna reread. I've reread it. I've screen shared it. I made a PBC representative go on air and say that David's name was not on it. Like, I don't know what the fuck you twisting and turning.
It was not on the original agreement.
It's not on the only agreement that matters. The only one that matters. The only one that brought him to PBC. That's all that matters. 10-second clap ahead. You out.
And they mutually parted ways.
Goodbye.
You took a bunch of my.
I took your time because you're lying. Tip Bellis, what up? Don't lie. Read the article. State what's in the article. Don't make up your own shit. I'm not out here making up my own shit. Thank you. Look, somebody sent me the Google share screenshot of what a breach of contract is, mister. That's not a breach of contract. The words, a breach of contract is when one party to the contract doesn't do what they agreed. Just silly ass, man. Y'all make me take y'all calls because y'all silly. But I told y'all, don't make me take your call. Research.
A researcher as tough as a prosecutor.
Silly motherfuckers, man. Then it's my fault that I talked over your call. It's my fault I ain't let you get your point off because you lying. You saying it's not a breach. Tip, what up? Google is your friend, man.
Don't everybody believe in Google? Go Google that shit.
General Camino, what up?
Yo, Nuss, what's good, man?
Chilling.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna tell you doing some good work today, bro. It's a good topic, and the Vito senior interview, bro, that was the cherry on top, bro. One thing I'm gonna tell you, man, you pressed that man, and he did a lot of trying to, covering up and capping, and what he didn't realize was while he was trying to, protect Al's back and not make him look like a bad guy, he gave us insight on the company, and that right there is valuable information. So I thank you for that, first off.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, man. But a couple points he had talked about when he did his interview. He said that Top Rank is the Yankees. So that just let me know that everybody at PBC, they don't think they're the best promotional company. They just do what they do. And that's crazy as hell. The other thing he mentioned was, what did he say? He said he's gonna protect Al no matter what. So it don't matter what Al do. You're not gonna hear nobody that's close to him talk bad about him. They always gonna defend the bullshit. So it's crazy to see. We finally getting an insight on PBC and how shit really works. So hey, we gotta make a choice as fans. Either we gonna keep buying into it or we gotta let that shit go. But yeah, man, great show today. Appreciate you putting in the time and hard work. I'm looking forward to what you gotta say about this presser with was it Ryan and Devin. So hey, have a good day. I'll check everybody out later.
All right. Jake Paul. Jake Paul gotta unmute. Domingo.
You're
We hear you.
was goody, was goody. Good afternoon.
How are you?
Chilling, chilling. You know what I'm saying? All right. So, I've been on this call listening to everything, man. I mean, what was it? You should put across your screen, for entertainment purposes only. You heard?
Yeah.
For entertainment purposes only. So, all right. So, what makes you believe that article is so 100% true? There's always three sides to the story. You got the one party, the other party, and the truth. We never
I
we
mean, we
never gonna
got
know the
two
truth about
sides
these
of the
things.
story. We got Eddie Reynoso telling a completely different reporter that Benavidez has never been offered, not only not by Al Haymon or Samson, but also not by Top Rank or Eddie Hearn. That David Benavidez has never been offered. And then we get Dan Rayfield, whose sources tell him David was also not on this contract. Then we get Canelo on a Mexican audience, a Mexican network in Mexico, not giving a fuck about us, talking only Mexican on free TV to Mexican people, saying that it's an American. So, I mean, the writing's on the wall. That's more than two sides of the story, ain't it? Like, how many more
Because
signs you need that David wasn't on the contract?
no, I just feel like, I mean, just like the news, man. I can't believe a lot of this shit. Like, there's a lot of inside shit that we never gonna know about this shit. All the inside works, we never everything, even articles, bro. We can't believe 100% of everything we read out there, bro. You feel me?
My
We
dude,
just
for
cannot
how many
always.
years? For how many years has Dan been accurate?
Uh, What? I mean, listen, 1 million years. I mean, this guy's been in the game for how long? But the thing is, I just can't. How is Al Heyman gonna come to the table, have a 168-pounder come and not have David Benavidez on the contract? It must have been an agreement where Canelo says, I don't want to fight no Mexican fighters. Is that still true? Does he not want to fight Mexican fighters? Is that
I
still a
don't
true
know about
statement?
any narratives. I only know that on this contract, Al Haymon failed to put David Benavidez on it.
Because how is it that smart business? Do you believe that Al Heyman is dumb enough to not
Well,
have
it's
David
not dumb
Benavidez?
business. Think about it. I mean, it's the green print, and Benavidez isn't that. He lined them up with 3 African Americans. They counted on Earl Spence beating Terrence Crawford. He cleaned up his side of the street. He was the big fish that was supposed to swallow the guppy. It didn't work out that way. Plans got fucked up. The 3-fight deal that they made Canelo sign ain't looking that good. Had Earl won and Charlo did the same 650, 700 he did with Canelo. The next fight would have been in Dallas for 100,000 versus Earl. People would have wanted that the way we've been wanting that. And then when he loses to Canelo, then the big brother Charlo was supposed to beat him. But one Charlo never got off the bottle. The other dude never won the fight. And Jamel just took his payday, rightfully so.
One more thing, the fight with Belanga will do numbers. I feel like the Puerto Rican fans, I'm Boricua, I'll watch that fight all day. You know what I'm saying? I believe that's gonna do sales, period. I mean it's probably something that probably people think shouldn't happen, but I think it's a big fight, period. That's gonna sell to me.
I hear you, champ. I think it'll sell too. That's the bell, though. Let me let you go.
Later. Peace.
We got Bo Rogers. Man, you've been trying to get on for 3 days, bruv.
Can you hear me now?
We hear you. Now you got it.
Man, I don't know what was happening yesterday. It just went, it was Discord. It wasn't me. Because I ain't do nothing different than just now. But yeah, I don't know why everybody losing their head. It's just good business. If you trying to build your new young rosters up, don't give Canelo all that money. Save that money now. You got more money to get Tank if he need to do something. You got more money for all your younger fighters. It's time to move on. I told you the other day. I said I really won't crazy about Canelo no more. I just seen him in over 60 fights. I don't care to see him no more. He ain't doing nothing special. He ain't throwing combinations like that. He ain't really, he really ain't worth the payday. He did 600,000 pay-per-view with Jamel. That was the test right there, just to see how good can you sell. And he ain't even touch a million. And that's supposed to be undisputed. That fight right there was supposed to be for everybody. Everybody's supposed to have been crazy about that. The truth of the matter is,
Nobody ain't want
Canelo done
that
lost.
shit. Nobody ain't want that shit but Al.
Oh no. No, that was just the gauge to see
Yeah, well, he
what type
wasted
of
our
numbers he
money.
could
He
do.
wasted our money
No,
gauging with our money, right? And you okay with that?
no, you think he's supposed to get that man 35 million and he ain't worth it
No,
no
you
more.
think
Let his own let
we supposed to pay for Al Haymon gauges.
no hey,
That's
it
why
was
the boxing gods ain't let
undisputed.
your phone
Hold up,
work
it
for
was
3
hold on,
days.
hold on. You was undisputed versus undisputed.
My
That's
man,
supposed y'all
I
act like
don't
y'all
care. I
love
don't care
undisputed
about
people.
nothing about that.
I
All I
like
care
now, but
about is that
you want Terrence Crawford to go up. Now you want
you
Terrence Crawford
said
to
it
go up
was a
though.
gauge. That's
But
all I care
but
about. You said it was a gauge.
you want
No, I don't
you
want
want
nothing. I want you to say
Terrence
you
Crawford to
said.
go up.
All I
You
care
want
about
Terrence
is what
Crawford to
you
go
said,
up.
my brother. That's all I care about.
Hey, like I said, let them overpay for Canelo. He ain't worth it no more.
You
Now
right.
he can go over
You
there.
right.
Now, if he fight
Breach.
Jaime, I
Breach of
like that fight.
contract. Breach of
If he
contract.
fight Jaime, I mean, they agree. He did the same thing Eddie Hearn do with Devin.
Breach of
You can go over
contract.
there You can go over there and fight with top rank for 3 fights. I know you coming back.
Breach of
They say he'll
contract.
come back
It's
whenever
not. It's not the
let
same thing. Devin finished
all he
out his
gonna do is
contract.
let Jamal go out here, build himself back up, put him in there with Plant or somebody.
He gonna
Once he
build him
gets
up.
straight, he come back around.
Jamal bought a resort in Jamaica.
Y'all gotta stop hating, man. That's all. It's hate. It's hate. Canelo ain't worth it no more.
if
I like Canelo.
if
He
we
just ain't worth.
if we hating you
He
being
ain't worth
optimistic,
35 million.
if
The
you
the
hating we
numbers.
being optimistic,
I told you, Ness. It's about the numbers.
hey champ,
You do
how,
35
hey
million,
champ,
and you
wait,
barely do 650,000 pay per view. They
champ,
can't keep taking
you
that chance.
only worth what you can negotiate, and Canelo negotiated 35 million for his fights.
And you
Jumat,
see, I'll let him go. You see,
Jumat,
I'll let him go, don't you?
Jumat,
Hey,
Jumat.
I'll let him
No,
go.
I see Al lost the cash cow. I see Al lost the cash cow. That's what I see. We got Jazz. What up?
Yo.
Yo.
Yo. First time calling in. I've been listening for 10 years.
Salute to
Jazz
you,
from the
champ.
chat. Nice. From back in the Boxing Coalition days, I've been listening.
Oh wow, nice.
Yeah. So
I missed my guy. What was the?
but-
Don't even help me. What's the guy? I even had an intro for the dude from Scotland.
oh shit.
Oh my
Okay.
god, I used to love
The
him.
host.
Yeah,
Oh
he
yeah,
ended
yeah.
up being a host on that show.
Yeah, the host was Cam, and then you had the Canadian dude that will be on the. He used to ring up on your show as well, the Canadian dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Then there was the Californian dude, the Asian guy.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. So the Canelo thing. Yeah, but I'm always in the chat, dude.
No, I
Jazz
see
11.
you. I see you.
Yeah. So the Canelo thing. So okay. So I don't think we're trying to hate on Canelo. So he said just after he signed that contract with PBC, he doesn't want to fight a Mexican fighter, even though he fought the son of the biggest Mexican legend, Chavez Jr. He obviously said that as an excuse not to fight Benavidez. And then, like,
But that makes no sense. Why is he now rumored to be fighting a Mexican fighter on the zone?
exactly, because it's convenient. Munguia he's going to beat Munguia. Munguia is a smaller fighter. Ever since GGG, he's not fought a puncher. He said he's going to fight Beterbiev. There's no way he's going to fight Beterbiev. There's no way he's going to fight Beterbiev. He said, like, I followed Wilder's advice. I Googled it. I just typed in Canelo, Benavidez, and this is a quote from him. Beterbiev, because he is a champion, I want to fight him. He has something to offer me. He is strong. He's at a different weight. There are many, many things. He's not interested in Benavidez for that reason. And I think he's never going to fight Beterbiev. I think we got to stop putting too much credence into bouts. We're hardcore fans, and that's contributing towards the problem because, like a previous caller said, we should wait until, who was Benavidez for? Who was he for? Well, if you use that argument, it's going to take ages for Benavidez to gather a resume, and Canelo's going to be too old. When Canelo fought Billy Joe and when Canelo fought Caleb Plant, he was in the bookies, he was an 80-20 favorite. If he fought Benavidez when he fought those two fighters, it would have been like a 2-1 type of fight in the bookies. We need to start because we know what's a close fight. We know what's a competitive fight. And yeah, the Berlanga fight's okay. I give Berlanga a good shot to knock out anyone. I give him like a 10 to 20% chance against anyone to knock them out, even though, he has his flaws. And Munguia, he's a smaller fighter, and he doesn't move his head. It's like the perfect fight for Canelo. And now all of a sudden, he's going to fight a Mexican fighter when it suits him. But great show, Ness. That's it, man. Much love, dude. I listen to every show, man. Peace.
Appreciate you, man. Really appreciate you.
Thank you, man.
We gonna get them. I've been listening for 10 years. Shirts made eventually, man. We gotta stop dropping the ball. Jerron, Louisiana, yet again. No, Jerron. Counterpunch C-Dub, courtesy of TBX. You got to unmute, player.
Yo.
Yo. It is okay.
Straight.
Shit.
Just give me a second, man. Give me a second. We
it.
here. We've been listening. Everything, man. Shout out TBV. Smash that like button. It's free. Do something with yourself, man. You know, shout out Ness, working hard as always. It's one of them, you know, I said what I was gonna say on this, but I can say it again, man, you know. But you know, I just want to implore everyone to have fun, man. Shout out to the community. This is a sport that we love, you know, we call in. And you know, Chad from Canada, man, I'm not a genius. I'm not a genius, man. I don't know what I said about Charlo that was diabolical. You know, I just try to leave the breadcrumbs, man, for people to come out the woods. You know, you gotta sometimes people too in the forest, they don't see the trees. So you just gotta leave the breadcrumbs. And I'm glad you gave it a week. Let it simmer, let some more thoughts come across, you know, think about it, and then you'll see, man. Because usually I'm just trying to get people to think outside the box. Usually I'm trying to play devil's advocate. You know, usually I'm just trying to get people to have fun with it, or just, you know, look at it from all sides. But that's all. I'm just a regular guy, man. Just a blade of grass, man. I ain't no genius. You know, I'm just glad that we all still trying to be better every day. You know, shout out J Mac. He corrected himself fast when he said, man, if you slip up, just correct it, man. Next, you always mention my name. Salute to you. If anyone is associating somebody's fandom with another man meat, and it references to it, it's just weird. And I'm gonna wonder what you thinking, what you're doing on your spare time in your personal life. You know, I'm gonna wonder, like, what's going on with you to think about a sausage fest. Like, I don't know what you're thinking about. You know, and the racism and tribalism. Maybe one day we'll get there. Just have fun, man. Let people have their opinion. Let people give their analyze and give their conclusion on it without being attacked, if that's possible. You know, just be smart, man. Just be more thoughtful. Be more intelligent with your words and your word choices, and you can make it. All right, one day at a time. We're not perfect. Rome wasn't built in a day. TBV didn't reach 200,000 followers in a day. You know, it's just one day at a time. One day at a time. Get those likes up, man. Smash that like button. It's free. Do something. All right, man. Canelo is a legend. Canelo is first ballot Hall of Fame. That's not question. But like I said, the next before he cut my call off yesterday, will he still be considered a dog? And to the perception of the fans, when you look at it and say, okay, David been trying to fight this man for 5 years. I told somebody in 2018, I told a Canelo diehard, that's a word, that's a suggestion, there you go, that you could use instead of the crazy words that y'all use. A Canelo diehard fan, I told him in 2018, Canelo is not going to fight David Benavidez. He's not going to fight Charlo. He's not going to fight Andrade. He's not going to fight Benavidez. He's not going to fight Bilbo. Or if he do, he's going to lose. Now he only fought Bilbo in that time span, and he hasn't fought none of the other
That
guys.
was the bell, man. But you know, you still get that free call by waiting in line. Jerron, what up?
All right, I'm going to assume you can hear me this time now.
You know it.
Man, all this talk about contracts, I hope that Canelo got out of that contract to make the Benavidez fight, not to run from it. I think perhaps, the promoter did drop the ball because these promoters, like some of these fans that call in here, CYP comes to mind, are afraid that Canelo's going to lose if he fights Benavidez. And because I guess people feel like Benavidez ain't, people talking about why people ain't show up for his pay-per-view. People are scared to lose, and these promoters are scared for their fighters to lose. And that's why this era of boxing is going to be frowned upon 20, 30 years from now, because all they're going to look back at is how many fights got left on the table. We still ain't got A.J. Wilder because A.J. still scared to get knocked out. Tank and Shakur and Devin playing around. They not fighting each other. That's gonna be the legacy of this era of boxing, and that's a shame. Because at the end of the day, you competing in the sport, the best got to fight the best. At the end of the day, CYP and others want to talk about fight for money, not legacy. Money over legacy. That's stupid because Ali gone now. They're not talking about how much money he made during his career. Even Jordan's still alive. But when people talk about Jordan, they're not talking about how much money he made. They talk about what he did on the court. At the end of the day, all that's gonna be left once you gone, once you retire, is what you did in the ring. People still talk about all the fights, and you done brought a few up yourself sometimes. All the fights that Floyd didn't fight, and how long it took him to finally fight Pacquiao. So at the end of the day, that's all you got when you're going to what you did in the ring, what you didn't. All this money over legacy, but then I should expect nothing nothing less from CYP because they say the love of money is the root of all evil. All he does is come on here and act like a bully. Yet and I know I'm supposed to talk trash about Superman because we're gonna be fighting in Wisconsin, but at least we have the courage to get in the ring. We ain't asking people to pay us to get in the ring like somebody else wants people to pay him to get in the ring. You know what I'm saying? You want to talk about a man that the 40 bottle 5 times. Oh, that's my God.
All right, champ. All right. So we need to take a 2-minute intermission, probably less. In the meantime, in between time, hit that thumbs up as it's going to help with the visibility of the show and put this episode in the eyes of boxing fans around the world that don't know we talk boxing twice a day, multiple times a day.
Subscribe to youtube.com/theboxingvoice for the latest and greatest interviews with your favorite fighters.
Canelo, are you ready? I was born ready.
Considered by many to be, pound for pound, the best fighter in the world today. 4-division, 5-time world champion.
Oh, look at this guy. He is now boxing's first ever undisputed super middleweight champion of the world.
Damas y caballeros de Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
You know my level, and you will see, because I'm gonna fuck out everybody.
You know, I mean, I would love to fight Canelo. I would love to show the world that I'm the best.
I want to get Canelo out here to Houston. Oh, Canelo, where your cojones at? Let's get it.
Payday, payday, you want payday. I know that. Man, you fight with nobody.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Listos pe los chingazos.
He smacked the shit out of Canelo in
Get
person.
the fuck out of here, man. Please. I'm gonna knock out this guy. Mira, en este momento puedo hacer lo que yo quiera, ¿no?
Saul Canelo Alvarez.
SDS Promotions.
That's funny? You think that's funny?
Canelo, are you ready? I was born ready.
Considered by many to be, pound for pound, the best fighter in the world today. 4-division, 5-time world champion.
Oh, look at this guy. He is now boxing's first ever undisputed super middleweight champion of the world.
Damas y caballeros de Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
All right. Jay, LA, what up?
Canelo, are you
JLA on the check-in.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Cool. Sorry about that. I had a call coming at the exact same time you called me on, so pardon for that, guys. But yeah, this thing with Canelo thing and the whole PBC thing, I'm trying to look at it from different angles because, you know, I am disappointed that we haven't gotten the Benavidez fight with Canelo. You know, as a fan, I'm saying, hey, Canelo, you've made so much money. You've built your legendary status. Take the fight with the young gun. Do what people don't think you can do and beat this guy, right? Challenge yourself. Instead of going up and fighting Bivol, who you thought you could beat, but obviously you got outboxed. That was a little surprise, I think, to that team because they certainly didn't go after Benavidez, which is going to be a bigger threat as far as a punch. But interestingly, stylistically, I think Canelo could probably do pretty good against Benavidez unless Benavidez starts doing the big man triple G on him, right? And starts pounding on him much more than what Bivol was able to do. But I think with David, I'm thinking maybe PBC is trying to kind of leverage. Don't give him this fight with Benavidez right now. Maybe Al's trying to look at it, leveraging a new contract with David Benavidez fight in that new contract. But I think it just went a little bit wrong for them at this point right now with Canelo because the money situation, right? PBC drying up a little bit on the funds from the previous contract, trying to get this new contract with Amazon. So I think that plan kind of skewed away from Al. And now, there's a chance Canelo slips out. And like somebody said earlier, maybe it was you. I don't know how long Dave Benavidez has left in his contract, but if his time is coming up due in the next year or two, then I totally see what somebody or you said earlier. Canelo out of the PBC contract, David out of the PBC contract, saying, "Hey, let's do this fight. We can make bigger money together without PBC, without hell, through other avenues, right?" So maybe there's a point to all this. I don't know, but as a fan, I think all of us are disappointed we're not getting that big fight when it's supposed to happen. And we understand the money side. We understand you guys are talking money, but if we talk pure boxing, aside from the money, what would be best for the sport of boxing as far as in prime versus in prime? And I think Canelo's actually slightly out of his prime, but it's still close enough where he can take on the young lion and build on his legendary status. If he's able to beat David Benavidez at this point in his career, it just adds to Canelo's credibility and legendary status because he's taken on a young lion, But I don't know, Ness, what do you think as far as, do you think there's a little bit of maybe PBC strategy went wrong with this, trying to have David Benavidez be that lure to a second contract with Canelo? What's your thoughts?
I just think that, they thought if we have him, we can change it. We can hope, once we got him, we'll worry about who he's fighting later. But we got him, and it didn't work out that way.
Yeah, I think I see that too, man. I think they thought once they brought him to the fold, definitely that was going to help them with any contract they were going to leave, Showtime with. And it probably did help them get the Amazon Prime deal, knowing that Canelo was in the fold.
Yeah.
But now it's kind of looking a little awkward where, hey, wait a minute, they might not have it. And Amazon's going, well, PBC, who do you have? Right?
Yeah.
Who do you have for big money
Champ,
fights?
that was the bell, though. We got Big Gucci Nick.
What up, man? Sorry about that, man. I had to connect real quick. Shout out TBV, man. Everybody smash that like and hit that subscribe for the best podcast pound for pound, man. Look, man, great topic. From all the information, man, we've been privy to the past week, you can't call this man a duck, man, because look, um, I've always felt this way about PBC, man, but I really never liked them just because they're an in-house only type of business, man. Like for the most part, they're in-house. And man, when I heard that interview with Turkey Al and he was like, "Yeah, I'm talking to all the promoters." He's obviously talking to Bob Arum, Frank Warren, Eddie Hearn. And then he was asked about Al, and he's like, "Yeah, that's the only person he ain't ever get a call back from, man." And now look, now Al's gonna have to tuck his tail between his legs and go to Turkey for a bag, man. Because look, they ain't even got enough money to pay Canelo, which is insane. That's a great. I mean, look, it's not great for Canelo, but without buying out his contract, he pretty much got out of it, and now he's a free agent again. The one fight with Jermel, and now he's pretty much free agent. And when you think about it, man, PBC ain't really got nobody now. I mean, Terrence Crawford is a free agent now that he got off that Earl Spence contract. Canelo got off there. It looks like, I mean, that's a no-brainer. If Eddie's gonna give him 50 for Munguia or Berlanga, he's gonna fucking take that and run. Because, I mean, these guys, I don't think anybody got these guys beating Canelo. So that's an easy bag for Canelo. And, man, I was so heartbroken to hear that they are not fighting Benavidez next, man. So that thing about the 55 million, that was all cap.
No contract, man. That was all talks. That if it was real, it was the amendment in this article where they state that once Al realized, it ain't worth giving him 35 for Charlo, he then asks, can they do Crawford or Benavidez. But on contract, those names were not there.
Wow, that's crazy, man. That's
So he
crazy.
only
Seems like
tried to
PBC.
add those names after he noticed that it wasn't working.
Al did, you're saying?
Say again, brother?
Al tried to add those names
Yes.
when he realized it was. Oh,
After the
gotcha, man.
Jamel Charlo fight, he tried to add those names.
Gotcha, and that wasn't part of the original contract. Okay.
Nope.
Yeah, man, we'll see. Hopefully he so now PBC is pretty much looking for a new network.
No, they're allegedly gonna still announce a network. It's just,
Oh, but Amazon isn't official, right? You're saying because they
No,
haven't announced anything yet?
that's official. They announced March 30th.
Oh, okay, gotcha, man. Yeah, man, look, the only person they got now is Tank. So I mean, as their only pay-per-view star, man, they're gonna have to give Earl Spence a good comeback fight. Maybe the winner of Sue Thurman. I'm thinking that's probably what it's gonna be. Around that time when that fight's over and done with, Spence is probably gonna be back in camp. So I see them headed that direction to kind of recover some damaged goods. And yeah, man, we'll see how everything plays out in the next couple of weeks, man. But that's my call, Nez.
All right. We got first. We gotta go ahead and drop a bomb for Drew. 6 counter punches. Drop a bomb. Some horns for my good friend Jonathan Sims with 3. And obviously we shouted out Mike in Texas. And we got to go to T-Lane. What up? T-Lane, what up? Got to unmute, player. We got Fred Robinson. Bro, Ness, you cannot let the narrative Al cost Benavidez the fight continue. You know damn well nobody is the negligent. Canelo inked a sweet deal. Obviously, it was Al's negligence. He didn't have Benavidez on there. Well, I don't know why you want me to not say that, but I think that is your 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 4. Definitely gonna drop a bomb for my man with his fourth count. Fourth super chat. We got Lawrence King, $10,000 from Paraguay. Shout out to you. Go on, Ness, he says go on to you, champ. Appreciate you making this show internacional. Kevin, $10 super chat. He says, I still think Bud is the fight in Saudi. Both leave PBC the same day. Canelo is posting Omaha. Bud is the big as hell right now. Canelo is sparring Mighty Mo. All signs point to Bud for December. Because, in Canelo's eyes, he's looking at like, yeah, I could still get the Bud by December with 2 inexperienced guys compared to his level of experience in Berlanga and Jaime. Matt Bent, $105. Daily Dose of Tanquil. Canelo, ducking emoji. I proclaimed he not find any Mexicans, a.k.a. Benavidez. Now, Jaime get in the fight. I guess he not a Mexican monster. Right back at us with another 5. Second Dose. A legend take safer challenges late in their career. Joe Kawasaki never fought Chad Dawson, but fought older B-Hop and Roy Jones. Kareem Abdullah, $5. It kind of rubs me the wrong way that Canelo signed the deal and gave the impression that David was an option. My implications of him were too high. Smiling face with a tear. I don't know how he gave implications. When he said it's between Charlo and David, it was. You see that Al tried to slide in David and Crawford at the end, but obviously the money wasn't right. He gave them time. He literally said it on the Mexican interview that is the dude says, so you saying it's between Charlo and Benavidez? He said, yeah. You know what I mean? So it's got to be about the money because that wasn't announced. How much was it? According to, again, Vito, it was 70. I would love to see that announced because then Canelo's out here wilding because I don't think anybody's offered him 70. One lump sum is his name, $2. Canelo versus GGG 3 times after people called him a duck. Yeah, I know that they ain't gonna give him credit for that. He already did that. Been there, done that. They move on to the next monster. You know that's what Floyd said. That's what Floyd said. Once you beat him, they build up the next guy. It just goes like that. It's all good though. We got Malcolm. What up? T-Lane, I see you. I'm going to try you again since you ain't connect.
Yo,
Yo,
you hear me?
Yep.
Shout outs to Boxing Voice. Yeah, I was just tuning in. Just real quick, I'm hyped for this press conference a little bit later. Even though this isn't a part of the topic, have you been keeping up with Raymond Ford?
Yeah, he got that title fight that he's been training with Shakur for.
Yeah, so I just want to give him, a shout out or anybody. His YouTube channel, he's actually putting out content, and I think more fighters should do what he's doing. It's almost like those little HBO series type shit and behind the scenes. So I think that's dope. Yeah, the article. I'm not gonna lie, like, Dan, I was popping shit yesterday. So if he wasn't a part of like with Benavidez, if it wasn't a part of the deal, then I can kind of understand it. I seen a part of the article though that said, from the same source you were saying that if fucking Al Haymon would give him the agreed money with Jamal if he agreed to fight Benavidez in September. I seen that part in the article.
Yeah. Ain't that strange that they give us the amount that he would give for Charlo, but not for Benavidez?
I mean, is that what they said? Because what I read was that
it says clearly that Al would be willing to pay the $35 million for Charlo if Canelo is willing to fight Benavidez, who was not on the original contract. So Canelo's like, but you ain't doing me no favors. You already agreed to give me $35 million for Charlo. It's you that wants to now only give me 20.
I get you. The way I look at it is you're gonna get your bread and then you get that fight. You know what I'm saying? And if I'm right, we've been saying this for a while. The smartest option in terms of Al Haymon is to get the Benavidez fight last. So just in case if you lose, you could try to sign him again for the rematch.
For sure. That's what I always said. But I always thought that Al was smart enough to have him on the contract.
I'm just not rocking with this, just me personally. You know what I'm saying? We're just not gonna agree to it. Called in yesterday. I just see, and it's understandable. You know what I'm saying? But as a boxing fan, I think everybody should just be pushing for this fight. Ness, you have a very strong platform. You have a lot of casuals to get on here. And I just feel, I would just like to hear you say more that you want that fight. You know what I'm saying?
I literally said I want that fight or the Crawford fight. I didn't want the Charlo fight. That was a separate show. Today is not about what I want. Today is about the contract and the breach of it.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't know, man. I just want that fight so bad, man. I don't want to see all that other shit.
Yeah, but that's the thing. We all wanted Mayweather Pat. And I'm sure there was guys like you saying, man, you rich, Mayweather. You should just fight him. Just don't give him a flat fee. But Mayweather did send a flat fee. And he didn't just fight him. He took his sweet time to negotiate the right deal, the best deal, and the most money.
That's the unfortunate part about it. That's what I was trying to say yesterday. Like when we get these fights too late, and then when people are struggling to make weight,
yeah, well, that's why Al should have picked up the phone when Turkey Al-Sheikh sent the message. He would have been able to put up the money for them type of fights because he's a real boxing fan and don't care about blowing the money. But Promoters want to promote and marinate. They need to wait for the last possible minute to make the most money out. It's not.
Oh, one last thing, cause I super chatted it yesterday, so I didn't know too much about the whole story, but it was a few years ago. It was like 2 years ago. Why did what was the excuse for Canelo not taking the Jamal and David offer that was $100 million? You did a show about it.
Yeah, because he
I know
said
that was
it.
like
He said it. He
2022.
said it. He said it. There's no legacy in that. His legacy was trying to fight Bivol. He didn't know he was going to lose, though. That's all.
Man, I mean, I
what?
don't know, man.
So you telling me fighting Benavidez, who at the time still hadn't fought Plant, who Canelo did, was more legacy than jumping back to
And the funny
75
thing is now,
and fighting another champ?
Now, Canelo's saying he want legacy fights, and Benavidez did exactly what he said. You know what I'm saying? I get he's not in the contract, but we hold people to these A-side standards all the time.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
It's the same shit with
were you
Tank.
with me or against me when I said Tank should not be fighting Frank and he should be fighting Shakur? These are the same arguments, but the difference is there is an offer for Frank. There's not one for Shakur, and that's what I made an issue about. Why did Tank not send an offer for Shakur? Now I'm making the same issue. Why did Haymon not send the offer for fucking David? Why was he not in the contract? I'm making the same issue, but I'm giving you too much time. Gotta go, mad callers. Gotta go. Gotta go. How can Canelo send an offer? He signed to Al. He signed to Al. He could only fight the people that Al offers him. Rafael, what up?
Yo. What's going on, guys?
What's going on?
Number one, thank you guys for allowing me to talk. But wanted to ask, you're gonna be speaking to Jose and David Benavidez in a few days. Is that right?
That's the plan.
Are you guys planning on asking them why was their name not on the contract, and are they?
I'm only asking what my Patreons ask. Whoever's my member or my Patreon, they get the ask, and I'm gonna ask it because I don't ask the right questions. Y'all do, so y'all put it and I read it.
Got it. But nothing. Just with all the reports and everything, pretty much coming out, it seems in the grand scheme of things, that you can see the big picture of actually what's going on, and I'll have my opinion on whether Canelo is a duck or not. But yeah, it just seems like Al Haymon was probably trying to do the two Charlos and most likely Spence at the end of the third fight, because till now nobody knows who's that third fighter was. And I got to give credit to Rick Glacier once again, because early last year he kept saying that the reason the Terrence Crawford and Spence fight was unlikely to be made was because there was still hoping for those fighters to pretty much come over to the new network when he was announcing that Showtime deal was going to end. So most likely Al was advising Spence not to take the Bud Crawford fight because that's what they were going to pitch to Canelo. They're going to pitch the two Charlos and Spence for the third fight, and Benavidez was just going to fucking stay twiddling his thumbs. Most likely they were going to try to see if that third deal came along and then try to re-sign Canelo for a third big matchup versus Benavidez. But in terms of whether Canelo is a duck or not, I don't blame Canelo for making that business decision. At the end of the day, it is on the fine print. I really wanted to watch that fight, but I still think that is a duck, unfortunately. And the way that you guys are portraying it in this channel, I understand business is business, but that's not the way that is being portrayed in Mexico, and it's looking pretty bad right now, unfortunately.
I mean, Mexico has a narrative to push. They're never going to appreciate Canelo. It's the same Jay-Z thing. I've said this. They're going to appreciate you when you're gone. Just like we had an issue with Floyd as a community. We called him Chicken Runner and put his face on KFC boxes and called him all types of names. Didn't appreciate his style. Now we can't get his name out our mouth. They always love you when you're gone. Never right there. They never
Honestly,
appreciate you active. Same thing for Ward, my brother. They called Ward
no,
a boring fighter.
Don't put Ward in that conversation.
Man, you crazy
Ward
as hell.
Nah, Ward was not that polarizing, man. Ward was not that polarizing. I was so glad when Floyd left.
That's my point. When Ward was alive and fighting, they called him a fucking a dude that held a lot, a dirty fighter. He wasn't popular. And as soon as he retired,
I like that. I like that. To me, Ward was the modern version of Bernard Hopkins.
I don't care anything about that. I'm just giving you the facts. The minute he retired, then people start appreciating him more and missing him when he was gone and have him on a high pedestal. That's all I'm telling you. When he was here, we were mad that we didn't get the Lucien Boutte fight. We were mad we didn't get the rematch with Carl Froch. When he was here, he made interviews where he said he's not going to be Adrian Broner. He wasn't a popular dude. He did 170,000 and 190,000 in both his pay-per-view fights. But that was the bell. I got to go. But now he is adored. People fuck with him now. You see everywhere you go, they talk highly of Ward, but they hated him in the fucking Alan Green fight, in the Sakio Bika fight, in the Mikhail Kessler fights. Come on, y'all just ain't watched them fights, bro. Y'all didn't, researchers, you feel me? C-Dub. C-Dub.
Yo, we back?
We back.
What's up, man? Who paid for the counterpunch, or who paid for the counterpunch?
You get your free call too, you feel me?
Yeah, okay.
And you had your hand raised, so I just assume. I'll let you go get the CYP who's in queue if you.
Oh no, yeah, we here, man. No, it just was I didn't know who paid for the counterpunch, but appreciate you whoever did that. And then just to finish off, man, I tried to tell Ness that Canelo is still going to be looked at as a duck, man. No matter, some people going to form their opinions, and some people going to say what the facts are. Some people going to speculate.
No, I agree with you. So there's going to be a certain fraction of people that call him a duck, without a doubt. Just like there's still people that call Floyd a duck. Like, just like there's people that say Ward duck. Like, it don't matter.
Exactly.
Like, no one is ever going to say you had a perfect career, bro. It's just not gonna happen.
Right. And it just what kills me is that people that watch the sport for years say this is new, or they no, you just not naive anymore. No, you just not being ignorant. No, you just not blind to it anymore. This has been happening. Then Ness just tell you about Floyd and Pac, or did Ness have to tell you about that, or did you not know that Floyd said the reason he's not fighting Baltimore because somebody got a country behind him, or the reason he's not fighting Zab because somebody got a country behind him. Like this business and boxing been there. Floyd was just the most loud. He was the one not bashful to tell you the truth. Like, people hate the truth, man. This shit is crazy. We got people in the back call. People everywhere say that, oh, this is new, or this. No, this is not new. The business been the business. What it is, you are upset and you are frustrated because you were tricked. You thought the fighters and the warriors really look for the toughest match. No. The goal is to get the biggest bag with the easiest match. That's the goal. Just let's throw shit on the wall and think of why Al maybe didn't give Canelo a hard fight. Maybe he wanted Canelo to retire with PBC. That's why everybody's going to be favorable to the cash cow, because, hey, this bag ain't going to be here for too much longer. So let's just be very, very nice to him. Let's give him favorable matchups that's going to make some money as well. But we're not going to put no pressure on him, because we know what Canelo will do, just like he told WBC, Ness, fuck you. And then now we're going to have a talk, and you're going to have to iron it out and smooth it over, because you don't want me to drop your ass, because you want this percentage that I'm going to give you. You want it. So let's not act naive anymore. This is the business of boxing. This is a sport that we love. And just because you know now, don't hate it and throw it away. You're going to let's see if Devin and Sabril happen. Let's see. Don't throw Devin away because you know that Devin ain't going to fight Sabril. Let's hope That's what I'm saying. Y'all mad because y'all thought Canelo looked at the contract and he said he want David on there. He not gonna do it unless David is on there. Y'all thought these people look for the toughest match when they don't. You think Devin looked at the contract and said, "Hey, Sabril not on there"? Y'all wild, man. But hey, let's not attack people for their opinions and their stances. Let's say, okay, that's what's up. And you give your stance. And that's it, man. Shout out TBV. Smash that like button. It's free. Do something with yourself.
CYP. Yo, CYP. Yo. Alrighty then. You need to jump out, jump back in. CYP, you are the last caller. Last call for callers. Last call for callers. If you do want to call in now, is the best time to request. CYP, try unmuting. Because on this end, you do not show unmuted. Don't forget to smash that thumbs up button. We have been live now for 5 hours and 25 minutes, getting you through your work day. You know, you only got 2.5 hours left. If you got an hour lunch, you get to walk. You know, I helped you do that. Hit the thumbs up. It's free. Subscribe. Also free. CYP, trying you again.
Let me know if y'all hear me. Let me know.
Yep.
I'm in this grocery store, man. I'm about to check out. So we about to check out the show. And I want to tell everybody this was a great show, very entertaining. And everybody who's on the Canelo Duck side, or on the side of people, even the Mexicans.
You breaking up a little bit.
It don't matter. It don't matter. It's all good. Hey, y'all gonna see a whole bunch of Mexican fans talking about Canelo ducking. You're gonna see black fans, white fans, Asians, Americans, everybody saying he's ducking, dog. We're not talking about is he ducking. We're trying to figure out is he the biggest duck. So if any of you dudes wanna defend if he's a duck, you got a fucking long stream to fucking paddle, buddy. Yes, he's a motherfucking duck by all the articles. Fuck one article. Let's go with 10 articles that say different. This dude is a duck. He's scared Dave Benavidez, and we got the whole timeline to prove that shit. You ain't got to believe it, but you're going to have a big argument on your hands when you're trying to tell Mexican fans, Mexican Americans, Asians, Americans, blacks, all those people that he's not, they're going to bombard your dumb ass because you're a fucking liar. And to all my Mexican fans on here, stop taking it personal. Stop being so desperate. Us black fans of boxers are not tripping, dog. We have the most champions, the greatest fighters, and your favorite fighter look like me. CYP gone. Y'all have a good day.
Yeah, I mean, if he retires and doesn't fight him, it could be considered as a duck. But until he does that, it's not a duck. Until then, he's doing what all the other grades did. You know, they're forcing the fight to be the biggest it can be. You know, and get the most money possible. Innocently heartless. You got a demand in public that wants it. All Al got to do is pay for it.
Can you hear me?
You know it.
Yeah, so look, man, Saul, Cinnamon Challenge, Alvarez, we not even going to argue if, you know, there's a duck or whatever. We just got to be real, whether we like it or not. Professional game is show business. Amateurs is who really is the best. And as we know, a lot of people, they don't really like, you know, Canelo because, like they said, he be doing certain funny things. But, hey, he been pro since 13. He got the fame. He moving how he moving. Now, what I will tell you is this. To fight Jaime Munguia and Edgar Berlanga next is crazy. But most likely, he probably using Benavidez as a pawn. Like, you see, they working with his management. He going to fight that Russian dude. He going to beat him. And then most likely, he going to fight the winner at 175 for undisputed. Probably going to beat Bivol if he win. And then Canelo going to come back to PBC. We don't know. I mean, how long is he going to stay in the zone? We don't know. And most likely, he going to come back to PBC.
I mean,
and that's
I
probably
think
when
it's
he's going to fight him.
I think 6 of his last 8 fights have been on the zone. So,
No, yeah, for sure. But what I'm saying is he signed a contract. He leaving the contract. He going to fight Munguia. He going to fight Edgar. And then after a while, you already heard the report. He trying to fight 3 times this year. Next year, how many more fights he gonna have on the zone? Like, what I'm saying is, like, they gonna run out of names eventually. So most likely he'll come back to PBC and probably at 175, and that's what he gonna try to do. Fight Benavidez at 175 for undisputed back-to-back. Leave his legacy. And like y'all said, David, right now, no matter we like it or not, he not hot right now. Like, the hardcores like him, but like you said, man, there's people that I know that, like, they really think Belonga could really hurt Canelo. Like, some dude was telling me at work the other day, he said he really think that Edgar could put down Canelo. And I was like, yo, that's crazy. And they don't watch boxing, so that's why the fights sell money. Everyone who watches boxing, they know who David is. People who don't watch boxing, they don't know who he is. So it's not worth it, and it's not worth no money. That's the problem. And like we said, it's show business right now. You know, Canelo, I don't even think Canelo a Mexican national champion. I think he only had like 46 fights in the amateurs. Never went to the never won the Mexican nationals. I think he lost to Cazares. That's why Cazares was bragging. He made Canelo cry. Canelo ended up turning pro, and then since then, the rest is history, man. Shout out De La Hoya for getting him hot. But, I mean, we're going to have to wait and see, man. We're going to have to wait and see. But most likely he's using Benavidez as a pawn to clear out 175. So he can get another division under his belt. That's what I think.
All right. You the man, champ.
Thank
C-Dub, counterpunch. $702 boxing, $5. Third super chat on the live stream. Thank you, Ness. Thank you, champ. Appreciate you rocking out with us. Appreciate you tuning in. C-Dub. 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 No. C-Dub. T-Lane trying you again. T-Lane got to unmute. If you haven't already subscribed, get and do so. We're trying to get to that next goal. We got them baby goals of 190, 200. Right now we're on 190, 186. But you know that we got that bigger goal of 191,000. So, yeah, if you haven't already subscribed, get and do so. T-Lane, T-Lane, T-Lane. All right. We got C-Dub counter.
Yo, how the audio this time?
You in there.
Straight. That's what's up, man. Shout out TBV. We're still here, man. I need to cook a little more, man. Just a little more. It's the last. The truth, man. When people being honest, the truth hurts. But if you frustrated and it gets you rattled, take a deep breath, go walk the fucking corner or something. Like, this is the type of stuff that used to, you know what I'm saying, get everybody in the frenzy, man. When I used to say stuff like get down and lay down, that's the business of boxing. When I say stuff like Bud was a weight bullet at 135, that's just the truth. I'm not clowning. I'm not cracking. I'm not saying that. I'm not discrediting. That's the truth. Don't get mad and get all upset. You know what I'm saying? So when Vito Dad come on here and tell you the truth, what everybody is doing, y'all gonna ridicule him and not say appreciate you? You don't appreciate the guy that's just gonna come on here and tell you the truth? Tell you how it is? Oh, you want that guy that was in the top rank, that guy that was in the top rank office and tell you that NBL sign ain't in there. He gonna tell you that NBL sign is not on the wall. You want that guy. That's the guy you want to talk to you. What that NBL sign stand for, Ness? Historian, boxing historian.
Excuse me, what does what stand for?
The NBL sign that was in the top rank, a top rank member, or somebody that worked with top rank that look for fights.
Man, I don't know what the hell is that, or what you talking about.
Oh, it was the NBL sign said no black fighters. That wasn't top rank.
I have no clue what you're talking about. Where'd you see this?
Okay, it was just it's a very known sign.
Oh, you going? But where did you see it? In the top rank office? You saying?
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure where I heard about it. I said it was a top rank member.
You bringing up urban legends or myths? Come on, man.
Y'all no. They agreed. The guys came on and agreed to that. The guy said a guy that was that was speaking with Top Rank or whatever said, "Hey, you seen the sign? We could talk about it." And there's no there's no offense. That's not racist. That's really being very respectful, saying, "Hey, black fighters are dangerous. They will beat you and fuck up your whole plan that you got, that mastermind plan that you got. They're gonna put a bazooka to it, and it's gonna be over." So this is where everybody is picking the easiest fights for the biggest bag. That's just what it is, man. I don't know. I'm not ruining the sport for you. I hope you can still find the beauty in it. I hope you can still know that each fighter can be beat by any fighter on any given day. So we shouldn't just want to see one fight or two fights. But hey, if that's what y'all want to do, I want to see them fight everybody in the top 10. Everybody. I want to see David fight. I want to see David fight Sabril. I want to see David fight Morrell. I want to see David fight and Billy. I want to see it all, man. You know what I'm saying? Shout out boxing. Shout out TVV. When somebody telling you the truth, hey man, don't
That's
hate on it.
the
It's the truth.
bell
It's the truth.
player. That's the bell. If you're watching this on YouTube, I need you to hit that thumbs up. It's going to help with the visibility of the show. And we got Drew. What it do?
Hey yo, how's my audio?
Straight.
Did my man C Dub just say he want to see David fight Subriel? Did he say that?
I don't know if he said
Maybe
that.
he was mistaken. But this is for C Dub, Tip Bayless, and them. I just want y'all to get ready for the next show. Go watch a real press conference. Haney Garcia with a real promotional outfit. They got network money, and they got a real podium up there. It's not scratched up. They rolled out the red carpet out there, fellas. Go watch a real promotion. We're getting ready for the Haney Voice at 4 p.m. right, Ness? 7 o'clock?
Yeah.
Haney Voice, baby. Go watch it. Chip Bayless, go watch a real press conference with a real pay-per-view that's going to do numbers. Going to do more than that Frank Martin versus Tank Davis. So get ready. Go get your material ready for the next show. See how you can spin this. That Devin's getting Tank's leftovers, but he's getting a fully hydrated Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia with another fight under Derek James. And watch the takeover, baby. You know, we're watching Dev Dollars. And go look at that podium for me too, Tip Bayless. I'm out.
A-Rod, Boxeo, Bori, Berlanga, what up?
Mira, Nes, ¿me escucha?
Yup.
Mira, dile a ese Canela, el Canelo, que no sea una miedosa, no un miedoso, una miedosa, y que pelea con el Benavidez y no sea una pendeja, brother, porque es lo que es el tipo, una pendeja. Eso es todo lo que tengo que decir, brother, los vemos.
All right, shout out Edgar Berlanga. J Mac.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yo, can you hear me? Okay. Look. I want to reiterate something. A few callers said back. I don't think it's the time where we should take stuff personal. I mean, I didn't know Mexico had their fan base had that much type of hatred for the fighter that you're calling. Maybe that's why a lot of guys do take it sensitive or feel attacked or think it's about race, whatever. I don't have no race type of attack when I do call fighters out. I mean, I think Tank is a duck. I think Canelo is a duck. I think PBC should sign with the zone because I don't think they know what they're doing over there. I have called in for multiple years, and I never saw race in none of my takes on what I see when it's going on in the sport of boxing. The sport of boxing is naturally a glitch. There's a lot of business going on, a lot of stuff that goes on. There's a lot of ways and a lot of information that never comes out. That's why it keeps us confused and separated in a lot of parts and takes on how we see things and view things. And when naturally you have a bias for your fighter or the fighter that you're rooting for, with all the information not being put out on the table, it's gonna be hard to call a spade a spade. So man, like I just said, man, I done heard what Dan Raphael said. I done heard what Mike Collins just I done heard some of your interview with Jose Benavidez. I done heard quite a few things, and my dots tell me that Canelo didn't want to agree to a fight or fighting him. That's why he never took the initial contract. And when they tried to present it, he still didn't want to take it. That's why he found his out. And so it's definitely a duck for me. I'm not new to this. I've been watching Canelo move around the sport for quite some time. If you want to bring up Floyd, I didn't watch Floyd move around the sport for quite some time. And Ward can't be caught up in that because Ward is not on the magnitude of them dudes, but he's definitely a talented fighter. Wasn't given the options, as many options as Floyd and Canelo definitely got to do for becoming cash cows in the sport. So shout out to them. They both get to a point where they start making money decisions, and Canelo at 33 years old of age is doing it sooner than most. Shout out to the greats before him, Oscar De La Hoya, the Floyd Mayweathers, and them guys was fighting guys up until past their prime and still making big fights. Shout out to Canelo, the youngest, primeless, no fighting fighter in the sports in the sports of the book history books, and he will go down for being a duck. Quack quack. That's my call.
I love that you at least corrected yourself because H Down destroyed you. You had to say he had to say Canelo, the no fightless fighter, whatever that even means. Because the last time he called in, he said he never fought undefeated fighters or fighters in their prime, and he got proved so wrong. He just made up his own phrase in that call. Fucking hilarious. Shout out to Canelo, the guy that fights fightless fighters. King Rari. What up, bruh?
Yo, Ness, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, man, I just want to give you a shout out, man. You going 5, almost 6 hours strong, man. It low key sound like you running out of gas over there, my boy. But
Nah,
I
I'm
just want to give
goody,
you,
man. I'm goody. I'm over here laughing. These guys are hilarious.
man, I want to give you a shout out. I want to give the boxing voice a shout out. I want to give Danny a shout out. I want to give, pronounce his name for me, King what?
Who, Amin? King Amin?
Yeah, King. I want to give him a shout out, man. I just want to get a whole platform a shout out. CYP, C Dub, everybody who call in, man. Like y'all keep this platform going. This and without you, I don't think a lot of this boxing talk, even on social media, will be going on the way it is because you provide a major platform that a lot of people listen to, a lot of people support, and you give a lot of people the platform to express their opinions. And you give people, I'm gonna keep it real with you, this. You give people identities out here, man, because you got people walking around famous based off the boxing voice. You feel me? So shouts out to everybody who are part of the program, man, who keep it pushing. Honestly, I don't got no topic discussion. I just want to give you a shout out, man. I don't got no pony and no races, man. You feel me? But I will comment on your last man, who the Dev Dollars dude. Like he funny though, cause let's keep it real. Ryan has been linked to a lot of these big fights, man. And at the end of the day, man, just like he bringing up the Frank Martin situation. After this fight, we're gonna have to see what Devin do and Ryan. But everybody gonna fight who they want to fight, and I think a lot of people got to just get over that, man. These fighters, man, they put their whole life in these sports, man. And like you say all the time, this if you don't want to support it, don't buy it. Force them to fight who y'all want them to fight by not supporting the fight at all. Don't talk about them. Make your favorite fighter fight who y'all want them to fight by supporting a fight that you actually want to see. Other than that, man, you're just gonna be a hamster on the wheel, crying over the same things over and over and over again, bro. But like I said, shout out to you, man. That's like, subscribe, share the page, man. Get it out there more. And big ups to you, big dog. I'll tune in to the next show at 4.
All right, champ. King Rari, you the man. Tip, what up?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yo. Yeah, man. Shout out to Drew, man. You know what I'm saying? He ain't answer my comment about that Conor Ben shit earlier. You know what I'm saying? As you know, when is Conor Ben actually going to get a big fight? You know what I'm saying? I think
I
Conor
mean, he
Ben.
tried to do
Then,
that, but Tank ducked, remember?
hey, I mean, they done tried to get him a big fight for like the past 5 years. I mean, it
Hey.
still ain't happened. So
PBC
I'm
don't
just
like
trying
to
to figure
share
out.
fighters.
It's like damn. They talk about Boots ain't got a big fight. Shit. I mean, ain't Eddie Hearn supposed to be the best promoter in the game?
Well,
And Conor Ben still ain't got a big fight.
get him the big domestic fight that made it across the pond, but he can't help that, you know, there was
Come on,
a testing issue. I mean, it's the truth. You can't blame Eddie. He got him the big fight. That's the
the
biggest
fight
fight
ain't
he
get
could get.
made.
That
At the
that
end
fight
of the day,
was
the
made.
fight
It did get made. There was a press conference. Stop your lies.
it didn't go through, man. You know what I'm saying? They
Look,
got to
now
get
you
into the
changing your
ring for it to
words.
actually be made. They got to get into the ring for it to be actually made, bro. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm just waiting on Eddie Hearn to like show me something. Show me like Conor Ben got a big fight, you know. And I do want to applaud Eddie, man, because I see when when that DHP money coming in, you know what I'm saying, they got Golden Boy Promotions backing them too. They can actually get a podium. You know, they didn't have that for Conor Ben versus what's the dude from New York that he just fought? That Conor Ben just fought.
No clue. Dobson.
Yeah, Peter Dobson. They didn't have a podium for Peter Dobson and Conor Ben, but they finally got one. I guess Oscar sent the podium in for Matchroom, you know. But yeah, man, and that Turkey Al Sheik shit, man. Hey, yo, I don't know why they keep trying to cater to the Western audience, and it's not a fight that's happening in the West. You know what I'm saying? This part of America, but they got to stop that shit, bro. I'm gonna get into that shit later on the afternoon show, man. I'm gonna get into that later. But yo, shout out to Eddie Hearn, man. They finally got a podium. I'm proud of them. Matchroom Boxing, they got big shit going on over there, bro. You know what I'm saying? Edgar Berlanga, man. Check him out. He's definitely about to be the new face of Puerto Rico. Big fight coming with him and Canelo on May 4th. Y'all don't want to miss it. You know what I'm saying? It's about to turn the sport of boxing around. We finally got another Puerto Rican prize fighter, which is needed in this sport. You know, hopefully Sabril Matias could follow up, you know, after Edgar Berlanga. And yeah, that's it, man. March 30th, Keith Thurman versus Tim Tszyu. Australia got another superstar in the making as well, man. You know, we just got to support boxing.
All right. Peace. Nest GTO, Instagram and Twitter. Catch me on the next one. Shout out Benitez Boxing. $2. He said leftovers be better the next day anyways. The fuck? 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. Press conference recap. Make sure you watch the press conference so you know what's going on. Just like you should have read the article so you know what we're talking about. Catch us on the next one.